I'm about to yap about SML for 4 hours by compiling a marathon of my best videos so that you can fall asleep. From hidden mistakes that you didn't notice in SML to absolutely crazy plot holes that literally make no sense. But let's start with going over every filming location in SML, starting off with the original SML house, which was the house that Logan started his YouTube channel in all the way back in 2007. And after this first video, Logan would mostly film in this house, and would film in it all the way until 2015. And in this year, Logan would move out of this house due to him wanting to live by himself, with the final video being filmed in the house being Bowser Jr.'s house fire. However, when it comes to whose house this was and the backstory behind it, it's actually pretty simple. The house was Logan's mom's house, and this was one of Logan's childhood homes. Logan and his family started living in this home all the way back in 2005, as the house got built in this year. However, 5 years after Logan moved out, his mom would actually decide to list the house up for sale. On September 4th of 2020, Logan's mom listed the original SML house for $388,000. And on March 29th, 2021, the original SML house would officially sell. And nowadays, no one can really see how the house sits, as it's blurred on Google Maps and shows the 2008 variant of the house. However, Lance has mentioned in one of his reactions that as of 2023, the house got painted white.
Fun fact, the old SML house is not red anymore, they painted it white.
Now, it's safe to say that this house is remembered by fans for sure, and is heavily missed. I wish they stayed in it. It was a really nice house. I would choose to live in there, no doubt. I miss the days when Logan filmed here. However, there's no better time than right now to talk about the apartment. The apartment was the location that Logan would move to back in 2015 after moving out of his mom's house. The apartment was pretty small, and it was a small 2-bedroom apartment, but this didn't change the quality of the videos, and the quality became better if anything. Logan would film in this house up until 2016, as he would finally decide to buy his own house so he can have more space and freedom, as in the apartment, Logan couldn't actually have much freedom, since literally all of the neighbors hated him, and he would often get complaints from the neighbors and the landlord.
We just need more space. Over the course of time, you know, the neighbors hate us. You know, we make so much noise. I promise you, they probably hate me. I bet you they like write death notes, and they have a voodoo doll down there where they stab it every night.
However, the apartment wouldn't just get rented out to random people after Logan moved out, as this apartment would surprisingly have more history within SML than you probably thought. This is because Lance and Audrey would actually move into the apartment shortly after Logan moved out, and would reside in here for a few years until they got their own home. And for the video side of things, we would see this apartment appear a few more times in SML, as Brooklyn Guy and Karen's apartment. One notable video that this apartment was in was an SML movie, The Life of Brooklyn Guy. Now, it's no question that this apartment has had its long history. However, this SML location is hands down one of the most loved. This was my favorite era, basically where all the funny episodes take place. However, right after the apartment, Logan's next house would be the iconic SML filming house, which he would move into in 2016. Now, this house was Logan's first of many owned properties, and this house was by far way better than his previous 2 homes, as Logan finally had more space to work with. The first video that was filmed in this home was SML movie The New House.
Okay, everybody, look at your new house.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god, that's amazing! Oh my god!
In this video, we get a tour of most of the house, and we really got to see how many new mini sets Logan had in the house. In this video, we would see a new playroom for Junior, a huge kitchen for Chef Pee-Pee, and a game room that featured red couches. But this wouldn't even be all, as in the house, we would see a mini movie theater room, the secret room, the classroom, the doctor's office set, and more recently, the North Pole set. So yeah, it's very clear that this house was a huge improvement for Logan in his videos. However, putting the content aside, Logan actually lived in this home at the time with Chili, and even had people like Tito and JJ move into the house as roommates, along with Chili's dogs, Blizzard and Snowball, and even Logan's cat Precious. And thanks to all of these new roommates that moved in with Logan, we would actually start to see more content being produced in his house, such as Chili vlogs, Tito's plush channel Tito Totter, and at one point, even Anthony filmed in this house for his plush channel at the time called Curb Stomp. So it was definitely clear that this was a full-on content house. However, after the 2020 SML drama occurred, Chili and Tito would move out of the SML house, and Logan would live in it for about 2 years up until 2022, as Logan moved into Chili's house to help raise their new daughter, Lily. And after this, the SML house was now called the SML filming house. And from 2022 to now, nobody actually lives in this house, and it's strictly used for filming, which explains why this house is always a huge mess.
What's over there?
Dad!
Yeah. Yeah, see, I thought the house gets dirty after filming.
No, that was on purpose.
Yeah, so, there's just dirt and trash everywhere.
But to this day, this house is still being used as the primary SML house. However, as of recently, Logan did have plans to change houses, as he bought an exact replica of the SML house. Which brings us to the next filming location, which is the set house. Now, this house was bought by Logan in 2023, and he bought this house in Chili's neighborhood as he wanted to film closer to his main house. So his plan was to move to this modernized replica of the SML filming house.
And we bought it because I was going to move filming over to Chili's neighborhood because the old filming house is in our old neighborhood. So I bought an exact replica.
This is just like yours.
Now, according to Logan, at the time, they didn't even move houses yet due to the process taking a while. And even to this day, he still hasn't even moved. However, this house doesn't just sit empty and abandoned. This is because in the upstairs area, Logan actually got a few filming sets built professionally, and they all look really cool. Starting off with the gas station set, which is a realistic looking gas station set built so Logan would no longer have to film at public gas stations anymore. This set consisted of a gas station filled with snacks and necessities, just like the real gas stations. And you can clearly tell this was well made, as even the doors to the freezers had a frozen look on it, so it can create the illusion that the freezers were actually on.
Is this real?
See, it looks all cold in there. And you open it and there's drinks.
It's not cold. All right. You got me on that one, but damn.
It looks like a real gas station.
Now, it's clear that this set had a lot of work and thought put into it, but this house also includes a bank set, which features a whole vault, and Logan actually built this set since he was never truly able to film in a bank, since it's very hard to film in one of those for obvious reasons. And thanks to this set, Logan is now able to film in a bank.
Because, I've never been able to film in a bank because you can't walk into a bank and be like, hey, can we film our puppet show here?
And let me use your safe? The hell? What? The hell no.
Yeah, and also, banks don't really usually have a big, goofy fucking safe.
So clearly, this set was definitely one of the most useful ones. But Logan would also add in an airplane set, which also helped since Logan had to improvise and use green screens for planes, which obviously isn't the best. And along with this, Logan would also get a casino built with actual casino games. And we would see both of these sets used in SML movie Jeffy's 21st birthday. Now, this house is hands down one of the coolest looking filming sets in SML history. But one location that is almost as cool as this is the SML store in the Cordova Mall located in Pensacola, Florida. The SML store would officially open up on October 20th of 2021. And this store consisted of a physical place where SML fans were able to buy puppets and merch of anything they wanted at the time. And along with this, Logan would be smart and have meet and greets in the store very often, causing even more fans to show up. And some local fans would even show up on the daily at times, hoping to run into an SML crew member. Now, this store has had 2 locations in its history. The first location was located near the former Harris jewelry store that was built in the Cordova Mall. And this jewelry store was actually used in an SML video before it got converted to the SML store, an SML movie, The Jewelry Heist.
All right, stand back. Yes! Grab the jewelry!
You're in here.
I'm Cody!
What, yeah?
Now, this store would last a few months, and in August of 2022, the store would relocate down the hall and to the left, due to a tenant with a permanent lease to the mall, looking to move into that store. This would cause Logan to relocate to the former Aldo store in the mall, and the store would get an entire overhaul when it came to the new looks. However, Logan wouldn't really like it at first, as he would post a video called "The New SML Store is Horrible." But over time, the store would grow on Logan, kitchen and look way better than it did at first. To this day, the store is still getting customers on the daily. However, SML doesn't do meet and greets often anymore. But this wouldn't be the only location that Logan adapted into his life in 2021, as in this year, he would also move into Chili's house. And if you didn't already know, they actually filmed a video in this house before. The video filmed was SML movie Jeffy's ball pit, and we would see Logan use one of the rooms in Chili's house, which is another room that has painted blue walls, that features another red couch, a foosball table, a ball pit, and a skee ball machine.
I'm actually filming right now.
What?
At Chili's house.
What are you doing here?
I'm filming a video upstairs at Chili's house.
What are you doing here?
So I'm kind of whispering because my crew is wondering what the hell I'm doing. I'm tired.
Now, this was the only time that Chili's house was an actual filming location, but most of the Chili vlogs from 2021 to the present day were all filmed in this house, so this can still be considered a filming location. But similarly to Chili's house, Joseph's trailer home, seen in SML movie Joseph's House, was also a one-time filming location, but for a very valid reason. Now, in the video, the mobile home had no electricity or water, and was very disgusting, which helped to add on to Joseph's story of his mom dying. Along with that, in 2016, we would get the news that his mobile home was actually burned down, and Joseph would stick with this for 4 years until this lore got ruined when SML movie Joseph the Millionaire released. However, when it comes to the backstory of this home outside of the SML universe, it's actually pretty simple. This home was Lavelle's childhood home. However, at the time this video was filmed, his uncle would use the place to smoke, and Lavelle no longer actually lived there. And according to Lavelle, all of the things shown in the video weren't actually real, and the mobile home wasn't actually that dirty. However, Poopy did confirm that the home did have a roach problem, as a roach literally crawled on Logan's face mid-scene. However, thanks to Logan's dedication, he would push through and finish up the scene.
Because we were filming that, and a roach literally crawled up his face and was like on his mouth. And he was just shooting. He was like, but just silent. And I was just watching it sit on his face. Right? And he got through the whole rest of the scene, and we kept the scene. It's in the video.
Yeah.
And in addition, according to Poobie, it was really hot during filming and unbearable, which caused them to have to take multiple breaks in between filming, which explains why they most likely never filmed there again.
What do you want to drink? Oh,
God, it was hot. We spent like 5 hours in there.
Yeah.
We had
It was like 1 o'clock when we
Yeah.
finished.
And we had to like occasionally take breaks, go outside, because it was so hot. Yeah.
However, a place that is easily a better filming environment was Joseph's mansion, seen in SML movie Joseph the Millionaire. In this video, we would get a reveal of Joseph's mansion that he was hiding from everyone for years, and this mansion featured everything that a kid Joseph's age could dream of, from a pool table, to a Pac-Man and Monopoly room, to a life-sized bowling alley. It was clear that this mansion was absolutely insane. So right now, some of you may be thinking that this is just another one of Logan's properties, but it actually isn't. This filming location is actually the Great Escape Lakeside vacation house that is located in Groveland, Florida. This vacation home is a 13-bedroom and 11-bathroom mega mansion with a bunch of activities inside and outside the house, and has even won the world record for the largest crossword puzzle. Now, this mega mansion can run someone up $2,400 a night, which is just insane. But this mansion was the perfect pick for Joseph's mansion, as it contains a bunch of things that any kid would want in their mansion. But now that we're on the topic of characters' houses, let's talk about Cody's house. Now, Cody's house has been featured in multiple videos by now, but the first ever appearance of Cody's house was in SML movie Cody's House. In this video, we see a pretty nice looking house, and we would see Cody's room for the first time, which was filled with weird oddities.
Cody, how did you miss that?
Wait, what is that? What?
Well, guys, this is my pet cactus, Jimmy.
Why do you have a pet cactus?
It's the only thing my parents will let me have.
And why is he making that noise?
He just does that sometimes.
Why is it a cactus? fish.
Now, in the video, this home was definitely weird, hence why Junior and Joseph did not want to return. However, in the real world, this house is not that weird. This filming location is actually Poopy's real house that he and his parents live in, and Logan most likely doesn't film there that often because he respects the privacy of Poopy's parents. But this was still cool to see overall. But one filming location that is just a tad bit cooler than Poopy's house is the Huckerdoo house. Now, the Huckerdoo house is another one of Logan's properties that is actually located right across from the filming house, and Logan most likely bought the house in this spot so that he can create the storyline of the Huckerdoos being Marvin's annoying neighbors, and the house usually sits empty.
Yeah, the Huckerdoo house tour, there's not really a lot in the Huckerdoo house. It's crazy that no one lives here. It's completely fucking empty. Besides the bedrooms, like almost like a family lives here, but then they don't.
However, the reason this house is a little bit cooler than Poopy's house is because not only is this the Huckerdoo house, but this house also has the SML gaming setups in the rooms, which Logan revealed in a vlog.
So we're in the Huckerdoo house and everyone has their own room to game in.
But this isn't even it, as the Huckerdoo house was also used for all of the FNAF sets, which can be seen in a vlog where a gaming setup for the gaming channel was in the exact same room as the FNAF set.
But we were busy. We were filming sister location, and we have Ames here.
Hi.
And we have Mason.
I got to laugh.
Overall, this SML location was definitely one of the most unique without a doubt, along with the Jimmy John's, which is also known as Footlong Bangers, that Logan used to film at. Now, as we all know, in the past, Logan was actually able to film inside of a fast food place at times, and this was actually a Jimmy John's. The way Logan was able to film in here was due to Logan's manager, Wendy, being the owner of it, hence why Logan had so much freedom to the point where they could literally go inside of the restaurant during closing hours and pretend to rob it.
Yes, grab the coins, grab the coins. All right, let's go to the safe. All right, go.
Not only was this location portrayed as Jimmy John's in videos, but it was also used as a McDonald's in SML movie Goodman's Son Gets a Job, along with a fake alias for a sandwich joint in the SML universe called Footlong Bangers, which started to be used in 2019, potentially due to the fact that Logan would get in trouble by YouTube for actually using Jimmy John's in the videos, and we would see this in effect due to behind the scenes for SML movie Jeffy Gets a Job being taken down for this exact reason. However, as of recently, we haven't seen Logan use the Jimmy John's for any videos at all. While the reason's unknown, it most likely may be because Wendy was no longer able to let Logan use it, or she may have lost ownership of it. Now, while this filming location had a good amount of information tied to it, the same can't be said for Brooklyn Guy's house. Now, this filming location was actually seen pretty often, as we frequently see Brooklyn Guy videos or scenes take place in his own home. However, it's actually pretty unknown on whose home this actually was outside of the SML universe. There are little to no traces of whose house this is, but in the behind the scenes videos, this house was actually furnished well, unlike Logan's other properties, so that helps us infer that a crew member possibly lives in this house. However, it's unknown who actually does, so overall, this filming location is the weirdest due to the fact that it's used so often, but we don't actually know whose property it really is. But what about the prison and the courtroom? This set is used insanely often in SML videos, just like Brooklyn Guy's house, and it consists of a little room that has 3 cells along with a court stand for Judge Poopy. Now, what most of you may not have known is that this set is actually not owned by Logan, and the set is actually featured inside of an escape room, and Logan has to rent it out every time they film court or prison scenes.
Yeah,
Lots of locks.
It's an escape room, and they had a prison, and I've always wanted to do Jeffy Goes to Jail, so we rented it out for like 3 hours, and so we're in a rush.
Now, this cool fact about the set was actually surprising to a lot of people, as some people literally thought the prison was inside the filming house. I legit thought the prison was in your house. Anyone else assume Logan just built a prison under his house? Now, honestly, sooner or later, we're gonna see Logan build an actual prison and courtroom set in the house, so they don't have to keep renting it out every time. And this is a huge possibility, as when it comes to schools, Logan has had to improvise and make his own school back in 2017, which brings us to our next two filming locations, which were the schools featured in the summer school series and first grade series. Starting off with the 2014 summer school series. In this series, we would see one singular classroom be used for all the episodes. And according to the SML wiki, Logan and the crew used a technology classroom in the University of West Florida to film the series in. Now, Logan and the crew were most likely able to get inside of the university due to Lance studying medical science at the time. However, nothing has actually been confirmed. But the situation for the first grade series is very different. In the series, it clearly seems that Logan and the crew filmed in some sort of elementary school, judging by the classroom designs and decor. However, the specific school itself has never been confirmed, and would be very hard to find out, as there are dozens of elementary schools in the Pensacola, Florida area. However, the situation for Nancy's trailer home in SML movie Jeffy's 20th birthday is much more explanatory. In this video, we would get insight on more of Jeffy's childhood, and what actually went down when Jeffy and Phoebe lived with Nancy. And in the video, we would see that they all used to live in a trailer home. And at the end of the video, we would see that Jeffy literally would run through it with a monster truck. Now, while there's no actual confirmed explanation to this filming house, we can likely assume that Logan bought a crappy trailer home for the video and destroyed it, as Logan would not have been able to do this if he did not own the trailer home. But overall, all of these filming locations have actually been pretty cool and unique, and there is definitely more to come in the future. This is every single SML video that's based off of a real life event, and today we're gonna be going over all of them, starting with SML movie Jeffy Attacks the Judge. In this one, Jeffy steals a Minecraft toy and ends up getting arrested for it. They take him to court, and bro just straight up jumps Judge Poopy. Not once, not twice, but 3 whole times. And he even ends up killing him. Then, Judge Anthony has to step in, but Jeffy somehow kills him through the phone. It's a hilarious plot, but here's the thing. This whole thing was inspired by a real life event. On January 3rd, 2024, a guy named Deborah Ridden literally jumped a judge during his sentencing for felony battery. And yes, it was all caught on camera.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he gets a taste of something else, because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court...
After Deborah did this, he would be sentenced to 26 to 65 years in prison, and would be charged with attempted murder along with other charges. Now, SML probably saw this funny situation and decided to make a video mocking it, which I gotta say, created a really funny video. But what about SML movie Jeffy Goes to a Diddy Party? This video centers around Diddy being sentenced for his crimes, but for some reason, the court gives him 24 hours to get his affairs in order. Instead of handling his business, Diddy throws the biggest freak off ever, with Junior, Jeffy, and everyone else crashing it. But here's where things take a dark turn. This video was actually based off a real life event that isn't nearly as fun. Diddy was arrested on September 16th, 2024, for charges like naughty trafficking and racketeering. After further investigation, they discovered even worse things. His house was filled with thousands of bottles of baby oil, and for years, he's been hosting freak-off parties, which were really illegal, and disturbing things went down in them. On top of that, he has faced numerous civil lawsuits and accusations of unconsensual activities, assault, child abuse, and harassment dating that went all the way back to the 90s. It's a pretty unsettling real-life connection to a video that didn't look as bad as it really was to the average viewer. However, we are nowhere near done with the Diddy saga, because as of filming this video, SML recently came out with a part 2 to SML movie Jeffy Goes to a Diddy Party. In the part 2 of this video, Diddy was found not guilty of all of his charges and was let out of jail. This made Brooklyn guy ask Marvin if he could go to the Diddy party he was gonna host after being released, and he wanted Marvin to sneak in with a camera to get evidence of Diddy doing these bad things again, so this time they could put him away for good. However, they would fail miserably at this, not getting any evidence. Now, this wasn't just a made-up plot. This actually happened really recently. As of July 2nd, 2025, Diddy was found not guilty of racketeering and 2 counts of naughty trafficking. His sentencing court date is gonna be on October 3rd, and he can be seen to face between between 4 to 5 years in prison. And to make the situation even weirder, fans were outside the courtroom celebrating with baby oil? And no, for those of you wondering, Diddy did not actually get released and walk free. That part was made up by Logan, but he was found not guilty on most charges, and the whole Diddy situation is probably one of the darker ones on this list. But while the Diddy situation is really just something, this next real-life event is based on something that happened to Logan. In SML movie Attack of the Flies, Jeffy finds 2 flies mating on his bed. Yeah, definitely a weirder start to the video. Then a swarm of flies started invading the house, and this would cause Marvin to call Jackie Chu for help, where Jackie Chu didn't want to help at first until a fly started insulting his grandfather. This caused Jackie Chu to come over with a gun full of salt. He would kill most of the flies, but have to call in his son Jackie 2 for backup. And finally, he used a fly swatter to kill the rest of the flies. Now, this plot was very weird, but the real-life event tied to the story is around in the middle of 2023, where the SML filming house was actually infested with termites. Now, if we had to guess, this was probably during the time where they were looking for a new cleaning lady, so they might have had some messes left out, and this caused termites to pile up, and became a big problem for the crew. So, SML has made some videos poking at some weird stuff before, including a pest problem they had, but they took it a step further by making fun of actual crimes. Again, and these ones might be even worse. That brings us to the video SML movie Jeffy Catches a Predator. In this one, Joseph starts chatting with some random dude online that claims to be in his 30s or 40s. Things get super sketchy when this person would send a full picture of his junk to Joseph. And to the surprise of no one, it turns out that this person is none other than EDP445. He would end up getting arrested in this video, and from there, the rest of this episode turns into Jeffy trying to catch other online predators. But every time, he fails in classic Jeffy fashion. This whole video is clearly based off the real-life EDP445 cupcake incident from 2021. Basically, EDP had been messaging someone he thought was a 30-year-old girl for months. Then, in April, he tried to meet up with her, but it turned out this would be a sting operation set up by a YouTube group called Predator Poachers. And when they confronted him, his now infamous excuse was that he was there to just pick up a cupcake. Clearly, no one bought it.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
But let's be real here. Everyone could see that this whole thing was just a bunch of lies. Even the YouTubers knew what was up, since they had all the gross messages EDP sent as proof. Now, you'd think after all that, EDP would be done for good, right? Well, that definitely wasn't the case. Fast forward to 2023, and boom, he gets caught trying to meet up with a minor. This time, it was the YouTubers Gideon and Skeeter Jean who had set him up. And get this, Gideon showed up in a cupcake costume.
I just want to know, why do you think we're here?
Fuck you, man.
If you could guess, Brian, why do you think we're here? Could you answer me that, Bryant?
SML saw all of this, and just 2 months later, they made a video on him, and in a way would also make fun of predator catching channels who would sometimes fail at catching predators. The video would get really positive responses, with most fans liking the video. The EDP voice lines on the puppets are funny ASF. Now, let's talk about SML movie Jeffy Breaks Marvin's Back. In this video, Jeffy Jr. and the rest of the trio just wanted to swim, but Marvin, being a grumpy little goober, wasn't letting them, so Jeffy would then proceed to wish that Marvin broke his back. After Cody mentioned that stepping on a crack breaks your mama's back, this would cause them to use an Uno reverse card, so when they step on the crack, instead of breaking Rosa's back, it would break Marvin's back. Now, that was the plot, but let's get to the good part, the real-life event. Now, this video was actually based on Logan breaking his back, as the video posted before this one was SML movie Jeffy's Fast and Furious. In this video, Logan was racing one of the cars, specifically his red 1,000 horsepower Chevy Camaro, and the reason Logan would crash is because the tread on his tires burned off. So when he raced at the end of the drag strip, he wouldn't be able to brake, and his car would land in a ditch really hard. In this video, they didn't exactly reenact what happened, but would still make Marvin break his back to basically represent Logan's situation and shed some light on it. And when it comes to the fans, many of them quickly caught on to what the video was really about. I wonder what inspired this video. The fact that Logan dedicated this to himself is wild, but what about Logan completely mocking Obsessive fans? That brings us to SML movie Jeffy and Junior's gold play button. In this video, Junior was making toy review videos to try to get a gold play button. Jeffy saw this and decided to join in to try to help. They tried to prank Chef Pee-Pee, but failed, and realized how hard it would be to truly get a gold play button. So they thought of no better idea than to try and steal Logan's golden play button. For the rest of the video, they would act like Obsessive fans and attempt to steal their play button. But throughout the video, they failed miserably. And then at the end, they just straight up stole Logan's Lamborghini. Now, the real life event related to this video is basically Logan making fun of fans that show up to his house at night, and also the Obsessive fans who would behave a similar way that Jeffy did in this video.
Hello?
Are you Super Mario Logan?
Yeah.
The creator of Jeffy?
Yeah.
Where's the Jeffy puppet?
Lance has it.
Can I hold it?
Well, Lance isn't here right now.
Well, I saw his truck out front.
Okay, well, he's upstairs, but we're not using Jeffy today.
Okay, where's Junior?
I mean, I'm using him for a scene. We're trying
Can I hold Junior?
Well, we're trying to get a scene right now.
Well, I can be in the scene. I'm the bestest at the scenes. I'll get it one take.
Well, I mean...
It'll be a one-take Timmy.
Okay, well, we're trying to get...
Can I get a house tour?
I mean, we're not letting fans...
Can I live here?
Well, we're not letting fans inside the house because of the cough.
Well, I've already had it, so we're good. So, can I live here?
This video was super blatantly obvious that it was a shot at Obsessive fans, so viewers would notice right away. I like how the cast is low-key roasting us. I love how they're basically dissing his type of fans. Just when you think these SML videos can't get any weirder, here comes SML movie Jeffy's gamer girl problem. And trust me, this one is really weird. So it starts with Marvin, Jeffy, and Rose watching the news. And there is this 21-year-old gamer girl who is somehow selling her gross bathwater for $250 a jar. Jeffy hears about this and immediately tells Junior and Joseph. Naturally, they decide that they need to get some, so Jeffy steals Marvin's credit card to buy it. Meanwhile, Marvin orders a pizza, but in typical SML fashion, the bathwater shows up right before the pizza, and Marvin ends up accidentally getting it. Rose sees this and immediately assumes that Marvin bought it for himself, and just like you would expect, she gets really mad at him. But it only gets worse. Jeffy also orders a stepped-on gamer girl pizza, and of course, Marvin ends up getting that too. At this point, Rose completely loses it. This may be hard to believe, but this indeed was actually based off of a real-life event. Back in 2019, adult streamer Belle Delphine would sell her own bathwater for $30 a jar, and she reportedly made over $90,000 off of it. And not only did SML use this as a free content idea, but other YouTubers made ridiculous videos about it, such as classics like I vaped Belle Delphine's bathwater, or trying Belle Delphine's bathwater, and other women later would capitalize off these weird ideas. As recently, in 2025, Sydney Sweeney announced that she's gonna start selling soap made purely out of her bathwater. People are really doing anything for money nowadays. Well, that last video was definitely a really weird one, but let's go back to covering some serious topics, and that brings us to SML movie John F. Kennedy. In this interesting video, Junior, Joseph, and Penelope are playing basketball while Cody dresses as a girl, and he goes on an anniversary trip with Ken to Dallas, Texas, while being driven by Jeffy, until Ken is suddenly shot and killed on the road. Cody goes back home, and suspicion grows as Cody believes that either Junior or Joseph may be responsible for this. And after a video reveals the moment of the shooting, but not the shooter, Joseph is arrested and later shot by Timmy in revenge, leading to a crazy courtroom scene where Timmy is sentenced to death, but accidentally killed by Judge Poopy using his broken gavel. In the end, Junior heavily implies that he was the real killer all along, leaving Cody shocked and very mad. This video was very clearly based off the tragedy of John F. Kennedy. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd, 1965 in Dallas, Texas, while riding a motorcade in the city. Later on, the assassinator Lee Harvey Oswald would be arrested, and just 2 days later, Oswald would be shot and killed by an individual named Jack Ruby while he was being transferred to a different jail. And fun fact, Kennedy is the reason why presidents can no longer drive by themselves anymore. The SML video told the story in a pretty decent way, with some plot changes like usual, but it was cool seeing SML cover a serious tragedy like this. However, now that we're on the topic of presidential tragedies, let's talk about SML movie Junior gets his ear pierced. Basically, Junior wants to get his ear pierced to impress Penelope, but since Braxton won't allow it, he convinces Cody to shoot his ear from the roof with a sniper rifle, but Cody would accidentally hit Donald Duck instead, and would also shoot Junior's other ear, after the piercing turned out to be the wrong ear, making Junior think people will assume he's gay. Chaos continues as Cody is identified as the shooter and ends up in court, where Mickey and Goofy try to get revenge. In the end, both of Junior's ears are pierced by bullets. Now, if it wasn't already obvious, this incident is based off the assassination attempt of Donald Trump at one of his rallies on July 13th, 2024. His right ear was shot, and his head movement was the reason his life was saved. The SML video told the story in a pretty decent way, and they even chose Cody as the shooter, most likely because he looks similar to the real shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks. But what about SML movie Abraham Lincoln? In this video, Junior, Joseph, and Cody decide to go back in time to a theater, to the exact time that Abraham Lincoln got shot, and Cody ended up accidentally leaving Ken on Lincoln's dead body. This would cause everyone to believe that Ken was Abraham Lincoln, and got on the $5 bill and never ended up getting shot in history. Now, if it wasn't already obvious, this is based off the assassination of Abraham Lincoln on April 14th, 1865. Actor and Confederate supporter John Wilkes Booth shot and killed President Abraham Lincoln while he was watching a play called Our American Cousin at Ford Theater in Washington. Booth had a bigger plan to take out other top government officials too, but in the end, Lincoln was the only one he managed to kill. This assassination is one of, if not the most popular political assassinations in history, and SML did a pretty good job of retelling the story, besides some plot changes like usual. Now, speaking of killings, let's take a little detour from the whole presidential tragedy side of things and dive into something different. Next, we got SML movie Jeffy's Pet Squirrel. In this one, a squirrel somehow manages to get into their house and start stealing peanuts from Chef Pee-Pee. Jeffy, of course, spots it and decides it'd make the perfect pet. He shows it off to everyone, but things go south when the squirrel bites Timmy. Timmy freaks out and runs off to Hank, who then calls the cops. The cops show up to Marvin's house and get ready to chop off the squirrel's head to test if it has rabies, but Marvin somehow convinces Brooklyn guy with a fake doctor's note saying that the squirrel is fine. Then, to no one's surprise, Marvin ends up catching rabies. Now, as goofy as the plot sounds, believe it or not, it's still based off a true story. There was an eastern gray squirrel found and rescued by an individual named Mark Longo in 2017. Mark found the squirrel because he was driving home from work one day, and he saw the squirrel's mother killed by a car in New York City. Mark would try to find shelter for the squirrel, and he subsequently named the squirrel Peanut, but he was unsuccessful finding it a shelter, so he decided to take care of it and bottle feed it for 8 months. Then, after he decided that Peanut should be let back into the wild, just 1 day later, he would find Peanut on his porch with half of its tail missing. After this, he would decide to keep Peanut, and would even make an Instagram account for him, and the username was Peanut the Squirrel 12. But the true story that this video was based on is that on October 30th, 2024, Peanut was taken by the New York authorities, as they had suspicion that it had rabies, and unfortunately, they would kill Peanut the same day, and many people to this day want justice for Peanut. However, now that we're on the topic of squirrel-related things, let's talk about SML movie The Acorn. This video starts off with Brooklyn Guy and Simmons being followed by a cop's camera crew during the routine patrol, where they would arrest Charlie for possible green stuff possession, and would put him in the back of a cop car. Then, an acorn falls on the car behind Brooklyn Guy, which would cause him to accidentally shoot 26 bullets at Charlie, confusing the acorn for a gunshot. However, Charlie didn't get hit by any of the bullets, so he sued, and Brooklyn guy is stripped of his job. But later, he would want his job back, so he teams up with Marvin to track down a local serial killer, with Rose acting as bait. Brooklyn guy would catch the criminal and get his job back thanks to Rose. Now, this video was actually really accurate to the real-life event linked behind this. On November 12th, 2023, two police officers named Jeffy Hernandez and Beth Roberts would open fire on an individual named Marquise Jackson because an acorn fell on the police car, and they would somehow mistake it for a gunshot.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! You know. I'm hit! What? I'm in the car! I was shot through the car!
Jackson would have literally zero injuries and would put a lawsuit on the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office in the middle of 2024. So the police were already getting backlash over Jackson's situation, but Wendy's wasn't exactly off the hook either, especially after the whole mess with their Krabby Patty meal. This brings us to SML movie The Krabby Patty Meal. In this video, Junior and his friends are super excited when they see that Wendy's is offering the meal, and the promotion promised this awesome custom box to go with it. But when Chef Pee-Pee brings it back for them, it's just a regular bag. No special packaging in sight. Naturally, they decide to sue Wendy's, and the fast food chain assures them that the custom boxes will be available everywhere from now on. Now, the real-life event that this is tied to is more simple than you'd think. The video was simply making fun of how bad the meal truly was, and how much hate Wendy's was getting online for it. Many people hated it, and thought they could do a better job. I honestly agree with you, Logan. The Wendy's Krabby Patty meal sucked, and I do think that McDonald's would do such a better job at doing the Krabby Patty meal, and the Plankton toy idea was pretty good as well. I agree. Looking back, the way Wendy's advertised the Krabby Patty collab, and sold it as a complete ripoff, it could have done better if McDonald's sold the SpongeBob Krabby Patty meal. From the packaging to the quality of the food, maybe in the future, we'll see if they'll do it again with another fast food chain, but definitely not Wendy's, like they already did. They were not even mentally prepared for the quality that they would have had, and even Logan posted a whole rant about it on the Chili channel, and let's just say he had some words for the meal.
So you're telling me that finally, SpongeBob collabs with a restaurant and says, you can sell the Krabby Patty, you can advertise the fuck out of it, you can make millions. And Wendy's like, oh, I know exactly how we're gonna do it. We're gonna just sell it in a regular fucking brown bag and say it's a Krabby Patty, and people are gonna eat that shit up because look, I ate it up. I ordered it.
Yeah, the meal definitely wasn't done correctly by Wendy's, but cruises make mistakes too. Just like the poop cruise. No, I'm not even kidding, the poop cruise. And SML movie The Poop Cruise represents the story in a good and a funny way. In this video, Junior, Joseph, and Cody watch a wild documentary about the infamous poop cruise from 2013, where the engine failure caused a massive toilet disaster. The captain told passengers to start pooping in the sinks and showers. Obviously, that didn't go well, and many people ended up getting stuck in the poop and tragically died. After watching this mess, Junior and his friends get the very dumb idea to create their own poop cruise in the pool, which somehow ends up making them $2,000. Now, the real-life event of this did happen. However, it went a little differently. This occurred on the cruise called Carnival Triumph. So on February 10th, 2013 at 5:30 a.m., the ship had a fire in the engine room at the back of the boat. Luckily, the fire was quick to put out and no one got hurt, but it caused a major issue. There was no power, and as a result, raw sewage started backing up into the passenger decks, turning everything into a huge health code nightmare. The media had a field day with it and ended up calling it the Poop Cruise. In the real version of the story, no one would actually die from the incident, but it turned the fun cruise trip into a living nightmare. But what about SML movie The Spy Balloon? It starts off with Jeffy, Jr., Jr. and Cody just messing around when they accidentally shoot down a Chinese spy balloon with a toy rocket. Somehow they end up getting award medals of honor for it, but here's where it gets crazy. They're made part of the missile defense team, and the chief, who is clearly not the brightest, decides to turn off all the satellites and detection systems and talk trash to China on international news. Why? Because he thinks Junior, Jeffy, and Cody are, like, superhuman or something? Naturally, things go south. China launches a nuke, and it ends up hitting San Francisco. In the end, the boys lose their medals. Now, this video was actually based off a true story, and basically, from January 28th to February 4th, 2023, a Chinese high-altitude balloon flew across North America, drifting over Alaska, Western Canada, and much of the US mainland. On February 4th, the US Air Force shot down the balloon off the coast of South Carolina, in US territorial waters. The wreckage was recovered and sent to the FBI's lab for further analysis. By June, preliminary findings revealed that the balloon had intelligence gathering equipment on board, but it didn't seem to have transmitted any data back to China. President Joe Biden later described that the spy balloon's gear as being roughly the size of 2 railroad cars, though he downplayed it as not a major breach. He also suggested that China's leadership might not have been fully aware of the balloon's mission. Now, obviously, it wasn't shot down with a toy rocket, but like in usual SML fashion, they added their own touch to make it goofy and interesting. SML is the only channel that can make a video about something real and make it sound fake. The fact that they recreated a real situation that's happening right now. Now, if you think that video based off a real life event was goofy, this one might be goofier. In SML movie The President's Book, it starts with Junior, Joseph, and Cody getting caught up in a wild conspiracy from Dr. Finkelshitz about 9/11 being planned for years before it happened. And in their quest for proof, they decide that they need the President's Book of Secrets to confirm the truth. After a ridiculous plan involving McDonald's and a fake kidnapping of Donald Trump, they manage to steal the book, only to be caught by Donald Trump himself, who demands it back. They briefly glance at what's in there, uncovering bizarre secrets like Harriet Tubman inventing twerking. But before they can dive deeper into the 9/11 mystery, Trump reclaims the book, leaving them with a TikTok ban as punishment. However, the real-life event tied to this video is rather simple. It's based off of how people have always wondered and have made theories about what continents the President's Book of Secrets truly has. Obama even talked about this in an interview on August 29th, 2009, and he said, "I'd tell you, but I'd have to kill you." To this day, no one ever knows what the continents of this book is, and we probably never will. However, the story tied to SML movie Goodman Sue's Starbucks isn't much of a secret. In this video, Marvin, Rose, and Jeffy get into a chaotic situation where Jeffy insists on having Scooby-Doo snacks, which Marvin refuses to provide, leading to a messy scene with jelly beans on the red couch. The situation escalates after Marvin watches the news about a man winning $50 million for spilling hot coffee on himself, prompting Goodman to pour a Starbucks drink on himself in an attempt to get the same payout. The legal antics continue as Goodman sues Starbucks, eventually winning the case, and Marvin, inspired by the lawsuit, decides to try and replicate the stunt, only to end up with room temperature coffee and no payout, while Starbucks decides to only sell room temperature coffee to avoid further lawsuits. Now, when it comes to the true story, it wasn't much different. Back in 2020, a delivery driver named Michael Garcia was just picking up drinks in a drive-thru in Los Angeles when disaster struck. As he was getting drinks, one of them spilled on his lap, causing some pretty severe burns and nerve damage, and it ended up leaving my boy with a disfigurement down there. It was seriously painful and pretty much a life-altering incident, and he ended up suing Starbucks, and just recently in March 2025, he got paid out $50 million by Starbucks. Now, another situation that may be just as controversial is the one shown in SML movie The Volleyball Game. It started off by Junior and Joseph hanging out on the red couch playing a game of Seen It, where Penelope gets upset about not making the girls' volleyball team, sparking an argument with Junior over women's competition history. To prove a point, Junior gathers Joseph, Cody, and Jeffy to play against the volleyball team in a tournament, with a Brooklyn guy as their coach. match. After some intense gameplay, the boys win by default, and it's revealed that one of the girls, Wilma, is actually a guy, causing the girls' team to be disqualified, leaving Junior to brag until Penelope points out that he didn't outscore them. This video is referring to the controversies regarding transgender athletes being able to compete alongside non-transgender athletes in sports, and how the government is trying to make rules out of this. Most people out there don't support this and speak their minds out on free speech apps like Reddit. It shouldn't be the government's place to decide who can play and who can't play. It should be the sports bodies themselves. Now, that was one of the more controversial ones, but thankfully, SML movie Brooklyn Guy's Ball isn't anywhere near as controversial. The video starts off by Karen discovering that their bills are overdue, but Brooklyn Guy just brushes it off, showing her a football that he claims is Tom Brady's Super Bowl touchdown ball. After trying to pawn it and being told it's worthless due to an Antonio Brown signature, Brooklyn Guy goes on a chaotic mission to get Tom Brady to sign it, eventually resorting to kidnapping him with Marvin's help. Though Tom Brady eventually signs the ball with an insult, Brooklyn Guy is unfazed, and later proudly shows the signed ball to Karen. While the news reports that Tom sold the Super Bowl jersey, Brooklyn Guy threatened him for $2 million. Now, the true story tied to this is rather simple. It's simply about Logan wanting to get his football with an Antonio Brown signature, signed by Tom Brady, and the real-life event that ties to this is that Antonio Brown and Tom Brady absolutely hate each other, but during Logan's $800,000 charity dinner with Tom Brady, he actually got it signed. But while that real-life event was pretty simple to say the least, the real-life event for SML movie Jeffy the Boxer is not as simple as you may think. In this video, Junior, Jeffy, Cody, and Joseph are watching the news when they hear that Floyd Mayweather made $100 million for fighting Logan Paul. Junior then gets the wild idea to film Jeffy knocking out 50 people to get Mayweather's attention. Jeffy goes on a full-out knockout spree, taking down Joseph, Chef Pee-Pee, Cody's parents, Junior's dad, a celebrity, and his own parents, and even the news anchor, before finally reaching 50 by knocking out the audience watching the video. Junior calls a promoter hoping to get a Jeffy fight with Mayweather, but ends up landing a match with undefeated D Money. Jeffy surprisingly wins and earns $100 million, only for Goodman to sue them for that exact amount, leaving Junior wanting to start the whole thing over. Now, if it wasn't already clear, this video is based off all the fights that were happening back in 2021 with Jake Paul, specifically Jake Paul versus Floyd Mayweather. So back on December 6, 2020, Logan Paul and Mayweather agreed to face off in an exhibition match that was originally set for February 20th, 2021, but it ended up getting pushed back and actually happened on June 6, 2021 at the Hard Rock Stadium down in Miami Gardens. Now, when the fight ended, no official winner was actually announced, but Mayweather had some good words to say about Jake Paul. Mayweather said, "He was better than I thought he was. He was a tough, rough competitor." Then, for the rest of 2021, Jake would have 3 other fights, 2 with Tyron Woodley and 1 with Ben Askren, and Jake would win all of them. That was a pretty crazy fight history coming from Jake. But why don't we take a trip down memory lane and go back to 2018 and talk about SML movie Junior's bad news. The video kicks off with Junior playing his Megazord toy in the kitchen, but when he leaves to use the bathroom, he asks Chef Pee-Pee to watch it, only for my boy Chef Pee-Pee to immediately break it. Junior comes back, finds his toy destroyed, throws a tantrum, and then demands a replacement, leading Chef Pee-Pee to take him to Toys R Us, only for them to discover it's permanently closed, leaving Junior devastated. This would cause Junior to try to protest, and even make a song about saving Toys R Us.
Why? I missed your toys, it always felt like Christmas. Oh, Merry Christmas. I wish I could play with all the toys in the store. Every single toy in the store. But you lost all your money and now you're poor. And now you're poor. Really, really poor. So very poor. Had to close your door. Toys R Us no more.
2 weeks later, after failing to make money with the Saving Toys R Us song, Junior and his friends accept defeat and go to Walmart instead, still chanting "We want toys" on the way out. Now, the real story behind this video is pretty straightforward. It's all about how Toys R Us officially shut down worldwide in 2018, and a lot of people were heartbroken that there wouldn't be a dedicated toy store anymore. The main reason it happened was because the company filed for bankruptcy that year. As part of the process, they had to close every store in the US to meet the terms of the bankruptcy agreement. The whole situation was pretty sad for a lot of people, but SML movie Jeffy competes in the Olympics is very different. The video starts off with Jeffy annoying Marvin using a bubble blaster, eventually leading to a comment about Jeffy only being fit for the Special Olympics, which Jeffy takes as inspiration and sets off the join. Meanwhile, Junior and his friends hear about Jeffy's plans, and despite Cody explaining what the Special Olympics actually are, Junior and Joseph fake injuries just to win gold medals. They end up getting really hurt, but Brooklyn Guy decides to form a team with them anyway, and takes them to the actual Paris Olympics, only to realize it's too late and that they're up against real pros, like LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Michael Phelps, instead of other disabled athletes. After being completely crushed in basketball and swimming, Jeffy pulls off a miracle tie in a race against Usain Bolt, earning the team a single gold medal. Now, the real life inspiration behind this video is actually pretty cool, and it ties into a few different events. For one, it highlights the 2024 Paris Olympics and touches on how some Paralympic athletes can also compete in the regular Olympics. A standout example is Bruna Alexandre, a table tennis player who made history as the first athlete to compete in both the Paralympics and the Olympics. Fun fact, she lost her right arm as a baby, which is why she initially competed in the Paralympics. But since table tennis only really requires one hand, she decided to take on the challenge of the main Olympic stage too. This was all pretty impressive, but what Dougie did to Marvin in SML movie Dougie's Fried Chicken Cheetos was nowhere near impressive at all. In this video, Marvin thought he was getting dinner, but Rose gave him pizza rolls instead. And while he was choking on one, Dougie asked him for $500 just so he wouldn't have to get a job. Then Dougie ends up wanting to get some rare fried chicken Cheetos instead, which sends Marvin on a wild adventure involving secret calls, Chester Cheetah snorting Cheetos, and a ridiculous trade offer from a rich guy named Prince Abu Dhabi, who wants Rose or someone to slob his knob. In the end, Chester agrees to be Abu Dhabi's pet and slob on his knob in exchange for the Cheetos. And when Dougie finally gets one singular Cheeto, he hates it and says he'd rather just have the $500. Now, when it comes to the real life event, it's actually pretty self-explanatory. Basically, these fried chicken Cheetos are very rare and are only really available in the Middle East. And they actually end up not even liking the taste of fried chicken, according to Lance.
It doesn't really have, it tastes like not fried chicken. It's very European.
It's freaking weird.
What's it taste like?
I don't know. I think because I smell the coffee, I taste the coffee.
Many people definitely didn't expect that outcome when it came to the fried chicken Cheetos. However, people probably did expect the outcome for SML movie The Rigged Game. In this video, Tom Brady was jealous that the Buccaneers are thriving without him, so he asks Marvin to sabotage their playoff game against the Lions. Marvin calls on Brooklyn Guy for help, and Brooklyn Guy sneaks into the Buccaneers locker room and pulls off a series of wild stunts, like buttering Mike Evans' gloves, putting lice in Baker Mayfield's helmet, and even drugging their Gatorade, while secretly juicing up a Lions player's jersey for good measure. The plan works and the Bucks lose, but when Marvin and Brooklyn Guy try to cash in on their $1 million bet, they realize that the casino never confirmed the deal, leaving them with nothing. Now, the true story for this video is really simple. Basically, the Buccaneers actually did lose against the Lions 31-23, and this would cause the Lions to move on to the NFC Championship game against the San Francisco 49ers. However, an alternative ending was filmed for this if the results were the other way around, and it was posted to Lance's channel.
Wow. The Lions actually lost.
Everything we did backfired. Nobody wanted to tackle Mike Evans because he smelled like shit, and Bakey McFuckballs already had lice, and that was the Lions Gatorade I put Miralax and piss in.
Donovan Peoples-Jones didn't even play. He was just raged up on steroids on the sidelines.
And the Lion did attack the Lions players. He couldn't even tell the difference.
I can't believe you guys fucked this up. I lost so much money because of you guys. And now, I'm not even gonna put your balls in a blender. I'm just gonna chomp on them with my molars like I'm eating a pistachio.
That's fair. Well, you guys really fucked this up for me. I was having a good time kissing my son, but now the Buccaneers are going to the NFC Championships and I look like a pussy.
I'm sorry, Tom Brady. This is the worst day ever. Tom Brady hates us, and our balls are gonna get chomped on.
Now, the real-life event for this video may not have been the most interesting, but the real-life event in SML movie Brooklyn Guy's ear problem is far more interesting. The video kicks off with Brooklyn Guy getting super hyped after winning an online auction for Evander Holyfield's bitten off ear, but the package gets destroyed in a UPS plane crash, along with hundreds of others, when it crashes into a children's hospital. And my boy Brooklyn Guy cares more about the missing ear than the tragedy itself. Furious, he demands the auction house to give him Holyfield's other ear, insisting Mike Tyson bites it off again, and even gets legal permission to do it himself after the other judge offers him a bizarre 24-hour pass. With Marvin's help, Brooklyn Guy tracks down Holyfield at Applebee's, disguises himself as a waiter, and after making a bunch of cringy ear puns, he finally bites off the other ear mid-meal. He returns triumphant, but still disappointed, since it's not the iconic ear that Tyson bit off, and breaks down when he realizes that he doesn't have a certificate to prove it's legit. Now, if the story wasn't clear enough already, this video was based off how Mike Tyson bit off Evander Holyfield's ear on June 28th, 1997, in the WBA Heavyweight Championship rematch, and all of this was caught on national television.
Oh, and some nasty stuff in there. There looked to be a bite almost. Holyfield is very unhappy. Look at this. It looked as if Tyson bared his teeth at one stage in the exchange.
Yes,
bit
I
his
think
ear.
He bit his ear. That's what Holyfield was in a lot of pain from that. You see the blood on the ear. That was definitely a bite.
Now, because of this incident, Tyson got disqualified from the match and got his boxing license revoked, but he didn't get charged for this. However, now that we're on the topic of athletes doing dumb things, that brings us to SML movie Brooklyn Guy Tries to Help. So it all kicks off with Brooklyn Guy being super depressed because the Miami Heat are losing and their star player, Jimmy Butler, is out with an injury. And worse, he's more into coffee than basketball. Karen suggests fixing Jimmy's leg, which leads Brooklyn Guy to a wild attempt at getting Jimmy off his coffee addiction by dragging him into an Addictions Anonymous, where they meet characters like Ronald McDonald, Chester Cheetah, with all of their bizarre issues. Despite the rehab attempts and even a training montage, Jimmy just can't quit coffee, and he even ends up bathing in it, saying it's more meaningful than the game. In the end, Brooklyn Guy loses hope, and in a dramatic twist, he shoots Jimmy by a lake so that he can live forever in a coffee-filled paradise, leaving Brooklyn Guy broken and sobbing at home. Now, the true story to this is simply how Jimmy Butler actually has a coffee obsession, and it isn't made up for these videos. His coffee journey started in the 2020 NBA Bubble series, where he would sell coffee out of his hotel room to his teammates for $20 a cup. After this, bro made coffee a part of his whole routine. While he's on the road, Butler kicks off his day by having breakfast and coffee with his performance coach, then swings by a local coffee shop for another cup right after. Once he's back in his room, he brews a fresh one using his big face travel kit. After grabbing lunch and hitting up a team meeting, it's time for coffee again. And before the game, he has one more meal, and of course, another cup to top it off. All of this caused Butler to start his own coffee brand called Big Face Coffee. He currently has one official shop in Miami, Design District, Florida. Jimmy Butler definitely has quite the odd obsession. But staying on the topic of Brooklyn Guy videos, we have SML movie Brooklyn Guy's Sad Day. The video starts off with Brooklyn Guy skipping Beyonce's birthday party because he's mourning the anniversary of Steve Irwin's death, which upsets Beyonce and somehow gets the president involved, who publicly calls for people to punch him in the face. After getting hit by multiple people, including Jeffy, Cody, Marvin, and even Chef Pee Pee with a frying pan, Brooklyn Guy finally decides to go party with Karen and eat their half-eaten cookie cake. At the party, he gets insulted by Drake and was told that no one wants him there, but finally he gets a chance to talk to Beyonce, who surprises him by saying she also honors Steve Irwin every year instead of celebrating her birthday. Relieved and touched, Brooklyn Guy realizes she gets it after all, and they both agree it's time to party in Steve Irwin's honor. Now, this plot is definitely all over the place, but it still has a true story tied to it. This video is referencing the death of Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin was known as a popular crocodile hunter, and he died on September 4th, 2006, after being pierced in the chest by a single stingray barb while filming a documentary called Ocean's Deadliest in the Great Barrier Reef. It would strike his heart, causing massive trauma and immediate cardiac arrest. He was only 44 years old during his time of death, and SML uploaded this exactly 18 years after he died. This video was referencing a very sad topic. However, for football fans, the true story in SML movie The Retirement was very sad for them too. The video starts with Junior, Joseph, and Cody eating Lunchables when Chef Pee Pee freaks out after hearing the news that Tom Brady is retiring, calling him a god and spiraling into a meltdown. After stuffing his face with bread and trying to eat a Tom Brady book, Chef Pee Pee ends up in a mental hospital where Brooklyn Guy joins him in grief, even saying he'd rather lose his wife than Tom Brady. Junior tries everything to stop Tom Brady from retiring, including offering him $7.75, but nothing works, and they give up. Suddenly, Brooklyn Guy rushes them off to the hospital, saying Chef Pee Pee is in a coma from the heartbreak, and the episode ends with Chef Pee Pee somehow involved in a weird kissing threesome. Now, if it wasn't already clear, the real-life event for this video is related to Tom Brady retiring. This video was uploaded on February 6, 2022, and in 2022, he initially announced that he was retiring, but he ended up deciding to stay for one more season and would officially retire on February 1st, 2023, at the ripe age of 47 years old. This decision was reportedly behind the divorce from his now ex-wife, Gisele Bündchen, and best believe, many fans were shocked and sad about this. It's sad that Brady is retiring. Hats off for him and his football team. Can't believe Tom Brady is retired. Now, speaking of retired people, let's talk about SML movie Junior the Boxer. This video kicks off with Cody bragging over a board game called Grouch Couch, but then Junior and his friends get quickly distracted by a wild TV commercial, offering people a chance to win $100 million or lose it to charity by boxing none other than Mike Tyson. Junior decides to enter the raffle, and of course, his name gets picked, which leads to his friends warning him that he'll literally die if he goes through with it. Despite trading in a short montage, Junior steps into the ring with Mike Tyson and gets knocked out cold twice, nearly losing his ear in the process. While Brooklyn Guy barely manages to drag him back home in one piece, in the end, Junior doesn't win any money. Now, when we bring up Mike Tyson boxing in the year of 2024, it's pretty obvious what the real event of this video is tied to. It's referencing the very bizarre and unfair Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. It all started with Jake Paul calling out Mike Tyson for a fight on July 21st, 2024.
Mike Tyson, you're next, big boy. Sign the contract November 15th on Netflix. I'm excited for that one. I'm gonna go home, prepare for that.
Then everyone would patiently wait until November 15th, when the fight would finally occur, and everyone knows what the outcome of this fight was. Mike Tyson would unfortunately lose, and Jake Paul won. But let's be honest, that fight was nowhere near fair. SML has made so many videos based off real-life events, to the point where I had to make a part 2. Like how recently, in SML movie The DoorDash Problem, Brooklyn Guy is just trying to relax and get on his couch with a beer, when Karen forces her bizarre TikTok casserole on him, and after refusing to eat it, he knocks out for a nap while waiting for his Taco Bell order on DoorDash. Meanwhile, Rose starts her first DoorDash delivery, as she becomes a delivery woman so that she can help pay the house payment. Rose would drop off the Taco Bell at Brooklyn Guy's house. However, she noticed that the door was cracked open and would walk in, only to see Brooklyn Guy asleep and naked, which makes her freak out and report that she was, quote, assaulted, sending the story straight to the news. Brooklyn Guy wakes up shocked to find the world talking about his tiny wiener, gives an unhelpful public statement trying to defend its honor, and ends up getting arrested and put on trial, where the judge rules he's innocent and that Rose was never actually assaulted since he was just sleeping in his own home, and she basically trespassed. fast. Rose returns home devastated from losing the case, only for Brooklyn guy to call Marvin, bragging that it's finally big now, inviting Rose over with a camera, while Karen screams for him to put it away. Now, this video is based off a super recent event, involving a female DoorDash driver in a very similar situation to the SML video. The DoorDash driver would go on TikTok, and she would record the guy sleeping on the couch, and she would claim that he saw it was a female driver, and faked being asleep so she could see it. Now, this video was utterly dumb, as first off, this lady driver should not have been looking inside another person's private home, even if the door was open. And on top of that, she shouldn't record him sleeping, no matter the circumstance. This lady would end up accusing him of sexual assault, and this would enrage viewers, as the guy did nothing wrong. Bro, the problem is you didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh my god, something's wrong with you. Can we get a mental evaluation on her? Cause none of her story makes sense. SMH. And even DoorDash would realize this, as 2 days later, she would lose her job and get banned from the app. This would piss her off, and she would end up going on TikTok to rant about it, and basically would pull the victim card, acting like she was assaulted, and the DoorDash ban wasn't fair.
I was literally working, and they deactivated me. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while DoorDashing. They just fired me!
Now, this situation was all stupid, and the woman was making the situation sound really bad, when the proof of her not being assaulted was right in front of everyone's eyes. However, she would end up getting the consequence she needed, as a few days later, she would end up getting arrested for second-degree unlawful surveillance, and first-degree dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image. It's unknown how long she will be in jail for, however, the guy would get his justice served, and on top of that, it would turn out that the guy was intoxicated and was unconscious, which means he was never faking being asleep and didn't flash the girl in any way. Now, this situation was definitely bad, but a whole heist on a museum is way worse on a crime level, and we see this real life event be portrayed in SML movie The Louve Heist. This video starts with Junior, Joseph, and Cody whining about school, when Junior suddenly decides they should buy a private island to not go to school. Then that immediately jumps to the idea of stealing priceless art from the Louve, after Joseph claims his friend Debo works security there. Despite Cody insisting it's impossible, the boys somehow fly to Paris, walk right in, grab the Mona Lisa, a crown, diamonds, and even the Pink Panther gem, and stroll out like it's no big deal, only to come home and panic when they see themselves on the news. They try selling everything to Ronald McDonald, who's hilariously obsessed with ruining Burger King, but Cody secretly calls the cops mid-deal and trades the stolen goods and Debo for immunity, resulting in Ronald getting arrested on the spot. When Junior realizes Cody made a sketchy handshake deal with the cops, and they won't get any money, the boys sulk on the couch, annoyed that their Paris heist was basically for nothing. Now, the plot of this video sounds like a good old classic goofy SML video, so there's no way this is based off a real-life event, right? Well, it turns out it is, because on October 19th, 2025, a group of thieves pulled off a wild heist at the Louvre Museum in Paris, France. They showed up dressed like construction workers and walked out with 8 pieces of the French crown jewels worth around 88 million euros. The whole thing took under 8 minutes, and they were only actually inside the gallery for about 4. And get this, it happened while the museum was open like it was any other ordinary day. It ended up being the Louvre's first major art theft since someone stole this all the way back in 1998. Now, the fact that this robbery only took 8 minutes in total was absolutely insane. However, when it comes to the people involved, at first, investigators thought 4 people were directly involved in the heist, and 2 of them were caught only 6 days after on the 25th of October, and one was even grabbed at the Charles de Gaulle airport while trying to fly to Argentina. Both had past run-ins with the police, and DNA from a helmet they left at the scene tied to one of them at their job, leading them to partially admit what they've done and get hit with organized theft and conspiracy charges. A few days later, 5 more people were arrested, though only one was believed to be a part of the original crew, and in the end, only 2 of them were formally charged, while the others walked free. Then, in late November, 4 more suspects from Paris were detained. and one, thought to be the final member of the 4-man team, was charged while the remaining 3 were released. Now, this real-life event was definitely one of the most unique ones that SML has done, as the whole robbery sounds like the actual plot of an SML video, because of how unrealistic everything seems, hence why not many people knew this video was based off a real-life event. But what about SML movie Junior Plays GTA 6? We see Junior and his friends hanging out bored, so they decide to watch TV, only to find out that GTA 6 got delayed again, sending them into a full-on meltdown. Junior then convinces Cody to try hacking Rockstar's servers so they can play the game early, and somehow Cody actually gets in, finds a secret beta, and sends it to Junior's PS5 before panicking and running away. When Rockstar traces his IP, Junior and Joseph immediately start playing the beta and go wild doing all kinds of chaotic GTA stuff, stealing cars, visiting strip clubs, robbing stores, and getting into huge in-game trouble, until Jonathan shows up, realizes what they did, and accidentally gets blamed and arrested after Brooklyn Guy arrives. Just when the boys think they got away with everything and can keep playing, the game shuts down with a message saying it can no longer be played, leaving Junior screaming at Rockstar in frustration. Now, this video is based off 2 real-life events, starting with the most recent one, which is GTA 6 getting delayed yet again. This would be announced by Rockstar Games on November 6, 2025, and this news wasn't nice at all, as it had people really mad. This is how I'm gonna be when you release the fucking game. I'm fed up already. However, this isn't the only real-life event this video is based off of, as it also portrays the huge Rockstar data breach that occurred back in 2021, where a guy hacked into Rockstar and leaked hundreds of GTA 6 development videos and gameplay from 2021. The hacker would use an Amazon Fire Stick and a hotel room TV to hack into the servers, which is insane for a data breach on a company this big, and even Junior would reference it in this video.
Yeah, you got those new glasses. The last guy who hacked them, he used a Fire Stick and a hotel TV to hack in, so you can use modern technology to hack into it.
Okay, but he went to jail for a long time.
Now, the guy would end up getting arrested and sentenced to life in hospital prison. Yeah, hacking into a company this big is no joke. However, accusing and framing someone for committing a huge crime is no joke either. But what about SML movie Cody Gets Stuck, which is actually based off of 2 real-life events in one video. The video starts with Junior and Joseph messing around with Ken when they accidentally toss him behind the fridge, leaving Cody panicking and running around the house trying to find him, while Chef Pee-Pee is way too busy doing his science experiments with Diet Coke and Mentos. Cody eventually gets himself stuck behind the fridge too, yelling for help, while Junior and Joseph are talking about ending the world with a giant Mentos explosion and not paying attention. Junior even calls the cops, but Brooklyn Guy gets completely sidetracked with random stories, bad movie opinions, and a Darth Maul soda, before finally realizing that Cody might actually be near the fridge the whole time. In the end, Junior finds Cody stuck back there, refuses to help unless Cody finally admits Ken is a doll, and leaves him trapped, though at least he passes him a Darth Maul Coke. Now, the first real-life event is based off of the main plot of the video, which is Cody being stuck behind a fridge. This was based off the Larry Ellie Merlio McCandia case, which is about a 25-year-old man who would unexpectedly disappear in November 2009 after he was reportedly suffering from major hallucinations. He would leave his parents' home in the middle of the night and never be seen again. However, 10 years later, on the morning of January 24th, 2019, some contractors were taking out old freezer units in a former no-frills store that had been sitting empty since 2016. When they came across the remains of Larry, it took 6 months, until July, for investigators to confirm that the body was Larry. The blue clothes found with him also perfectly matched what he was reported to be wearing the exact day he went missing. Investigators would eventually figure out that he must have climbed on top of the fridge units and slipped sideways into the narrow 18-inch gap between the coolers and the wall. He fell all the way down the 12-foot drop and got trapped at the bottom. Now, this video wasn't wasn't exactly a 100% representation of the case, but it was pretty similar to say the least. However, the second real-life event is also a pretty tragic one. This one, on the other hand, was Brooklyn Guy's Nintendo animation, where this kid he went to high school with was named Stuck in a Cave Dave, and this guy would always get stuck in caves, no matter the circumstance. But one day, he would go to the Nutty Putty Cave to get stuck. However, it went wrong, as he would get stuck upside down 150 feet under in a 10-inch wide hole.
And then he went to Nutty Putty Cave and he got stuck upside down 150 feet underground in this 10-inch wide hole.
Rescue workers would try to save him, but they would just give up, knowing that he would get stuck somewhere again, and he would end up dying. Now, believe it or not, someone actually got stuck in the real Nutty Putty Cave, causing it to fully shut down. On November 24th, 2009, a 26-year-old man named John Edward Jones got stuck in the Nutty Putty Cave and died after being trespassed for more than a day. He and a few others had split from their group to look for a tight passage called the Birth Canal, but John accidentally crawled into an unmapped tunnel near an area known as Ed's Push, thinking it was the right spot. He had went head down in the narrow vertical crack, only 10 by 18 inches wide, and got wedged upside down with no room to move. Rescuers tried everything, even setting up an elaborate rope and pole system, but it failed under pressure and he slipped back down, eventually dying from the strain of being upside down for so many hours. This tragedy would be the ultimate reason why the Nutty Putty Cave got sealed up and shut down for good. Now, these real-life events were definitely sad because of all the deaths, to say the least, but SML movie Scooter's Birthday covers a real-life event that was sad to many kids around the world. In this video, Junior and Joseph are hanging out while eating white Reese's, when Scooter suddenly shows up announcing that it's his birthday, so the boys decide to take him to Chuck E. Cheese, only to see on the news that Chuck E. Cheese went bankrupt. They scramble for someone rich enough to save it, and after Chef Pee-Pee admits he's broke, they convince Richard to get his dad to buy the place, which he does, turning it into the super fancy and super expensive Goodman E. Cheese, where Junior finds out it costs $1,000 an hour just to have a birthday there. He and Scooter keep sneaking inside to play the games, but Goodman catches them every single time and throws them out. They finally manage to have a quick birthday moment with a happy birthday Scooter cake before Goodman loses it, and later at home, Scooter happily says that he had an awesome birthday, and insists that every day is his birthday, much to Junior's frustration. Now, if it wasn't already clear, this video is based off of how in 2020, Chuck E. Cheese filed for bankruptcy in many places around the world. They would file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy due to the ongoing COVID pandemic at the time, which meant that they had to shut down hundreds of locations. This real-life event would impact many kids around the world who actually like Chuck E. Cheese. However, thankfully the company seems to have saved themselves as of 2025, as they haven't shut down any other locations in the past year. Now, this real-life event was on the worldwide news, as most knew this. But the real-life event in SML movie Jeffy the Bully, on the other hand, is based off a more personal real-life event when it comes to Logan's own life. Now, the main video wasn't what inspired the real-life event. It was actually one of Brooklyn Guy's stories yet again. In the short story, he explained how he used to get bullied in many different ways. However, one bully in specific was named Travis, and would bully him by putting a wasp nest in his backpack, and when Brooklyn Guy would open it, all of the wasps would sting him, and he would have to take his clothes off in class so they can get away.
I also used to get bullied by this guy named Travis. Now, Travis was a real freak. He put a wasp nest in my backpack, so whenever I opened my backpack, a bunch of wasps flew out and they started stinging me, so I ran around the classroom taking my clothes off, and then everybody just pointed at me and laughed and said, "Ha ha, tiny."
Now, as goofy as this story sounds, this actually happened in a really similar way. This would happen to a girl in Logan's reading class back in freshman year of high school, and Logan would even make a school skit on Chili's account portraying this story. In the video, Logan explained that one day in reading class, they were all doing an assignment and the class was really quiet, and out of nowhere, a girl started yelling, and when everyone looks back, they saw her getting naked.
And then out of nowhere, I hear, and it's coming from behind. So we all turn around and look behind us, and there's this girl
getting completely naked in class. Like, she is taking off shirt, bra, underwear, like, gets completely naked in class.
Now, this was definitely a really weird experience for a freshman, but it would turn out that earlier in the day, some kid put a wasp nest in the girl's hoodie, and because of this, all the wasps would get in her hoodie, and they would start stinging her during class.
During class, the wasp had gotten inside her hoodie and started stinging her, and so she took all her clothes off in class.
This situation is already crazy enough, but most of you are probably wondering why the dude even did this. Well, it turns out the guy was friends with Logan, and in Logan's next class, the guy would tell him that he did it on purpose because the girl rejected him.
Before I tell him the story, he says, "Bro, I asked this girl out and she told me no, so I put a wasp nest in her hoodie." And I went, she was in my class before me and she got stung.
And just 1 year later, out of nowhere, the kid would die due to getting hit by a car. Now, this story is also one that just seemed so unreal, but it ended up happening in Logan's crazy life. However, the real-life event portrayed in SML movie Junior Goes to the Moon was an event that also seemed super unreal at the time. This video starts with Dr. Finkelshitz airing a new episode, claiming that the moon landing was fake, and Junior gets totally hooked on this idea. So Cody cashes in a free lunch card with an astronaut to ask him about it. Brooklyn guy would deny everything at first, but then admits that the landing was fake to beat the Russians, and even shows them some embarrassing behind-the-scenes bloopers from the Hollywood set. Junior then talks him into going to the moon for real, using a $2 million budget. But after getting them suited up, Brooklyn guy just fakes the trip again and secretly spends the money on new legs. When the moon footage hits the news, Goodman instantly calls it fake. Brooklyn guy's boss would see it too, and Brooklyn guy ends up getting his brand new legs taken away as a punishment. Now, the main plot of the video was based off the first ever moon landing in American history. Back on July 20th, 1969, Apollo 11 pulled off something that the world had only dreamed about. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin hopped in this little spacecraft called the Eagle and actually landed it on the moon. No big deal, right? Armstrong climbed his way down, paused on the ladder, and dropped that iconic line about one small step and one giant leap for mankind. The two of them spent the next few hours doing all the classic moon stuff, wandering around in low gravity, scooping up rocks, planting the American flag, and broadcasting the whole thing live back to millions on Earth.
Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity, hippity hopping over hill and dale. Da 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 da.
Meanwhile, Michael Collins was up above them, quietly circling the moon in the command module, keeping everything running smoothly. It was the moment that pretty much sealed the US win in the space race, and changed history forever. It's honestly crazy how they were actually able to get a video of it back in the 60s, and the quality is amazing for the time. It's just insane how many underestimate how advanced technology was in the 60s. However, another iconic event that was recorded was the Will Smith slap. But this one wasn't as wholesome. We see this in SML movie The Film Project. In this video, Jackie Chu announces a film project with an Oscar on the line, sending Junior, Cody, and Joseph home to argue about whose movie idea is the best. Cody even borrows Junior's Lego Titanic for his masterpiece. The next day, the class shows off a wild mix of films, from Joseph's dramatic sock soap opera, to Jeffy's fruit whore flick, Penelope's half-finished Paris romance, and Cody's over-the-top Titanic, and Junior's chaotic monster disaster movie. After Junior cracks a joke about Cody's mom, Cody storms up and slaps him, leading to the whole class going silent.
So guys, what'd you think of the movie, huh? Hey Cody, did you see your mom in the movie? How she's a big, fat, ugly pig? Uh-oh, here comes Cody. But Cody just slapped the shit out of me.
Keep my mom's name out your fucking mouth.
It was a your mom's a pig joke.
Keep my mom's name out your fucking mouth.
Okay, I will.
In the end, Jackie Chu announces Cody as the winner, and Cody celebrates awkwardly, but proudly, as he picks up his Oscar and thanks everyone, well, except for Junior. Now, that recreation of the Will Smith slap in SML was for sure a cinematic masterpiece, but to recap what happened in real life, Chris Rock would be set on stage at the Oscar ceremony in 2022, and during his speech, he would comment on Will Smith's wife Jada's appearance at the ceremony, saying, "Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it."
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
However, Will Smith wouldn't take this lightly, as he would go on and slap Chris Rock, and he would say the infamous, "Keep my wife's name out your f***ing mouth."
I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Wow, dude.
Now, this incident would be really iconic and be memed about on social media for a while, hence why SML would recreate it. However, SML would also recreate and reference another incident just a few years back in SML movie Junior's Credit Card, specifically the part where Junior is playing with this huge new Thomas train that he bought. In the segment, he's role-playing as a train conductor, and he would end up seeing a kid with headphones, and since a train can't stop right away, he would run over the kid and kill him.
Oh no! There's a kid on the train tracks! Hey kid, take your headphones out! Where's the horn? Kid, get out of the way! Oh no! Ew, look at all the blood and guts! Oh, we just killed a kid!
Now, when it comes to the real life event tied to this, it's actually another one of Logan's more personal events. Around the time they filmed this video, kids would get run over by trains left and right in his area, specifically while wearing headphones, and Logan would explain in his own reaction video to the video why he made that scene.
Okay, I made this joke because recently there was a kid that got killed by a train. In this area,
the 5th kid this week.
And people get killed by trains a lot where we live on the train tracks. They'll walk with headphones in. So it had happened like, I think it was like twice in 1 week here.
This real life event is definitely an interesting one, but the real life event portrayed in SML movie Cody's Lawsuit is a more popular event. The video kicks off with the boys waiting for the bus, and after some joking around, Cody gets himself stuck in the bus door once he was waiting to climb on the bus steps because he reached down to pick up a quarter and ended up getting run over while Jackie Chu drove off without even noticing. Cody survives but winds up in a full body cast, and after Nurse Jackie mentions that they could get rich by suing the school, Cody and his parents team up with Mr. Goodman to take the whole thing to court. The trial turns into absolute chaos. Goodman uses dramatic speeches, Brooklyn guy blames Jackie Chu's egg rolls, random photos get thrown around, and even Judy kisses the judge, which magically wins the case. In the end, Cody technically wins his $5 million, but after all the fees, he's left with only a quarter, making the whole wild ordeal basically pointless. Alright, now as crazy as this may sound, this actually occurred in real life, and it was actually with a 6-year-old girl way back in 2015. In the situation, she would be getting off the bus, and the bus driver seemingly wasn't paying attention on if she got off or not, as she closed the doors pretty quickly, and due to this, the doors would end up grabbing the backpack of the girl, and she would end up stuck on the bus and dragged until the students started yelling and telling her to stop. There is a video of this, but some of you may find it disturbing, so viewer discretion is advised.
Moments never made public before as a child gets dragged while exiting her school bus. The 6-year-old child's backpack was stuck in between the double doors. She tried to break free, but doesn't have enough time before the bus starts moving. She tried to run with the bus.
Now, this one mistake definitely put some huge problems on the driver's hands, as she would immediately get fired from being a bus driver, along with having to go to court for this, and getting sued by the parents. According to the parents, the girl would get severe nerve damage and PTSD, and has had to go through multiple surgeries. This situation is hands down one of the craziest in this video so far, as acts like these don't happen often, and it just seems very dumb from the driver's perspective. But in SML movie Chicken Jockey, we see another dumb but rather funny real life event be recreated. In this video, Junior, Cody, Joseph, and Jeffy are hyping themselves up to absolutely destroy the Minecraft movie premiere, planning everything from fireworks and silly string all the way to a live chicken. And by the time the movie starts, they're fully committed in turning Chicken Jockey into the most chaotic moment in theater history. When the scene finally happens, they go completely feral. Piss, popcorn, fireworks, gunshots, and chicken guts. cause the entire theater to burn down, and they would end up on the news as wanted criminals, which they celebrate until they realize Joseph never filmed any of it. Brooklyn guy shows up to arrest them, and the boys brag about pulling the greatest chicken jockey of all time. They instead get dragged out to court, where Judge Poobie sentences them to build a brand new movie theater by tomorrow, or go to prison for 5 years. In the end, the boys solve the problem by just building the theater in Minecraft, and although Judge Poobie realizes they technically tricked him, he lets it slide, meaning they somehow win by doing the absolute bare minimum. Now, this video fully portrays the trend that was occurring around the time the Minecraft movie came out, and in this trend, people would go absolutely crazy when Jack Black said chicken jockey and would throw popcorn and go insane. However, the video mainly portrayed a movie theater that the user Lauren Lund on TikTok went to, and this one was for sure the craziest, as it had a live chicken there, silly string, popcorn being thrown, and insane yelling. Except the theater obviously didn't burn down like in the video, and everyone would get kicked out for this. Due to all of this absolute shenanigans, the theater had to fully stop the movie, which has never been done because of a situation like this. Never seen a movie get paused in a theater. Theaters are gonna start skipping the chicken jockey part. However, not only did the Minecraft movie get stopped, but in SML movie Mr. Goodman's Revenge, we see a real life event that caused Logan to stop one of his relationships. In this video, Mario is just chilling on the couch, texting Jeffy when he starts smashing a hole in the wall with a hammer. And while Mario is dealing with that disaster, Rosalina snoops through his text, sees Peach's name with a heart emoji, and instantly gets jealous. Mario accidentally insults her, Rosalina grabs the hammer, and after she ends up throwing it through Mr. Goodman's car, intending to hit Mario, she gets arrested, and Mario has to humiliatingly wear a red thong and run errands for Goodman in hope he'll drop the charges. After this, everything spirals. McDonald's gives them an egg roll instead of a Big Mac. Rosalina yells at Mario from jail. Chef Pee-Pee freaks out over the thong. God randomly shows up with a DUI story. Mario burns the pizza that he was supposed to make for Goodman, and in the end, Goodman punches Mario. God witnesses it, and Mario uses that to force Goodman into dropping the charges so Rosalina could come home. Now, this video was based off of the Logan and Adriana relationship. As we all know, Adriana was Logan's girl from late 2019 to 2021, and recently, in late 2024, we found out that Adriana abused Logan during December 2020. Clips would surface of her standing in front of Logan's car, yelling at him in public, but more specifically, the video was based off the clip where she was threatening Logan with a knife.
She's coming with a knife to kill me. 911? Hey! Hey, Adriana, listen!
Give me my phone. Give me my phone with the video of you trying to save me after splitting my wrist.
Okay, it's not here. Look, here. It's not in my pocket. Look. It's not in my pocket. Here.
Along with that, around this time, she would also get arrested for assault on Logan and property damage on Logan's car, which likely is Goodman's car in the video. And to add bread to the butter, this video would come out 2 or 3 weeks after this all went down, which shows even more that this was based off of Adriana's abuse towards Logan. Fun fact. This episode is inspired by the real-life events of Adriana getting arrested for assaulting Logan and damaging his cars with a hammer. But this wouldn't be the only time Logan referenced real-life events with his past girls, as in SML movie The School Dance, he introduces a whole character based off the real-life experience Chili had in early 2020. In this video, we would see Jackie Chu announcing that there was going to be a school dance, and suddenly shows off his conjoint daughters, Ping and Pong, which leads Cody to ask one of them out for extra credit, while Junior panics because everyone else already has dates. Junior tries asking the new new girl, Maria, but she shuts him down so hard that he goes home and tries to convince Chef Pee-Pee to dress up as a hot girl to be his date. They show up at the dance, and everyone instantly realizes Junior's date is just Chef Pee-Pee in a wig, but Junior keeps the act going anyway to make Maria jealous. It totally fails, Chef Pee-Pee bails in disgust, and we even see a new character be introduced, which leads us right into our real-life event for the video. A new character named Roy Githard would be at the school dance, and according to Cody, he's the coolest guy in school. Along with that, Cody claims that he already has 2 kids and a divorce, and best of all, he's got free Super Bowl tickets.
Who's Roy Githard?
Who is Roy Githard? Jr.? He's only the coolest guy in school.
I've never heard of him before.
Yeah, rumor has it he's already got a divorce and a kid.
But we're so young though.
Oh dude, he's lived a full life.
How'd he get that Super Bowl ticket?
He didn't pay for it, I'll tell you that much.
How'd he get it?
Well, apparently he just spends his time going to Super Bowls with other people's girls that he didn't pay for, which he could because he has a Rolex.
Now, this character would be blatantly mocking a person named Roy Githard, which is one of Chili's first boyfriends that she cheated on Logan with. In 2020, Chili would go to the Super Bowl with Logan and Roy would go for free with Chili. Lavelle would obviously notice that this was happening and post it on Instagram. Now, honestly, Logan referencing the dumb things that his exes have done is always funny to see. But in SML movie Jeffy Goes to the Zoo, we see another funny yet sad real-life event. In this video, Mario just wants to watch TV, but Jeffy keeps interrupting him with potty confusion until Mario finally bribes him to use the bathroom like a big boy, which somehow leads to nothing being in the toilet and Jeffy making random animal noises. Because of this, Mario decides to take him to the zoo, where Brooklyn Guy shows them around. Jeffy keeps spanking his diaper, and things go downhill fast when Jeffy gets scared by a giraffe and jumps straight into Harambe's enclosure. Harambe gets shot to save Jeffy, the news blows up, Donkey Kong threatens revenge, and everyone blames Mario, even after Mario tries and fails to defend himself on live TV. In the end, Rosalina convinces him to join the Dicks Out for Harambe movement. Mario embarrasses himself on camera and becomes a weird sort of hero. Now, this video is based off the sad incident of Harambe's death, which occurred in 2016. Harambe would end up getting shot because a 3-year-old boy would end up climbing into the gorilla enclosure in Cincinnati Zoo, and Harambe would be near him at the time, and he would grab him and start dragging him around.
The family tries desperately to keep him calm as Harambe takes him out of sight. Harambe drags the boy around the moat and up a ladder for a total of 10 minutes, as the zoo's dangerous animal response team anxiously decides what to do next.
Unfortunately, because of this, Harambe would have to get shot and killed to save the little boy. However, the reactions of people would be unexpected. A lot of people didn't like how Harambe got shot, and how the zoo took care of the situation. And along with that, they would also blame the child's mom for not supervising him enough. After the kid kept saying that he wanted to go inside the gorilla enclosure, people around the world would start the hashtag Justice for Harambe and mass hate on the mother online. Mommy's right here. Sounds like mommy wasn't when the kid fell in. A parent not being responsible shouldn't cost a gorilla's life. Imagine being a gorilla and doing a better job at taking care of a child than an actual mother. Even to this day, people feel like the zoo didn't take correct action, as lots of people still miss Harambe. However, if TikTok stayed banned, people would also miss it to this day. Which brings us to SML movie Junior Saves TikTok. In this video, Junior, Cody, and Joseph are chilling on the red couch watching TikToks, when suddenly the news comes on and announces that TikTok will be banned, unless an American company buys it, which sends all 3 of them into full-on panic mode. They decide the only way to save the app is to get food review legend Keith Lee to try out Chef Pee-Pee's cooking, to boost it to $1 billion business, and use that imaginary money to buy TikTok. However, they fake the meal with Denny's, and Keith Lee ends up dying from the rare state. After everything falls apart, the boys sit around depressed, realize they could have just faked a video instead, and then turn on the news only to learn Keith Lee's death basically guarantees that TikTok is doomed. And just when they think they're out of ideas, Junior's phone mysteriously talks to them, courtesy of a Chinese spy telling them to watch more TikToks. works, so they shrug, give up, and scroll anyway. Now, if it wasn't already obvious, this video is referencing the huge real-life event that happened back in January of 2025, where after years of speculation and many rumored dates of TikTok being shut down, on January 18th, 2025, TikTok users would see this pop-up alert on their screen upon opening TikTok. The alert was scary and sad to see, as every time there was speculation or rumors about TikTok being banned, it never made it to this extent. This notification would freak everyone out, and people would already start getting sad about the upcoming ban. Guys, I'm gonna be sad. You will be missed. And after this notification, at around 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, TikTok would be officially shut down for good, prompting fans with this message. After everyone saw this, it seemed like the indefinite end of TikTok. Everyone would start switching to shady apps like RedNote and rip-off TikTok apps. However, the next morning, everything changes real quick. Early in the morning, fans would open TikTok and see that they were able to use it again. They saw this notification pop up, and TikTok was officially back. Now, this wouldn't be permanent, as this unban was until an American company would buy TikTok. And as of December 2025, a deal for US investors to buy TikTok's American operations from ByteDance, which is the company that owns TikTok, is already being set up and has been approved by President Trump, with ByteDance keeping a minority stake. Process of transferring ownership and user data is underway, but it's a bit complicated, facing delays and still needs a few final approvals as of late 2025. A new US-controlled company featuring investors like Oracle is supposed to run the American version of the app. Users will eventually have to switch to a new app once everything is finalized, but the timing and details of that transition are still being figured out. However, all that matters is that we're still able to use one of our favorite go-to apps. But let's take a short break from all the crazy and sad real-life events and look at something that's simply funny, and that is an SML movie, Mario's Hobo Problem. Specifically, the first interaction between Mario and Hansel in the beginning of the video. We see Mario in his car with a leftover cheeseburger, and a homeless man would all of a sudden come up to his car and ask for money. Mario would not want to at first, but eventually he felt bad and gave in, giving Hansel a $20 bill. However, Hansel would see that Mario had a leftover cheeseburger and would ask Mario for that too. And Mario, being the nice guy that he was, he gave in again and gave him the leftovers. But upon Mario coming home, he would be greeted to Shrek making a huge mess in the bathroom, and nobody could fix this. So Mario would decide to go to Hansel as he saw that he needed work, and upon going up to him, Mario would get the iconic Cheeseburger Man name that he has to this day.
I gave you the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild.
And the $20 and the cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger Man.
Yeah, Cheeseburger Man.
Cheeseburger Man.
Yeah.
Now, this part in specific actually happened to Logan in real life. Around the time this video was filmed, Logan would give his leftover cheeseburger to a homeless man, and the homeless man would give Logan the nickname Cheeseburger Man.
Alright guys, so there's a story behind this. I went to a cheeseburger place, and when I left, a homeless man actually asked me for my cheeseburger, and I gave it to him, and he started calling me Cheeseburger Man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so this video was based off of a true story. Well, not the whole plot, but the reason why the homeless guy starts calling Mario Cheeseburger Man is because I gave a homeless guy a cheeseburger one time, and he started calling me Cheeseburger Man.
Now, a homeless man calling Logan Cheeseburger Man is pure comedy, but Logan's toaster strudel real-life event might be even funnier, and we see this in SML movie Junior's Toaster Strudel. The video kicks off with Junior and his friends arguing about whether Marlin from Finding Nemo could beat up Lilo from Lilo and Stitch, which somehow turns into a debate about corn on the cob, toaster strudels, and then the shocking discovery that Junior literally has never eaten a toaster strudel in his life. Determined to prove he can make one, Junior ignores every obvious instruction, microwaves them to charcoal, and then eventually sticks a metal fork into the toaster, getting himself electrocuted so badly that everyone thinks he's dead, and starts roasting him harder than the strudels. While Junior's ghosts watch, his dad and friends talk about how unbelievably stupid he is, with Cody and Penelope even making out in front of his dead body, until Brooklyn guy snaps him back to life and explains that he almost died doing one of the dumbest things possible. In the end, Junior learns absolutely nothing, still wants a toaster strudel, and Chef Pee-Pee refuses to make him one because he's too busy laughing at how close Junior came to being a cautionary tale. The plot of this video was definitely a funny one, and it turns out Logan made the same mistake a week before this video was filmed. Essentially, Logan put a toaster strudel in the microwave, and he didn't see the toaster instructions at first. But upon seeing the toaster instructions, he would put it in the toaster, and when it was done, he would take it out with a fork because he didn't know how to take it out without burning himself. So this video is based off a true story that happened about a week ago. I had never used a toaster or made a toaster strudel before, and I tried to make one in the microwave. There was no microwave instructions on the box. Then when I did use a toaster, I didn't know how to take the hot strudel out of the toaster without burning my hand, so I tried to use a fork. Don't try that. The fact that Logan actually did this makes it so much funnier. However, a real life event that wasn't as funny was the real life event at the end of SML movie Jeffy's YouTube channel. In this video, Jeffy tries to be a YouTuber in many ways, but fails. However, by the end of the video, Mario decided to add Paul to the end of his YouTube name. Because of Logan Paul's controversial success, Jeffy would blow up, and this would cause Jeffy's next video to be him going to explore a forest. And after this video releases, they lose everything.
I'm gonna go film a video in the forest.
Okay, oh my god, this is gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I don't see how this could go wrong at all. Wow, that went really bad.
Jeffy, why did you think that was a good idea?
The views, Danny.
What are we gonna do?
Now, this part in specific is a reference to the very infamous Logan Paul dead body in the forest incident. Back in New Year's Eve of 2017, Logan Paul was taking a trip to Japan when, in a vlog he filmed, he decided to visit the suicide forest, which has a very heavy reputation for being a place where a lot of people choose to disappear. Now, they would end up filming their whole visit, and at one point, they would end up finding an actual dead body.
Yeah, when he was only 21.
No.
Kidding. True. It was Logan. Excuse me?
Obviously, I can't show the body as it's heavily against YouTube's terms of service, and Logan Paul would see this as they would kick him out of the YouTube partner program after this video was posted, and held off any collabs that they planned with Logan. Now, this would cause Logan Paul to post the infamous apology video where bro literally reads off a script. Travis Scott's apology makes this look like a masterpiece. Bro had ChatGPT early access. This real life event definitely had people going crazy, but for a valid reason. However, the real life event in SML movie Black Yoshi's Chicken Sandwich also had people going crazy for a dumb reason. The video starts with Black Yoshi just wanting some KFC, but when Mario tries to watch TV, the news comes on about the new Popeye's chicken sandwich that is already sold out, which immediately sends Black Yoshi into full-on obsession mode. He spends the whole day running around trying to get one, even breaking into a news station, and later that night, after failing again, Jeffy ends up causing chaos by dropping a vacuum off the balcony and knocking Black Yoshi out cold. At the hospital, the doctor says the only way to save him is a Popeye's chicken sandwich. So Mario and the lone dolphin go on a ridiculous heist to steal one from a guy who refuses to share. They finally get it, give it to Black Yoshi, and he pops out of a coma instantly and walks off eating it like nothing happened, leaving Mario confused at the end. Now, obviously, this is based off of the Popeye's chicken sandwich, having people go on an absolute rampage back in 2019. Basically, Popeyes finally dropped a chicken sandwich. However, it was just an ordinary chicken sandwich like in any other fast food chain. But for some reason, this sandwich sold out everywhere and had people waiting in lines fighting for the sandwich. This situation got so out of hands to the point where people started listing them on eBay for thousands of dollars. It's safe to say that there have been a fair share of truly wicked and evil characters that have come up in SML. From Does Bad Things guy hiding 26 bodies in the secret room, to CJ doing unspeakable things to a minor, there. Today, we're gonna be going over all of them and their story, starting with Mr. Winkle. Mr. Winkle has been in SML for a while, making his first appearance in SML movie Bowser Jr.'s First Grade Part 2. In this video, we see Jr. and his friends return to first grade after their teacher the previous day at school was injured because of Joseph. And when they get there, they meet their new teacher named Mr. Winkle. When they meet Mr. Winkle, they see that he acts super strange and inappropriate to the children, calling them hot and making some students bring their underwear to school the following day as their homework. He also lets them know that he's a registered sex offender, and even straight up molests Cody in the bathroom.
How you doing?
Hi.
That's hot.
Things really escalate much further the next day, as Mr. Winkle becomes more demanding and harsh with the way he treats students, desperate to take pictures of them for picture day. He gets pretty far too, until Mr. Goodman notices this and arrests him in front of everybody. He eventually gets out of prison and makes his way back to the school, attempting to get close to the kids again, but it backfires when Junior and Joseph set the school on fire with their project. Now, Mr. Winkle has made a ton of quick appearances in SML throughout the years, whether it be a neighbor with a swimming pool, or as another predator that Jeffy tries to catch in SML movie Jeffy Catches a Predator. All of these appearances reinforce his personality as a pedophile and villain to the main SML cast. One of the most defining appearances he's had since his first appearance is when he literally becomes the William Afton of SML, being the character that's inside the Springtrap puppet in SML movie Five Nights at Freddy's 3. This appearance was perfectly fitting for him, considering the origins of his character, and it's so iconic to Mr. Winkle that it's the only outfit he's worn in SML since this video. Mr. Winkle is more than likely still out there doing what he always does, as his last appearance we've seen him in is the recent version of the SML Summer School series, Summer School Part 2, where he tries to disguise himself as the teacher again, but doesn't really fool anybody, and when his disguise is eventually revealed, he takes Annabelle and runs away with her, and we haven't seen him since, only briefly making a cameo as a flashback in Jeffy's 20th birthday. It seems that being inappropriate with kids runs in the Winkle family though, as it passes down to the next villain on our list, that being CJ Winkle. CJ Winkle has only made one appearance in SML, that being an SML movie Jeffy's 20th birthday, alongside his older brother, Mr. Winkle. This video follows Jeffy's 20th birthday being celebrated in the present while being contrasted with Jeffy's life in the past, and in the past we get to see the terrible way that Jeffy and his sister Phoebe had to grow up. We see them being locked in a cage, fed green beans, and being verbally abused by Nancy constantly. That's only the surface level of their abuse, however, as we see that Nancy sometimes is unable to pay her dues to her drug dealer CJ, and the only way Nancy can pay her debt is to let CJ do some terrible things to Phoebe that I'm not even gonna go into detail about. On his 7th birthday, Jeffy tries to get justice for Phoebe by beating the crap out of CJ, but this backfires when CJ goes to his brother, Mr. Winkle, well, he's on the police force to get away with it. These things happening to Jeffy and Phoebe traumatizes Jeffy well into his adulthood, and gives him plenty of PTSD on his birthday. After pondering everything that's happened to him in the past, he decides that it's finally time to get justice for his sister. Back at Jeffy's old house, we see that CJ hasn't changed in the past 13 years, still doing the same horrendous things to young girls. Right before he strikes again, Jeffy barges into the house and ties CJ up, attaching him to a massive monster truck, and full-on charges through the house, destroying it and killing CJ on the spot. Thankfully, everybody can rest easy now, knowing that CJ is dead and can't hurt anyone anymore. When you think about it, however, CJ could have been prevented from getting in the house if it weren't for our next villain on the list, Jeffy's mom, Nancy. Nancy is one of, if not the most iconic SML villains of all time, being the main antagonist of several extremely hyped up SML videos, such as Jeffy's parents and Jeffy's 18th birthday. In Jeffy's parents, we actually meet Nancy for the first time, and this was the video that finally showed us who Jeffy's parents were, as we had been curious for over a year at this point on who they were. We see that Mario gets a call from Goodman letting him know that the woman who dropped Jeffy off at his doorstep is ready to pick up Jeffy again, and Mario has her sent to the new house. When she gets to the house eventually, she turns out to be absolutely disgusting looking, and clearly doesn't treat Jeffy Jeffy right, and Jeffy doesn't want to go back home with her. Mario eventually forces Jeffy to go with her, leading to a huge argument between Mario and Rosalina. Meanwhile, Jeffy is threatened with starvation while being verbally abused, all until he gets the great idea to jump out of the car and run back to Mario's house. Jeffy then begs Mario to let him stay, and Mario caves in, eventually letting Nancy fall into a trap to get her arrested and away from Jeffy permanently. After her arrest, it turns out that she wanted Jeffy back to get his inheritance money from his late father, Jacques-Pierre Francois, who died and left his money to Jeffy and put it in a trust fund so he could get it when he's 18. Nancy's constant obsession of Jeffy leads her to make several attempts over the years to steal Jeffy for her own benefit, such as in Jeffy's 17th birthday, and Jeffy and Junior go to prison. But by far, her most iconic attempt comes in SML movie Jeffy's 18th birthday, one of the most hyped up SML videos of all time. In this video, we see Nancy work together with Screwball to steal Jeffy since he turned 18, and he was able to receive the money. However, since Screwball and Nancy are lower on the SML intelligence spectrum, they end up stealing Marvin instead, causing Jeffy, Rose, Brooklyn Guy, and Simmons to try and rescue Mario, eventually doing so. Jeffy attempts to kill Nancy here, but she survives, eventually returning in SML movie Jeffy's 19th birthday. And in this video, she tries to get the money from Jeffy again by stealing multiple kids and holding them for ransom. Brooklyn Guy eventually gets into a shootout with her, shooting her in the face, finally killing her.
Die! Well, I made sure she's dead this time.
We're all able to know that she's dead for certain this time, because we see her in hell in SML movie Satan Claus, where she'll stay until Logan runs out of ideas for Jeffy's birthdays in the future and brings her back. And honestly, I could totally see a plot where she escapes hell. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. But greediness for money comes from Jeffy's dad's side as well, as we see the same wickedness with our next villain on the list, that being Jacques-Pierre Francois. Jacques has appeared in SML as early as SML movie Bowser Jr.'s Painting, where he was shown to be a dedicated artist, but his connection to Jeffy was made in SML movie Jeffy's Parents, and we find out in this episode that he passed away and left his $1 million fortune to his only living child, who we find out is Jeffy. For the next few years of SML, we're all waiting for Jeffy to get loaded, but this gets thrown out when we find out in Jeffy's 18th birthday that he's actually not dead, and he had been hiding out and faking his death, making it very clear in the process that he wants nothing to do with Jeffy. Jeffy then actually gets the chance to meet him for the very first time in SML movie Jeffy's 21st birthday. In this video, we see that Jeffy is 21 and finally old enough to drink. So he, Marvin, Brooklyn Guy, and Chef Pee-Pee make their way to Las Vegas to have a good time drinking and gambling their money away. While this is happening, we see that Jacques-Pierre Francois is also in Vegas and is currently on the news with Goodman going over all of his paintings. He draws special attention to the one that's his balls taped over a piece of paper, since he claims that they've never been used to make a kid. Prince Abu Dhabi sees this painting and plans to pay only if Jock can assure they are completely unused balls. Right on cue after this, Jeffy walks in and makes it clear to the prince that Jock is his dad. And after some back and forth, Jock knows that Jeffy won't stop. So he decides that the only way to make sure he can get the money and prove that he has no son is by full-on murdering Jeffy so that Jeffy can never prove anything. Jock comes to the room and steals Jeffy away, taping him, trapping him in his Jeffy-mobile that's tied to an airplane, planning on dropping him off on the ground to try to kill him. But Jock gets some instant karma for trying to kill Jeffy, since he escapes in a parachute, causing Jock to try to kill him with the plane, and instead crashes the plane in the process, killing him and everyone else on board.
Good thing I always keep a parachute and a pair of scissors under the seat of my car.
Speaking of some characters who love money, we gotta talk about another character who loves money and especially stealing things, ya boy Dougie. This is a little bit more of a lighthearted villain on this list compared to some of the other ones that we've covered, but I wouldn't exactly consider him a saint either. Far from it, actually. Dougie, or Black Yoshi as he used to be known, has spent all of his time in SML basically stealing expensive things, money, and even fried chicken. These habits that he has gotten into cause a variety of problems with the SML crew, like the time he stole everybody's Christmas presents in SML movie How Black Yoshi Stole Christmas. In this video, we get to see Black Yoshi literally straight up kill Santa Claus and take all of his presents away to save them for himself.
All these presents, boy. Black Yoshi, what are you doing? What's up, Bo? I'm just going through my presents. Those are not your presents, Black Yoshi. That's Santa's bag of gifts. But he gave them to me after I saw him choke on the cookies and die.
We also see Black Yoshi get himself put on house arrest for stealing money from a gas station and pretending that he was trying to save it. He gets around his punishment by giving Jeffy his ankle monitor, which leads to Brooklyn Guy bringing a gun to school, causing Brooklyn Guy to almost get kicked off the force until he brings Black Yoshi in, and Black Yoshi fakes him out and gets away with everything he did. Since this, however, and the introduction of Dougie instead of Black Yoshi, we see the character just get a whole lot more stupid, but still doing the same things of trying to steal some stuff and whining about Call of Duty. So he's definitely still a villain, but a far cry from where he used to be. We're well into this list, but before we go any further, make sure you're subscribed, because we're about to talk about one of the most insane and memorable SML villains of all time, Does Bad Things Guy, who we see in SML movie The Secret Door. Logan set up this episode all the way back in SML movie The New House, where we see that Brooklyn Guy mentions that 26 people were murdered in the new house that they were touring. He also tells everyone when they get to the second floor never to go in the secret door for any reason, leaving SML fans wondering for months what was behind the door. In this actual episode, we see that Mario and Rosalina try to play hide and seek with Jeffy, but he doesn't know how to count at all, leading Mario and Rosalina to count, and letting Jeffy go hide instead. Jeffy, while trying to hide, hears knocking coming from the secret door and decides to go in. Mario and Rosalina then get done counting and hear Jeffy scream, leading them to go in the door and see the absolute whore waiting for them on the other side.
What is going on?
What is happening? Why are there bodies everywhere?
They then decide to call the cops to get some help with the situation, but it turns out to be a bad idea for them, as the cop is the person that murdered all of these people and stuffed their bodies in there, and he attempts to do the same for them, tying them up and almost killing all of them. But then the real Brooklyn Guy comes in and saves them from it. He then explains that it was his brother Does Bad Things Guy who did all of this, and he was away for a while. This video was certainly hyped into oblivion, with the setup Logan did and the countdown to the secret door livestream happening as well. I guess it's up to you to decide how much it lived up to the hype. Ever since this event though, we haven't seen Does Bad Things Guy, letting us know for sure that he's dead, and that he won't murder anybody else. Soon after this video came out, we have the start of another character who might not be described best as villain, but certainly an antagonistic force. That being the one and only Mr. Goodman. Goodman has had appearances for a long time in SML, starting all the way back in the old house era being played by Zeke, and eventually evolving into a cop and sort of a businessman played by Lance instead. And when we get to SML movie The Bet, we get the chance to meet the then new Goodman, who is constantly demanding Mario's house payment and is super disrespectful to everyone he meets around him, even after learning how to be poor when he loses all of his money in this video. There is no end to the list of terrible things that he's done to the other characters, but some of the most notable things I can mention is being racist to his brother in SML movie Mr. Hoodman, constantly abusing chives like we see in SML movie Goodman's Turkey, and even straight up shooting Jeffy in SML movie Invisible Jeffy.
You motherfucker! You get the fuck back here! I'm gonna shoot your ass! Oh, dang, I got shot! What?
Goodman's morals even trickle down to the way his children act, as we have a lot of evidence that Richard and Benjamin might not be that bad of children, but Goodman's influence on their life makes them act a lot worse than they should. Mr. Goodman was once good, but this is much more far in between nowadays. But next on this list, let's take a look at Screwball. Screwball has been in SML for over a decade, just like Mr. Goodman, making his first appearance in SML movie Bowser Jr.'s Mom. And throughout the course of the channel, we get to know one crystal clear thing about him, which is the fact that he's a terrible person that also happens to say stupid things all at the same time. We see this quite frequently in SML, such as the time where he lives in the house with Joseph, trying to date his mom, not even realizing that she's dead, and getting way too much pleasure from Bowser Jr. pulling his snake balloon in Bowser Jr.'s 6th birthday, adding to the enormous list of things that Screwball does in SML.
Why don't you go ahead and give it a tug, kid?
Okay,
Two of Screwball's biggest offenses are when he worked with Nancy in order to kidnap Jeffy to get paid, which we see in Jeffy's 18th birthday and 19th birthday videos. In these videos, we see Screwball doing things that could get him a number of charges, including kidnapping, destruction of property, attempted murder, and a lot more. Screwball might also be a terrible person, but there's no chance you're gonna see him disguised as a hero. A thing we can't say about our next villain on the list, Super D. Super D appeared for the first time in SML movie Jeffy's 16th birthday. In this video, we see that Mario's throwing Jeffy a birthday, but the only thing that Jeffy really wants for his birthday is a car. But Mario ends up getting a crappy car instead, starting a chain of events where Rosalina and Jeffy get mad at Mario for almost everything. Right on cue after this, Rosalina answers the door to see her ex-boyfriend Super D, who comes in and gives Jeffy a new cake with his cake vision, and then gets Jeffy a car with his face on the hood.
What are you two again, friends?
Oh, we're married! Look at my ring!
Married? Alright, it's time to use my divorce vision.
Oh, no divorce vision. How about you use your leave vision and go away forever vision, because we don't want to see you ever again.
Jeffy then goes on a ride with Super D in his new car. But we find out very soon after this that Super D is not someone that Jeffy needs to be around. As when Jeffy and Super D get pulled over in the Corvette, it turns out that it's stolen. Super D ditches Jeffy, leaving him to take the blame. And then we learn after this from Brooklyn Guy that Super D is a notorious villain that nobody should be around. We see this claim supported in many videos after this, such as when he hires a robber to try to kidnap Rose to look bad, and another time where he buys a Turbo Man doll for Christmas in SML movie Jeffy's Christmas gift, solely to make Mario's life harder. And hell, there's even the time he flat out admits on the news that he set a girl's house on fire because things weren't working out on their Tinder date.
Well, I was on a Tinder date with this girl and she wasn't really feeling me, so when she wasn't looking, I used my laser eyes to set her house on fire, so then I saved her from the fire, and now she's way into me and she thinks I'm a hero.
But Super D redeems himself while fighting alongside Super Big D, Marvin, and Mosquito Man in the video The Avengers of D, against our next SML villain, Super Huge Long-Lasting Big Girthy D, who is another one of Rose's exes, with a, let's just say, tail on the front of him, who distracts himself with Marvin's D, and then gets beat up by everything, disappearing as quick as he came. He's a pretty big superhero, so he's probably still living out that life. Jeffy might have had some bad run-ins with Super D, but absolutely nothing compares to the run-ins he's had with his arch nemesis, Bully Bill. This rivalry has existed for a while, and it started all the way back in SML movie Jeffy Gets Bullied. In this video, we see that Jeffy is minding his own business until he gets straight up harassed by Bully behind him, who throws paper balls at him and calls him a retard. Jeffy eventually gets fed up with this and teaches him a lesson.
Yeah, I got excelled, Daddy. Excelled? Mm-hmm. The teacher said I was doing so good that he excelled me. Do you mean expelled? Oh yeah, Daddy, that one with the P. You got expelled, Jeffy! How'd you get expelled?
Jeffy gets in big trouble for this, and Bully literally does the same thing again the next day, with Jeffy handling it the same way, eventually getting him expelled. Mario and Rosalina then attach a camera to Jeffy to catch Bully Bill in the act, which it eventually does, leading Jackie Chu to get Bully in trouble, with Bully apologizing to him, seemingly ending it from there. But unfortunately for Jeffy and everyone else, it does not end there, with Bully bullying tons of different characters, like Jeffy again, Cody, Junior, Mario, and Brooklyn Guy as well, being a constant difficulty on everyone around him. He's still kicking, and there's absolutely no chance that he's gonna stop anytime soon. The students in the SML classroom, however, have a lot more to worry about than just Bully, as they need to worry constantly about the next villain on the list, Principal Steinbeck. Principal Steinbeck has been in SML for a while, being from the old house era like a bunch of other characters, but he's mainly seen when there's a school series going on like Bowser Jr.'s First Grade or the new SML series. There's truly not a lot we can see about him since he's super one note in the way he interacts, but he is always insane whenever he's on screen. Steinbeck's defining characteristics are usually barging into the room, being super loud, and screaming at the kids, but he's done some even more insane things, like letting the pedophile Mr. Winkle into the classroom with kids because he was called hot, and straight up assaulting students like we've seen when he beats Toad up for throwing a paper ball at him.
Anybody wants to be funny? Oh my god!
So yeah, as long as the SML characters are in school, they'll always need to be looking over their shoulders for Principal Steinbeck. But everyone in the SML universe needs to look over their shoulder when it comes to avoiding the traps of Billy the Puppet. Billy makes his debut in SML movie Saw when he comes to live with Marvin and Rose as a favor to Craig. The thing that Bully does more than anyone else is ask people to play games, but the catch is, with all of his games, it can lead to a ton of injuries, but he especially loves using aids that are usually attached to needles. Billy has also been caught torturing and even murdering people, like we see in SML movie Billy's Revenge. In this video, we see Billy force Brooklyn Guy to rip his eyes out, chop off Mr. Goodman's balls, and even cause Brooklyn Guy's assistant Susan to die when he gives her pepper and she sneezes afterwards.
Oh man, that is messed up! You sneezed on my sandwich!
Billy has clearly been shown to have no regard for any human life, and causes quite a lot of problems on screen. So let's just hope that we don't see him again anytime soon. But finally, we've made it to the bottom of the list, and we're gonna end it with possibly the longest running, but most fallen and flanderized SML villain of all time, Bowser. Bowser started his time in SML incredibly early, being an antagonist throughout the entirety of the Mario and Luigi Stupid and Dumb Adventure series, doing some horrific things like kidnapping Peach, eventually causing her to be the mother of Bowser Jr., and straight up murdering Luigi and Black Yoshi, all just to torture Mario.
I'm gonna kill you, Mama Luigi. No! I'm gonna kill you.
Since this era, though, Bowser has fallen off about as much as any SML villain could, with him being just a shell of his former self. Bowser eventually started watching a show called Charlie and Friends, and since this, Bowser's defining characteristics is being lazy, watching TV, and neglecting Junior all the time. This problem proceeded to get even worse, however, with the transition to puppets in February of 2021, where Bowser became Braxton, and there's no more left than just a shell of his old self, really never appearing in that many videos anymore. This way, at least we're not gonna have to worry about any time where Braxton is gonna kidnap Rose or something. By now, we all know that SML doesn't have movie production quality when it comes to their videos, so there's obviously bound to be hidden mistakes in videos that the average SML fan wouldn't see. And there's actually a lot, like in SML movie Jeffy's Balloon Company, where we see a small but crucial mistake. In the video, around the 9-minute mark, we see Brooklyn Guy selling balloons to Balloon Boy. And if you pay close attention, when Brooklyn Guy gives the balloons to Balloon Boy, we can actually see a bit of Poopy's nose and head in the video, which typically isn't supposed to happen.
Refund? No, we don't do refunds. Hold on. Give him this, tell him it'll at least lift his house a few inches, maybe a door or two.
Now, it's always the little details that matter. Obviously, Logan doesn't have over-the-top movie-level production, but his videos are still high quality, and he has a good following, so he should still not have these mistakes. In addition to this, we would yet again see Poopy's face in SML movie Mario's Hobo Problem. Around halfway into the video, we would see Mario give Hansel a plumber job, due to Hansel stating in his homeless sign that he was looking for work. But like expected, Hansel would just be really stupid the whole time, and not do anything right. Hansel would straight up drop the plunger into the toilet, and when he would reach to pick it back up, you can yet again see a little bit of Poopy's head and face on the side if you pay close enough attention.
No. You use your hand. No.
Now, both of these Poopy face sightings were pretty small mistakes. However, another little mistake you sure didn't notice is not being subscribed. Come on, what are you doing? Why aren't you subscribed yet? But seriously though, the mistake you for sure didn't notice is an SML movie Black Yoshi Scam, where in the beginning of the video, we would see Mario watching the Meatball channel. And if you listen closely, the channel says that they only air spaghetti and meatballs 24/7.
You're watching the Spaghetti and the Meatball channel. Nothing but spaghetti and the meatballs 24/7.
That does look good.
But literally just a few seconds after this is said, we see a Call of Duty ad come on, which makes no sense, as it implies that it's 24/7. As if it implies that it's 24/7, then there wouldn't be any ads of sort, as most 24-hour channels never have ads.
We'll be back to the spaghetti and the meatballs after this commercial break. What if World War II happened on the moon?
Now, that mistake was definitely brushed off and probably never noticed by most fans. And the same can be said for the small but important mistake we see in SML movie Shrek the Babysitter. Around the middle of the video, Junior and Jeffy were hungry, so they decide to eat Shrek's cheesecake. However, Shrek is able to sense that his cheesecake is being eaten, so bro would do the most logical thing ever and break down the bathroom door while he was taking a dump to see who was eating it.
It couldn't be my cheesecake. My cheesecake!
But here's where it gets interesting. Later towards the end of the video, we would find out that Shrek locked Jeffy and Junior in the smelly bathroom as a punishment for misbehaving.
Well, what'd you do with them?
I put them in timeout.
However, if you noticed, Shrek literally knocked down the door earlier, so this meant that Shrek would have to end up putting the door fully back up, which means drilling in the nails and having someone else most likely hold up the door while he did it. And before this, he was chasing Junior and Jeffy down trying to find them. So overall, this made no sense, hence why it's a mistake. Now, the super key mistake made in SML movie Jeffy the Judge is a lot more weird, and makes the SML universe even weirder. In the video, we saw Judge Jeffy taking care of multiple court cases, and one of them would end up being Hansel, due to him peeing on the courthouse. However, upon him arriving at the courthouse, he claims an alien took his right ear.
Okay, Your Honor, our next case is this homeless guy I found outside peeing on the courthouse, so that's public urination.
Aliens took my right ear.
But this wouldn't actually be true. In fact, it was actually Junior who bit his ear off. As in SML movie Cody's Curse, we see Junior as a pig literally bite Hansel's ear off after kidnapping him.
Alright, so we're in the privacy of our own home, so now we can eat them.
Okay, Junior, go.
I'm gonna try his ear this time.
My ear.
Oh, it's so gross!
Oh my god, Junior, you ripped his ear off!
Now clearly, this was an obvious mistake by Logan and the crew, and they likely never noticed. However, in SML terms, we can argue that Hansel was most likely going crazy, as we know that he isn't all there in the head. But one mistake that makes absolutely zero sense is in SML movie Junior Goes to Legoland. In the video, we see Junior literally blackmail Penelope and threaten to reveal her biggest secret if she doesn't cover for Junior, Joseph, and Cody in class. And obviously, she would agree. However, towards the beginning of the classroom scene, we see Jackie Chu taking attendance. And if you look closely, Bully was not there.
Yeah, dude, I'm here.
Okay, Junior, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, and Cody's mom is a fat pig.
Now, at first, most of you probably just assumed that Poopy wasn't there when they filmed the scenes at the SML house, or Bully was just flat out absent. But nope, just a minute later, we would see Bully go up to the Cody paper printout and rip it.
Alright, that's it. I'm gonna beat you up. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I ripped his head off. Oh god, what did I do? I killed him. Oh.
This was clearly a mistake. However, Bully could have possibly just arrived late and it wasn't captured on camera. However, this was simply a mistake made by Logan and just causes the video to make no sense if you paid good attention. But the line that Junior said in SML movie The Fishing Trip makes absolutely zero sense too. Now, in this video, Bowser wants to spend some quality time with his son for the first time in his life, so he would decide to take Junior on a fishing trip and invite Mario and Jeffy to join them. However, when they all get there, Junior asks what Mario and that guy are doing here, basically saying that he didn't know who Jeffy was.
Just me and you, no Chef Pee-Pee, no friends, nothing like that.
But what's that Mario and that guy doing here?
Don't worry about them.
But this right here makes no sense, as around the time this video was filmed and uploaded, Junior already knew who Jeffy was, as he met him in SML movie Game Night 3, and played with him in SML movie Playtime 4. Now, the only possible solution to this would be that this video isn't canon to the rest, but that argument would make no sense, as the video doesn't really have anything special or different to it. So overall, this was just a twisted memory mistake from Logan. On the other hand, let's return to smaller mistakes, and we see a very small mistake mistake in SML movie Junior's broccoli problem. In this video, we see Chef Pee-Pee feed Junior some broccoli, and Junior wouldn't like that at all. So he would try to figure out what to do with it, and eventually he decides to flush broccoli down the toilet. Now here's where the mistake starts. When Junior pours it into the toilet, the broccoli mostly isn't in full pieces, and is mostly chopped up.
Okay, all that in there? Oh, yeah, that's gross. Okay, flush it.
But once the broccoli reaches the sewers, the alligators end up being in there and start eating it.
Hungry. Oh, what? Nom, 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 nom. More.
However, if you didn't already notice, the broccoli is in full pieces, when Junior never actually flushed the full pieces, which in general just makes no sense yet again, and the crew probably didn't put enough detail into that scene. And that would be real crucial in SML movie Jeffy's forest fire. In this video, we see Junior, Jeffy, and their friends launch a firework in the forest, and they would cause a forest fire because of this. Obviously, the news would cover this, and during the news segment, if you look closely enough at the caption on the bottom, Logan actually misspelled forest and was written as forest.
Breaking news, okay? A forest fire is currently burning the forest. The cause is unknown.
However, a more complex mistake that wasn't acknowledged as much was in SML movie Jeffy's new dad. In this video, Marvin ended up needing to use the restroom while he was at the park with Jeffy, so Marvin feels that it's responsible to go pee in a bush at the park. And like expected, a kid would be in there, and would see Marvin with his hog out.
Oh man, I gotta pee.
You found me! You wing hide and seek!
What?
Ah! Wingo! This guy's got his wiener out! He's trying to pee on me!
This would obviously get him on the offender registry. However, this is where the mistake kicks in, as Mario was supposed to already be an offender, as he would already be registered as one in SML movie Jeffy's Bad Word.
What's up, child beater?
I'm out on bail.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also a registered offender for some reason.
Now, in most SML videos, a lot of these types of events stay canon. However, Logan most likely just forgot, as this video was indeed canon to the SML universe. However, random civilians in SML also make mistakes too, as in SML movie Junior Goes to the Fair, we see Junior playing this game at the fair, and according to the booth worker, if you win the game, you're able to choose any prize that you want.
What do I have to do, mister?
Well, you gotta pop 2 out of 3 and you can pick which one you want.
Oh, okay, I'll pop 2 out of 3, okay.
After this, Junior would proceed to win the game. However, the mistake of this video is that the booth worker did not let Junior choose his prize, and just gave him a random one instead of the pig that Junior wanted.
All right, great, good job. You actually won something. What? There you go, you want a penguin?
I want a penguin, Chef Pee-Pee!
Now, this mistake was more of a weird one, as the guy clearly said that he could choose the prize, but didn't let Junior do that. So it's honestly unknown why he didn't let him choose, but this mistake still made the scene just a bit off. But these mistakes take a really weird turn in SML movie Jeffy's voice problem. The video kicks off with Jeffy having a helium tank, and he would start wanting to inflate some balloons, so he would go to look for some in Marvin's room, and he would find a super weird tool under Marvin's bed, and Jeffy would confuse it for a balloon.
Here you go, Daddy. Here's the first balloon.
Well, Jeffy, what is that?
It's a balloon.
Well, where'd you get it at?
Underneath your bed.
Let go of it.
Why?
It's a gross balloon, Jeffy.
Now, around 3 minutes later, we would see the dirty balloon Jeffy inflated randomly float around behind the red couch, which definitely wasn't supposed to happen.
Hey, Daddy! Oh, I can tell you're still sucking helium, Jeffy.
Yeah, Daddy, I'm sucking it like the girl on the street corner that you told me about last Friday night.
What?
This mistake was for sure unintended, without a doubt, as earlier they did just throw the balloon up in the air, so we can't really blame anyone for this. However, a mistake that Logan can have the blame for is seen in SML movie Jeffy Goes to Disney World. In this video, we see a school scene, and Bully Bill is there like usual, but some things are off throughout the scene, starting with the fact that Bully moved while not even being voiced.
You have hand sanitizer!
No, shut up, Junior.
Wait, you have hand sanitizer?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You have hand sanitizer. Everybody, he has hand sanitizer.
But this would make a bit of sense with context. next. Bully Bill wasn't talking at the time due to Poopy voicing Cody. However, there's still more. If you notice, Elena is the one moving Bully Bill, as you can literally see her whole face under the desk, which typically isn't supposed to be seen in SML school scenes, so it's safe to say that Logan messed up this scene pretty bad. But now, backtracking a few years, we see Logan mess up again, but this time it isn't crazy or even noticeable. The mistake is in SML movie Chef Poo-Poo's kitchen disaster. In the video, we see Chef Pee-Pee accidentally cut his hand off, so he would get his crazy twin Chef Poo-Poo to sub in for him when he goes to the hospital. However, upon Chef Pee-Pee returning from the hospital, he mentions how they only gave him a band-aid for the cut. But this is where the mistakes roll in. You see, Logan put the band-aid on Chef Pee-Pee's left arm, when he initially cut his right arm.
Oh, I can't believe all they could do is give me a band-aid. Are you serious? Hopefully Poo-Poo got the cupcakes out the oven.
But in spite of that, this isn't the only mistake in this video, and the next one is a smaller one, and that is that Chef Poo-Poo never had a hat on, where in the thumbnail he clearly has a hat on, and you can tell that they use Chef Poo-Poo for the PNG, as his mustache is thicker than Chef Pee-Pee's puppet mustache. And even in the first appearance of Chef Poo-Poo, he also didn't even have a hat on, which just causes the PNG to make zero sense. But we aren't finished with double mistakes in one SML video, because the time machine provides us with two crucial mistakes made by Logan and the crew. In the first mistake, we see Cody showing off his ID in the video. However, if you pay close attention, you would notice that Cody has Junior's address on his ID, even though Cody doesn't live there, and he's just a frequent visitor.
Yeah, you're 11, go on in. Here's mine. Let's see. Ooh, no, sorry kid, it says right here you're 3 years old. But no, I'm not, I'm 12.
Now, Logan would most likely put his address on there as it was already leaked, and he didn't want to put another one. However, Logan could have easily made up one for the ID. Now, for the second mistake, we see Junior and Cody traveling back all the way to 2008, when Judith was having Cody, and Junior, for some reason, tells Brooklyn Guy that a patient has a coronavirus, and Brooklyn Guy acted clueless.
Oh, I have no idea.
Doctor, it's an emergency. We need you in the emergency room. Stat, someone has coronavirus.
What is that?
I forgot. It's 2008.
However, this was a mistake because a coronavirus variant actually did exist a while ago, dating all the way back to 2002, which was called SARS-CoV-1. And this was a very severe virus, so Brooklyn Guy, as a doctor, should have known of this, especially since Junior didn't specify which COVID it was. So this was a pretty hidden yet interesting mistake. But one mistake that completely ruins the point of a character for a video is showcased in SML movie It. In this video, we see Brooklyn Guy say booger 3 times in a row under 30 seconds, which as we know, booger has to spawn in if Brooklyn Guy does this, and he just for some reason didn't spawn this time around.
Come here, you damn booger. Gotta get the damn booger out of there. What? Oh, we're live. Well, yeah, I was picking my nose. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta get that booger out of there, you know?
Now, this mistake was most likely caused due to Logan forgetting yet again, as he always has a lot of focus on while filming. However, so far, we haven't actually seen any actual editing mistakes in these entries. But this changes with SML movie Junior Goes to Disney World Part 2. In the video, around the 21-minute mark, we can see a scene cut out. Then, once the next scene comes, you can actually hear Logan say go. And as we all know, he says this before he films every scene.
It was pretty bad. They took our picture, Chef Pee-Pee. We need to find them. There's our picture, Chef Pee-Pee. Buy it. Who's those black people?
Now, Logan most likely forgot to cut this out, and it's really not a huge deal, as he most likely didn't notice. But one editing mistake that Logan didn't notice, which honestly comes as a surprise, was in SML movie Black Yoshi's Black Friday. In this video, we see Jeffy being stupid like usual, and he would end up smashing a turkey that Mario was making for Goodman with an axe. However, the weird thing about this scene is that you can see a weird green effect under the fly for a second. Now, if you paid close enough attention, you've definitely noticed this, and it most likely happened due to the green screen effect malfunctioning. And either Logan didn't notice this during editing, or he did notice and didn't want to refilm the scene, but this would be an editing mistake, so he just probably didn't notice during editing. I don't know. But what about the time Tyrone and Black Yoshi's friendship was completely messed up by Logan, and he made this mistake in SML movie Black Yoshi's Blank Check. The video shows Black Yoshi getting a blank check, so obviously Black Yoshi filled it out and put $1 million on it, and this would cause him to gain a gold digger girlfriend, along with a new friend Black Yoshi gained, who was Tyrone. And according to Tyrone, him and Black Yoshi were only friends for 5 minutes.
What? New best friend? Who are you?
Oh, I'm Tyrone. What? I'm his best friend.
What? How long have you known him?
About 5 minutes, but you know, we best friends. He gave me $10,000, so I'm gonna be by his side forever.
However, this statement by Tyrone is fully wrong, as he and Black Yoshi have actually been friends dating all the way back to 2014, as seen in SML movie Mario the Gangster, and Black Yoshi refers to him as Pookie. Along with that, Black Yoshi confirms that he is his friend.
Alright, so check it out. My drug dealer / friend Pookie done got himself arrested, right? He was selling drugs outside our house.
Now, this mistake was likely caused for the same reason we've seen multiple times already, which is Logan just straight up forgetting the storylines in his past videos. However, our next video has a lot of mistakes, which is SML movie Jeffy's 18th birthday. The first mistake we see is by far the funniest of the video, which is that during the beginning of the video, you can notice that the free candy van is not registered, which means that it doesn't have a license plate. However, at the end of the video, it did have a license plate, which means that Screwball had to go get it registered before the big chase. Well, Marvin was kidnapped, but in reality, this mistake was caused due to Logan actually having to register the van because his neighbors were calling the cops on him, claiming that he was actually going to kidnap kids.
When we spray painted free candy on the side of the van, we drove it around my neighborhood multiple times, and my neighbors, who hate me, they called the cops on me. They said that I was trying to abduct kids, and they said that they have kids and it's scaring them. So the cops showed up to my house, and the cop talked to me and told me to register it.
Honestly, this mistake was super funny, but also dumb on the neighbor's end, as nobody actually uses a free candy van to kidnap kids, especially nowadays. But one really weird mistake in the video was at the end, when Screwball claims that he survived due to jumping out of the van, and it even shows a flashback of him jumping out.
Well, Jeffy, no! Jeffy! Gunshots! I'm out of here!
Now, this flashback makes zero sense when you pay close attention, as if you look closely right before the van explodes, you can see that Screwball's in it, and you never actually see him jump out. Then the van explodes right after, which causes everything to not add up. Now, the mistakes that we've went over so far in this video were mistakes that Logan never really looked into that much and didn't mind. However, one mistake Logan genuinely messed up was in one of the Nancy phone call scenes. You see, in almost every phone call in the video, you can see Nancy inside the van, but one phone call scene in specific with Brooklyn Guy is very different. In this scene, you can see that Nancy is super close to the camera for some reason.
Hello? Hey there, ma'am. I just wanted to let you know that this is the police and you're going to jail, bitch. Say hi, Simmons.
Hi, Simmons.
This would be because Logan messed up and actually forgot to record this scene. So he had to improvise, and he recorded this in a room with a black screen. And at 28:05, you can even see the black screen under her arm instead of the van. Clearly, Logan messed up badly on this, but most fans probably never noticed. Another really small thing that Logan himself pointed out was in the beginning of the video, where we see Nancy escape from prison by digging underground. This would cause the alarm to go off, and right after this happens, we see a scene of Nancy running underground while the alarm is going off. Now, to most of you, this may seem like a fully normal scene with no mistakes, but there's actually a pretty big one if you pay close enough attention. Logan would mention how it was possible for Nancy to have the red light shining on her when she was underground and the alarm was on the surface.
The red alarm's going off inside the prison. But if she dug under the prison,
she shouldn't be anywhere near the light.
Why would the red light be on her?
She dug out into the hallway?
Now, Logan would actually notice this while watching it one last time before uploading, and he even noticed that it made 0 sense. But in this video, there would also be camera and recording issues, as in the scene where Nancy meets Screwball and starts teaming up with him, you can see a weird white effect on the top right of the video, and according to Logan, that mistake may have been caused due to the sun.
Big boy.
So if you notice, it's just this big white annoying glare the whole scene. It went away, kind of got closer. But like, if you notice, it keeps coming back.
You can't help that because of the sun.
Yeah, the sun did that.
However, this mistake right here is a really good example of why Logan hates filming outside at times, and shows how much of a negative impact the sun can have on videos. Another mistake Logan didn't notice while filming was during the chase scene, where you're able to see Brooklyn Guy, Simmons, and Marvin in a cop car. However, if you check the left side rearview mirror, you can actually see Zach the whole entire time during the scene, which means that other people were meeting up and hanging out in that same field in the SML universe while all of this madness was happening.
I think that's Zach driving. Zach's the guy who blew up the van for us, but Zach is in clear view of the rearview mirror. So literally the whole scene. He's just standing there. So I guess there was more people in this field, you know, meeting up at the time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, I mean, there's a whole thing going on, but I mean, there's people in the background.
Now, according to Logan, this mistake could have been easily avoided if he simply told everybody to get out of the way before filming the scene.
This mistake could have been avoided, just like the guy in the side view mirror, if I would have said, everyone move out of the way, but I guess wasn't paying attention.
Now, those were all mistakes from Jeffy's 18th birthday. However, we see a mistake that made absolutely 0 sense in SML movie Bowser Goes to the Movies. In this video, we see Bowser watching the Charlie and Friends movie, and in one of the scenes, we see Charlie going to the gas station to get a slushie. However, he would claim that there were no cups, so bro just drink out of the slushie machine using his mouth.
Boy, am I thirsty. But there's no cups. You know what that means.
However, if you look a bit closer, you can see that there are cups at the gas station behind Charlie that he could have easily grabbed. But maybe Charlie just didn't have any money, so he lied about there being no cups, so he can simply drink out of the machine. This mistake is pretty weird when it comes to the fact that we actually can't know if Logan noticed this or not, as he may have actually never noticed that there were more cups. Or maybe he did, but he wanted Charlie to drink out of the machine on purpose. However, we'll probably never find out. But the next mistake in SML movie Chef Pee Pee Quits Part 3 is a super odd one. Now, in this video, we see Officer Goodman fire Chef Pee Pee from being a cop after he tased Bowser at the end of the scene. Chef Pee Pee would walk away and say, "I hate my life." And for a split second, you see Goodman's mouth moving, and he was potentially saying something to him.
Just get out, you're fired. I can handle this by myself.
You know what? I don't even need this job anymore. I hate my life anyway. Oh man, I need a job.
Now, this may have actually been a deleted scene that Logan cut off of the video, as you can even see Goodman's hand move up like he was yelling something at Chef Pee Pee. But Logan nor anyone else in the crew ever talked about this deleted scene. But Logan also most likely did not mention the mistake made in one of the most recent SML movies, Elf. In this video, we see a parody of the iconic Christmas movie Elf. And in the beginning, we see the way Buddy the Elf ended up in the North Pole. And in the SML universe, he was Marvin's kid, and he crawled into Santa's bag in the SML house.
And some baby crawled into his bag and stowed away.
But what's weird about all of this is that this event happened over 19 years ago, as Marvin confirmed later in the video that he hooked up with Christy Boner 20 years ago and had Buddy. Now, here's where it gets good. 19 years ago, Marvin didn't live in the current SML house, and actually lived in the classic house, which was Logan's mom's house. And Mario and Marvin have been confirmed to be the same person multiple times. So realistically, this scene shouldn't have taken place in Logan's filming house, and instead should have taken place at Logan's mom's house, so it would make more sense. But funnily enough, the second SML video posted after the Elf parody would feature a similar mistake. In SML movie 3 Christmases, we would see Brooklyn Guy around the end of the video telling Marvin about how he took the house stove in SML movie Junior Cells Thomas and traded it for a toy train set.
Where did the stove go?
Oh, I took it. Sorry about that.
What, you took it?
Yeah, I traded it for a train set, so it's mine now.
A train set?
Mm-hmm, yeah, it was a whole thing.
Is that the train set?
Oh yeah, there it is.
But this wouldn't really be true, as earlier in the video, we see a scene in Brooklyn Guy's house, and he and Karen did not have Chef Pee-Pee's stove in their kitchen, and it was different. We know this because the trim below all the buttons on the SML stove is gray, but Brooklyn Guy and Karen's stove has black trim on it. So unless bro sold the stove, or has it in storage somewhere, this mistake in the video causes this incident in the SML universe to make 0 sense. Now, don't get me wrong. There are quite a few menaces roaming the hallways of Why You Dumb Elementary School, but no one even comes close to Jeffy. From simply screaming in class, to throwing an entire desk at a cop.
I want a piece of that ass!
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Today, we're gonna go over how many days Jeffy should be thrown in detention for. Starting off with Jeffy's first and probably most disgusting offense on this entire list, and that's pooping in the sink. In SML movie Jeffy's Anger Management, Jeffy had to use the bathroom. And I guess in his mind, the best place he could think to use is the sink instead of the actual bathroom itself, causing Jackie Chu to have quite the awful time in the bathroom.
I am so angry because one of you stupid little kids pooped in the sink in the bathroom. So when I went to wash my hands, I got poop all over my hands.
It's only fair to say that Jackie Chu and the school would give Jeffy a bigger than normal punishment, especially since Jackie Chu's gonna be the one that's washing that off his hands. Because of this, I think Jeffy certainly earned himself a bare minimum of a day in detention. One of the moments that Jeffy himself is certainly more proud of is when he decided that he would become the best teacher in his class, and took over the role of the substitute in SML movie Jeffy the Teacher. In this video, Jeffy is kicked out of school for being too old, and decides to come back to school anyways, pretending to be the substitute teacher. He does a bunch of insane things, like giving Bully a tard cap that he has to wear, and insulting the real substitute teacher whenever she comes back to teach the class for real.
Hold on, I need to use you for my history lesson. Alright class, now she was alive during the dinosaurs, so go ahead and tell the class what the dinosaurs were like.
There's no question about it. Jeffy definitely landed himself in some hot water after insulting the nice old lady, and giving some super degrading punishments to Bully, regardless if he deserved it or not. So yeah, let's give Jeffy another 3 days in detention for that. Jeffy is also known to be quite the jokester, but sometimes his jokes go a little bit too far. Like in SML movie Jeffy Goes to Juvie. In this video, Jeffy and his fellow classmates get the opportunity to have woodshop in class, but Jeffy and Bully Bill get into an altercation before they start building, and Jeffy handles his anger towards Bully Bill in a not very healthy way. Later, Jeffy finishes his project, which turns out to be a wooden gun of all things, and everyone starts freaking out, thinking it's real, and that he's gonna shoot people with it.
Alright, Jeffy, what did you make?
I made a machine gun.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Grass! He finally doing it! Everyone under the desk like we practiced! Someone call the cops!
Brooklyn Guy then comes in, realizes it's fake, and that Jeffy was joking, and ends up sending him to Be Good School. He then gets released from the school after saving Brooklyn Guy from choking. Jeffy definitely learned his lesson at school, but I don't think it's completely out of left field to say that Jeffy wasn't completely out of the hole yet with school, for making a dangerous weapon as a joke, and as such, they without a doubt tacked on a few more days of his detention sentence. Moving up the delinquency scale even further, we have another misconduct that Jeffy, alongside many other characters, are quite guilty of: cheating. Jeffy has cheated on multiple assignments, such as in SML movie The Test.
The answer is C. Okay, D, thanks, Junior.
And also him getting help from Marvin in SML movie Jeffy Can't Fail.
Jeffy, look right here. Look, the answer's right here under the bin. Look.
This is just sad.
Look, Jeffy, right here, read him. Jeffy, read it.
In school today, cheating on any sort of assignment is a serious offense, with punishments ranging from simply failing the test to serious time in detention. So I think it's fair to say, for his cheating crimes and collaborating with others in this effort, it should easily warrant another week in detention, especially after multiple offenses. But what about the times Jeffy just flat out skipped school altogether? There are plenty of examples of this, like in SML movie Jeffy Skips School. school, where Mario's grandpa, Harold, is dropped off at the house after grabbing Nurse's butt. And Jeffy decides that it's a good idea to make Harold go to school for him while he plays Fortnite in the closet. While at school, Harold acts out and says some pretty racist things to Jackie Chu, eventually ending in Harold trying to attack him, but missing horribly.
You kamikaze sons of bitches! I'll show you a kamikaze!
Jeffy was also guilty of skipping school in SML movie Jeffy and Jr. Skip School, where in this case, he thought it was a good idea to hire Scooter to impersonate him. I gotta be honest with you, I'm not sure which one's actually stupider.
Jeffy.
But I'm Scooter!
Yeah,
Okay, we get it.
We get your Scooter.
I like Scooter!
You don't even own a scooter.
Jeffy also skipped his mandatory summer school punishment in SML movie Jeffy Summer School, sending drawing Jeffy instead of himself. But due to the fact that most people in school can't seem to tell the difference between Jeffy and his drawing counterpart, he didn't get in any trouble for this, so we won't add this to his total. Personally, I wouldn't categorize skipping school as the end of the world, but the school system may say differently. So let's be generous and slap Jeffy with another 2 weeks in detention for that one. Our next thing that Jeffy does is a lot more serious, however, and that is literally taking charge of a whole school bus. In SML movie The School Bus, we get to see a first-hand perspective of what it's like for the students of YU Dumb Elementary School in the morning, getting driven to school by the ever-so-lovely mother of Brooklyn guy, Babs, who has no problem being a drill sergeant to the students on the bus.
Alright, brats, listen up! My name's Barbara, and I'm your bus driver, but you can call me Babs.
Babs eventually pulls over the bus later in the ride because of Cody throwing up, and during that time, Jeffy takes it upon himself to literally kick Babs off and take the school bus for a joyride.
Oh no, you're not! You get back here!
She's right behind me!
Jeffy, close the door!
So, without a doubt, Jeffy could get into some massive trouble for that. I think at minimum, he deserves a month in detention for that, since he could endanger the lives of everyone on the bus and everyone around them on the road as well. Another situation that Jeffy seemingly continues to get himself caught up in is assaulting teachers, even including substitute teachers. Like he did to a pig, I mean Cody's mom, in SML movie The Substitute Teacher. In this video, Jackie Chu is sick and hires Judy to be a substitute teacher for the day, and Jeffy was given an apple to bring his teacher in order to apologize for the rude behavior that he displayed the day prior. However, if you know Jeffy even a little bit, you know good and well that he did not do all of that. Instead of giving the apple to Judith, he decided to stick his, let's just say, a certain body part in the apple and throw it at Judith instead. However, he doesn't just leave it there, as later on, he decides it's a good idea to outdo himself and throw the school's globe at her instead, which leads to him getting in even more trouble 2 days in a row.
She saw an episode of SpongeBob last night and she thought it was real. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the...
So yeah, Jeffy's definitely earned himself some time in detention, but this punishment isn't anything to write home about, unless Judy decides to press charges on Jeffy for this assault on her, which could land him in some very hot water. If we stick to giving him this punishment in school, there's no doubt that he could have earned himself a few months in detention at least, especially if he seriously injured Judith, which a fat globe to the head could definitely do. But now, let's get into some much more serious punishments. Jeffy has gotten into fights with Bully Bill so much, it's truly easy to lose count of it. He's done this all the way since SML movie Jeffy Gets Bullied, where Bully calls Jeffy hard and throws paper balls at him, and Jeffy decides to take matters into his own hands, beating the absolute crap out of him, and Bully seemingly decides to leave Jeffy alone at the end of it.
Wanna die today, motherfucker?
Whoa, calm down, retard. I think you got your helmet on too tight.
Oh, you know what? I think it is. You wanna fix it for me?
Hey, you stop that! You stop that fight right now!
Since then, however, Bully Bill has reverted to his old self, where he antagonizes Jeffy again, and Jeffy certainly doesn't handle it well. Like how he responds to Bully in SML movie Jeffy the Bully, where he decides that he was fed up of Bully making fun of his shirts that Rose gave him, and decides to become the menace instead, and gives Bully a wedgie.
Hey, loser, what's with the new look? Your balls finally dropped? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get off! No, stop it! No!
In SML movie Jeffy's Backpack, Jeffy again gets fed up with Bully Bill and decides to take things a little too far. He gets angry, and then he thinks it's a good idea to use his new backpack to literally attempt to burn Bully Bill alive.
That won't save you.
Jeffy also turned Bully into a pirate with his magical pencil in SML movie Jeffy's Magical Pencil, and then decided to beat him with said pencil. So I guess we can add this to his punishment, as unexplainable as that is.
Jeffy, stop beating up that pirate!
Teacher, he just swapped the deck with me booty.
My man Jeffy also straight up decided to take an axe when he got angry and just swung it right into Bully's head.
Teacher, can I see the nurse?
Given Jeffy's absolutely relentless torture of Bully Bill, it's not unreasonable to expect that Jeffy has earned himself at least a full year in detention, considering the gravity of the beatings and simply how many times this has happened over the years. Jeffy continues his assault of people, moving from one character to another, which happens to be Brooklyn Guy. In SML movie Black Yoshi's House Arrest, Black Yoshi gets himself placed under house arrest, and he gets around being stuck in the house by giving Jeffy his ankle monitor, which he takes to school not knowing anything is wrong. However, Brooklyn Guy thinks that Black Yoshi left the house and rushes to the school without his uniform, but with his gun on, the kids think that he's a school teacher and decide the best idea is to beat the ever-living crap out of him, with Jeffy delivering the final blow.
God, stop it! I'm a cop!
I want a piece of that!
Brooklyn Guy definitely should have been wearing his uniform here, so he doesn't look like some random guy walking in with a gun to school. But Jeffy, come on dude, I'm not sure how much throwing a desk at the guy would help. Unfortunately for Jeffy though, assaulting a police officer is a huge crime, possibly giving Jeffy a few years if he were to go to prison for his assault. However, if we were to give Jeffy a punishment in the form of detention, I think he should earn at least a couple of years in detention for this. So yeah, Judith and Brooklyn Guy are two adults that have dealt with Jeffy assaulting them in the classroom, but no adult has to deal with Jeffy's crap as frequently as Jackie Chu. Jeffy already made his life more difficult by pooping in the sink, but that doesn't even begin to touch how much Jeffy makes Jackie Chu's life a living hell, as he's constantly assaulting him and making his job of teaching much more difficult than it needs to be. For example, in SML movie Cody's report card, Jackie Chu gave everyone their report cards, including Jeffy's F-filled report card, and Jeffy handles this the only way he knows how to handle most things.
So make sure you take them home and show them to your parents. Oh! Who threw that desk? What?
It wasn't me!
Luckily, Jackie Chu was able to dodge the desk here, but I can tell you guys right now that he is not always so lucky dodging Jeffy's insistent attacks, such as in SML movie Jeffy's Imaginary Friend, where Jeffy's imaginary friend basically tries to get him to listen to the voices in his head and do some not so pleasant things.
Throw your chair at him.
But I'll get in trouble.
Do it. All right, Crass. I hope you all enjoyed working on your Prado project.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jeffy knocked out Jackie Chu cold here, so that's crazy. Jeffy has also committed plenty of other atrocities throughout the years, such as giving Jackie Chu some wedgies during his bully phase.
Jeffy, stop bullying everyone! Go to the principal's office now! Jeffy, what are you doing? Jeffy,
deciding that it was a good idea to straight up punch him in the face and knock him out again, all because he thought he was invisible and could do whatever he wanted.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. Alright, Cody, you can start saying your alphabet now.
A, B, B, C, C, D, D, E, F, F, G, G.
Jeffy, go back to your seat.
And even letting Jackie Chu get arrested and almost have the freaking death penalty, all because he said that his teacher gave him a kiss when he got the answer right, completely forgetting to mention that the kiss was just a Hershey's kiss.
It was great, Daddy. The teacher gave me a kiss right here.
What?
Yeah, I answered the question right, so he gave me a kiss right here.
So yeah, I can say that it's a little bit mental the way that Jeffy has treated his teachers over the years. Maybe one day he'll grow up, but I ain't getting my hopes up. For For the way that Jeffy has treated Jackie Chu, and how many times it's happened to him throughout the years, I think it's completely fair to say that Jeffy has earned himself up to 5 extra years worth of detention time, especially if he isn't criminally charged for his punishment instead. But moving on to by far the worst thing that Jeffy has committed in the classroom, which would have to be murder. There are 3 examples we can point to, which all involve Jeffy's best frenemy in the class, Bully Bill. The first time that Jeffy murdered Bully Bill was in SML movie Robot Jeffy. In this video, Jeffy decides to use the bathroom in his diaper for at least the 1000th time, and decides the best way to deal with it is to throw the diaper at Jackie Chu, earning him another day in detention. However, Jeffy makes the situation so much worse by sending Jeffo, the robot that Cody's robot Kodo made for him, to detention instead of going himself. When Jeffo gets to detention, he is instigated by Bully Bill, which activates kill mode, and Jeffo literally turns Bully to ashes with his lasers.
Take that, retard.
There could be a case for Jeffy not being responsible for Bully's murder, since it was Jeffo doing it instead. But at a minimum, he's at least partially responsible. My guy, you could have just gone to detention and everything would have been fine. Jeffy also caused Bully Bill to get murdered again in SML movie Alien Jeffy, where he has an alien take his place, and that alien becomes annoyed with Bully Bill and throws green slime on Bully, killing him there too.
Oh God! It burns! Oh God, no!
You could make the same case here about Jeffy not being the one to murder Bully, but the next time that Jeffy does it, however, there is simply no excuse for it, as he fully knew exactly what he was doing. In SML movie Jeffy Gets Expelled, Jeffy beats up Bully, and Bully decides that he's finally had enough, as Bully presses charges against Jeffy, causing him to be put on house arrest with a literal exploding ankle monitor that would kill him if he leaves the house. Later, Bully comes by the house and challenges Jeffy to a fight. Jeffy goes to fight Bully outside and comes out with an incredibly wild solution to make sure Bully will never bother him again after this day.
Yeah? How did you not explode? How did you not explode? I don't know. I took the bracelet off and I put it on the bully. He exploded, Daddy.
Only in the mind of Jeffy is the best way to deal with a bully coming to your house to fight is to straight up murder him. Considering the weight of these crimes being straight up murder, I think Jeffy earning himself an extra 20 years in detention isn't too crazy. Yikes. Jeffy might be sitting in the classroom for a long time. There have been some theories that fellow SML fans have made in the past that actually turn out to be true. Like how back in early 2024, the now retired theory YouTuber, which is none other than SML Theory, made a theory on how SML series videos may be making a return. In this video, he starts off by claiming that series videos are coming back, due to Logan making the series Cody Goes to Kindergarten, and a new summer school series that is a continuation of the original one years later, and a sequel to Cody Goes to Kindergarten.
However, it seems like SML series are coming back, as SML has dropped 2 new series recently called Cody Goes to Kindergarten and the new summer school series, which is a sequel to Cody Goes to Kindergarten.
Now honestly, these 2 series coming out were pretty shocking to say the least, and is the reason why SML Theory decided to make this video. And to double down on this, after these 2 series would come out, Logan wouldn't stop. He wouldn't only start bringing back the series videos, but he actually started continuing some of the very old series that he'd stopped making. Superpowers 3 being a great example, as he made the second Superpowers all the way back in 2017, along with the remake in 2021, and most assumed we'd never see another Superpowers video again. It took 7 years for a new Superpowers video. Another good example of this is SML movie Jeffy the Rapper 3. At the end of this video, they even teased a continuation to the series, as Jeffy was about to go on a world tour, but this series is yet to be started.
If you need me, I'll be on the bus with my nose buried in holes.
God damn it.
Yeah, let's get the STDs.
Oh my god.
Now, along with old series reboots, we would also see multiple new series be started, such as Squid Games 2, Squid Games 3, and Junior's Big Playtime, which is a modern variant of the original Playtime series. It's safe to say the SML theory was fully right, as Logan would continue making newer series and expanding on old ones, and we are still bound to see more to come. However, another SML theory that was heavily spread after Jeffy's 19th birthday was if Nancy would keep getting milked and come back again, or if she was gone for good. In another video by SML Theory, he claims that Nancy was supposed to be killed in Jeffy's 19th birthday for real this time, as she got dozens of bullets in her face by Brooklyn Guy, and even Brooklyn Guy would assure Marvin that she's dead.
But don't worry, I shot her in the head a whole bunch of more times, so she's definitely dead now. There's no way she's coming back next year with a bunch of bullets in her face. That would just be silly.
However, according to this theory, in SML fashion, this just means that she will make a return. And he adds that SML never fully kills off characters, unless it's a Zeke type of situation, and they move and have to forcefully depart from SML. And Theory strengthened his theory even more by showing that in an SML video, they mostly confirmed that Nancy came back, as Brooklyn Guy heavily broke the fourth wall and explained how characters' deaths work in SML movie Jeffy Plays Grand Theft Auto 6.
I do think he perished in the car explosion, but I don't think that's canon. I think that might just be for this video, because like usually when people die in videos, they do return, unless it's like a really big deal, like Jeffy's mom in the SML movie for his 18th birthday. And even that's like kind of iffy. Like she might come back. I mean, we all used to be turtles, so I mean anything goes, really. I mean, Joseph used to be rich. I mean, what happened to that? We knocked that off after the backlash, you know, so, I mean, it's up to you, man.
And after this, Theory would make just one more theory, and this one was actually really accurate to what ended up happening. He claims that Nancy would come back as a demon, and could be revived by Craig.
And this leads me to my next theory that Nancy might come back as a demon, because another character that could revive her would be Craig. And Craig says that anything he revives comes back evil.
Now, this theory sounded like any other typical unreal SML theory, and even fans doubted the theory. I think Nancy won't ever come back in Jeffy's 20th birthday. However, a few months later, on May 12th, 2024, we saw SML movie Jeffy's Mother's Day release. In this video, Nancy would return yet again, and Jeffy would try to make a Mother's Day cake for Rose, but Marvin would hate it, causing Jeffy to run away from home. And in the process of doing that, he would run into Nancy with a bullet on her head. At this point, fans thought that they were milking her for a third time.
What's going on?
Hey there, Jeffy.
Mommy?
You thought you could kill me, huh? Well, now I'm gonna kill you.
No! Daddy! Help me!
But a few minutes later, it would be revealed that this was all one big dream, and she wasn't actually back.
Come on, Jeffy, wake up! Wake up, Jeffy!
Wake up, Jeffy! Wake up! Wake up!
Oh, what's going on?
Jeffy, you fell asleep and you left the microwave on for 30 minutes with marshmallows in it. You almost drowned the whole house in marshmallows because you forgot to make Rose a Mother's Day gift.
Marvin, don't yell at him because he forgot about Mother's Day.
Oh.
However, this wasn't it. We would see the same sort of thing happen in Jeffy's 20th birthday, where we see Jeffy's backstory and a lot of flashbacks. Throughout the video, Jeffy has flashbacks to specific things he sees on his 20th birthday that reminded him of Nancy. Now, these two videos were released after SML Theory's video, and his theory would turn out to be mostly right, as Nancy did return twice, and in a way, we saw her as a demon like he said, as demons aren't actual living humans, and typically live in your dreams or imagination. We would even see her a little bit for a third time in the most recent Jeffy's 21st birthday, but way less. Instead of Nancy being the main antagonist, we would see someone else who is really significant take the spotlight, which brings us to our next theory, which was the theory of Jacques-Pierre Francois becoming the main antagonist in a Jeffy's birthday video. SML Theory would yet again be the one to make this theory, and in his video, he would originally claim that Jeffy's father came back as the main antagonist for Jeffy's 20th birthday.
The character that I can also see coming back for Jeffy's 20th birthday is Jacques-Pierre Francois. swap.
Theory's reasoning to this was because for the past 2 birthdays, we saw Nancy being the antagonist, and this time they would switch it up and make Jacques-Pierre Francois the antagonist.
And the reason I think that he could make an appearance at Jeffy's next birthday is that in the past 2 Jeffy birthday videos, Jeffy's mom has been the main antagonist. However, this time, instead of Nancy being the main antagonist, we could see Jeffy's father becoming one.
Now, this theory wouldn't exactly come to life on Jeffy's 20th birthday, as we wouldn't see Jock as the antagonist, but just 1 year later, on Jeffy's 21st birthday, this theory would come true. Jock would be the main villain and kidnap Jeffy, trying to kill him because Jeffy was close to messing up a $1 million opportunity. Jock had to sell his paintings. All of this would cause Jock to attach Jeffy's car on a plane with Jeffy in the car and let go of the car midair so Jeffy would die. But like we went over earlier, no character dies, especially not Jeffy. So in classic SML fashion, Jeffy survived. However, this wouldn't be the only theory that SML Theory made in his video, as later in the video, he made another theory on how Phoebe would also return on Jeffy's 20th birthday.
And I'm not saying this as if it's logical, but I'm just saying this because SML does like to bring back characters that should be dead. And although her puppet is ruined as seen in the newest Puppet Closet tour, it's possible that she'll appear with a different look, possibly as an official SML puppet.
And yet again, Theory nailed it, as she would return on Jeffy's 20th birthday with a new puppet variant, and she would be in the flashbacks as she is still a dead character, and she was in the exact same situation that Nancy was in. Now, Theory wasn't the only one who had thought of this theory, as WH Dude covered a similar theory with minor differences in his SML Iceberg video, all the way back in 2020. In this video, we saw an entry from the Iceberg being titled, "Phoebe isn't completely killed off in SML," and when it comes to how Dub covered it, he didn't really emphasize much on it, and essentially explained how she was dead and only lives in Jeffy's mind.
I'm pretty sure the only existence of Phoebe left on the channel is that she exists in Jeffy's presumably guilty mind.
However, this entry on the Iceberg itself was still a theory at the end of the day, and it would come true as we would see her appear again on Jeffy's 20th birthday. Now, this isn't the only character who's been theorized to return, as the infamous Luigi has also had many theories made on him returning. In another SML Theory video, we would see him explain multiple scenarios on how Luigi can return. The first scenario he said was that Luigi could possibly be reborn in the SML universe as Hank Huckerdoo, because of how similar his behavior is to Luigi at times. And he also wanted to be Marvin's rival, but obviously this theory isn't true because Hank doesn't even share the same last name as Marvin, and looks-wise they are nowhere related, especially since Mario and Luigi are identical twins. But the next theory would be one that he nails perfectly. Theory stated that Logan might make a human puppet of Luigi, as in a Chili vlog, Logan explains how he wants to make more human puppets of older characters, with Shrek being an example.
And I think that Logan at some point might make a Luigi puppet sooner or later, because after the return of Shrek, Logan mentions on Chili's channel that he might bring back older characters.
We have some really funny ideas planned for Woody and Shrek if you guys like it,
because of how much the fans loved seeing Shrek in SML movie Shrek's Endless Cheesecake.
And he isn't done being accurate with things, as later in the video, Theory says that the Luigi puppet rebrand would look exactly like Marvin, which means he would be bald, with a green suit, a tie, and mustache.
But if Luigi does make a return, what kind of rebrand would he get? Since both Mario and Luigi are brothers, we can expect Luigi to look just like his brother Marvin, and he could have a suit and tie, be bald, and have a mustache, but instead of wearing red, he would wear green.
And sure enough, he would be right about all of this, because around a year after this theory was made, we would see Louve be introduced to the SML universe, and he would wear exactly what Theory described, and be an exact twin of Marvin.
Hello?
Marvin, my brother, it's me, Louis.
Hi, Louis. Sorry it took me so long to answer the door. I was too busy doing some doctor's appointments up in space because I'm an astronaut doctor.
Now, when it comes to the name, believe it or not, this theory was super close to nailing this too. However, in the video, he said Lois, which is very close to Louis, but is pronounced slightly differently.
And a lot of the community has different thoughts on Luigi's new name, like Lenny, Luis, or maybe even Louis. Louie, which is my favorite.
At this point, it's very clear that Theory was definitely onto something, and bro has gotten way too many theories right. There have been a lot of pranks done by SML over the years, but while most of these were meant to be lighthearted, some of them backfired horribly. From crazy reactions,
Where? Shut the f up. Go. Where? Shut the f up and go. All right, guys. What do you want to do today? Where? Shut the f up. Get the f out of here.
to getting seriously hurt.
How'd you manage to do that? It hurts.
We're gonna be going over all of them, starting with the time Logan pranked Chili and made her think that he was cheating on her. This prank was pretty simple. Logan put JJ in a wig and made him lay in his bed, pretending like JJ was a woman that Logan was cheating with, while Anthony hides behind the door to record the prank. At first, it seemed like everything was going well, but things wouldn't stay good for long, because when Chili got home, she saw Logan in bed and she crashed out. And you may think that when Logan told her that it was a prank, she would calm down and everything would be fine. But you'd be dead wrong, since when Logan revealed that it was a prank, instead of being relieved, she was still mad at Logan, even saying she wasn't gonna upload the prank and stormed out of the house.
I wouldn't have to f your brother.
Oh!
Oh, he right? Right?
That's not funny. That's not funny.
Hey, Victoria.
I mean, that's not even funny.
And it felt
I'm not even gonna upload that.
But eventually, she did calm down and would get revenge on Logan in this next prank, where she told him she was pregnant, which ended up backfiring in the worst way you could imagine. The prank starts out with Chili telling fans that she's about to get revenge on Logan for the previous prank. And it actually starts off pretty funny, with Chili and Tito laughing while faking a pregnancy test. But things wouldn't stay good for long, because when Logan found out Chili was supposedly pregnant, he took it serious at first, and seemed really worried about the whole situation. At this point, it seemed like the prank was actually working as intended, and would serve as good revenge for the previous prank that Logan pulled on Chili. But this ended up backfiring, because when Chili went to the bathroom to get the test, Tito came in to talk to Logan, and it was very clear that Logan was about to start having a panic attack, which caused Tito to feel bad and accidentally slip up, telling Logan that it was all a prank, which ended up completely backfiring for Chili, as after this, he would start to make fun of the whole situation and act in a completely ridiculous way, turning the prank back on Chili, and he ended up crashing out, from dancing, insisting the kid isn't his, to even going as far as to say he would kick the baby if it interrupted filming, but I'm sure he wasn't serious for that one.
So, and go. Where? Shut the f up. Go. Where? Shut the f up and go. All right, guys. What do you want to do today? Where? Shut the f up.
But while this prank that Chili tried playing fell flat on its face, this next prank that Logan tried playing on Tito didn't go too well either. The premise was simple. Logan had two cups, one with $20 inside that he would show to Tito, and the other one with $1,500 inside. But obviously, with this being a prank, Tito didn't know there was $1,500 in that cup, and Logan wanted him to pick the one with $20 inside, so he made it ridiculously easy. But when Logan told Tito to pick a cup, he accidentally somehow was stupid enough to pick the one with $1,500 inside, which meant Logan lost a lot of money. Logan was shocked, to say the least, that Tito could be missing this many brain cells. So when he tried to explain that it was a joke, Tito just wouldn't give him his money back.
All right, choose a cup. Which one has the 20 in it?
What?
No.
What?
No, you're supposed to choose this one.
What?
How did you choose the fucking wrong one?
I was yawning and then I just picked the one that was already there because, people like to do that.
And to make it even worse, Chili was rage baiting Logan, saying things like he shouldn't have put the money in there. And if you thought it ended here, you'd be dead wrong, since Tito ended up playing the same game again with Logan. But this time, he ended up choosing the right cup, meaning that Tito got to keep the money. But in a funny twist of events, Tito ended up admitting that he saw the same prank that Logan got inspiration from on Facebook before Logan tried this on him. so he probably knew what was going to happen and chose to pick the wrong cup. So it turns out that Tito outsmarted Logan all along. This does actually have a good ending though, because Tito eventually ended up giving Logan back his money. But the same cannot be said for when they got in a fight over fake AFC Championship tickets. The prank was about as simple and devious as it gets, with Logan setting up the fake AFC Championship tickets on the floor of the living room and ripping them up, trying to make Tito think that they were the real ones. He even called the dogs to the living room to make it more realistic. And if you thought that Tito would just be a little mad, you couldn't be more wrong, since when he saw the tickets on the ground, he literally fell to the floor in tears. Things didn't end here though, since when he finally got up off the ground, he ended up flipping both the couches, and at this point, bro was already overreacting. But that's not even it, because then Logan revealed that it was just a prank, and he could calm down. But instead, Tito did the complete opposite, and ended up chasing Logan around the house. But things were about to make a turn for the worst, since when Tito got to the top of the stairs, he ended up punching a massive hole in the wall, while also breaking his finger in the process.
You want an ambulance?
I like it. I like it. No, but how'd you do that to your finger?
It's turning purple.
Really?
The good news is, he ended up recovering. But this is pretty much nothing compared to this next prank on the list, with the prank itself being about destroying Logan's biggest prized possession, Jeffy. The prank starts with Chili and Tito explaining that they're about to get revenge on Logan from when he made Tito think that his championship tickets got destroyed. For this prank, Chili grabbed a stunt double Jeffy and cut up his face. And you may be thinking that's a bit overkill, but the stunt double Jeffy looks nothing like the real Jeffy, which becomes super important later. After they set everything up, Chili calls Logan downstairs, and as soon as he sees what's happening, he literally goes through 5 stages of grief. He starts denying that it's even the real Jeffy, but after a couple of minutes of being told it's the real one, he starts to crash out.
Does that look like Jeffy to you? No, the f it doesn't.
Just get one that actually does that instead.
No, they're not gonna. No. I have used the same Chef Pee-Pee. I used the same Junior, the same Cody, and the only one I have changed is Joseph. But that's because he's Joseph.
And you may think he's just overreacting, but that couldn't be further from the truth, because with pretty much every other character that Logan has, he owns a stunt double that looks exactly the same, with the one exception to that rule being Jeffy. In fact, none of the other stunt doubles look anything even close to Jeffy, and you may think that he could just order another one, but you'd be dead wrong, since the woman that makes them can't even replicate Jeffy to save her life. And to make things even worse, Chili was rage baiting Logan, and things got to a point where bro was just acting like a kid having a temper tantrum. And to be honest, I don't blame him, because that puppet paid the bills for Logan. But after a few minutes of seeing Logan crash out, Chili decided it was time to reveal the prank. But that barely made things better, because Logan was still mad. But this is pretty much nothing compared to the crash out that happened when Logan thought JJ stole his Rolex. This prank plotted against Logan was pretty simple. The plan was that JJ would change into a Gucci outfit, pretending he stole Logan's $40,000 Rolex. And when the prank started, of course, as soon as Logan notices that the watch is missing from the couch, he freaks out and calls Chili upstairs. And to make things even worse, Logan didn't even own the watch. It was his grandpa's. So if he lost it, not only would he be pissed, but his grandpa would be too. And $40,000 is not a small number we're dealing with here. But things took a wild turn for Logan when JJ walked in with 10 grand in cash, and he literally just admits to Logan that he stole the watch. So in that moment, Logan was so mad that he decides to start beating JJ up. Luckily though, after a few seconds, Chili and Tito broke it up and told him that it was just a prank. and Logan finally calmed down. But just a year later, they would pull another prank on Logan that arguably is way worse, spray painting his Lamborghini. This initially was meant to be an innocent April Fool's prank, where Chili and Tito spray paint Logan's Lamborghini with spray chalk, making him think that it's spray paint. Seems harmless, right? Well, only if they knew what would happen next. Once they get done setting it up, they had someone knock on Logan's door and tell him the bad news. And when Logan saw what happened to the car, he got so mad and broke a PlayStation controller and started crashing out at Chili for some reason.
Stop.
No, Logan! Oh my God, Logan, stop!
No, Chili's f***ing bull. I told you not to upload that vlog of those kids asking for shit.
And once he was done with that, the same guy who knocked on the door told him that some kids were the ones who spray painted the car. And after hearing this, Logan must have been mad, because he just started running and chasing after the imaginary kids who didn't even exist. And even if they did, it would have been long gone by now. After that though, he started thinking rationally and said that he was gonna call the cops. But obviously, if he did that, he would just be wasting police time. So Chili finally caved and told him that it was a prank.
Alright, Logan, look, come here. It's an April Fool's prank.
No, no.
It's just a prank.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's a prank?
Yeah.
But this prank had a bigger effect than the others. Even though Chili used spray chalk so it would come off, he would still have to clean his car by hand, and that could be a headache. But this is still nothing compared to when JJ made Chili think her dogs ran away. The prank simply starts with JJ and Anthony putting the dogs in Anthony's car to make it look like they ran away. And since Logan and Chili were driving back from Kentucky, they had a bunch of time to make it look believable. So when Chili and Logan finally got home, obviously the first thing they wanted to do was check on the dogs, since they had left them with JJ for a few days. But instead, they were met with some random dog in the house. And obviously, since JJ was the one in charge of the dogs, Chili and Logan started questioning him. And this is where things took a turn, because JJ sat down and told them that on Saturday night, the dogs ran away. And instead of crashing out like usual, Logan was dead silent, and Chili literally started having a panic attack. And if you thought things couldn't possibly get worse from here, you couldn't be more wrong, since after JJ kept the prank up, Chili started crying, thinking that she had actually lost her dogs.
JJ, I'm being dead serious.
No,
Where are the dogs?
Look,
JJ,
I've been looking for them, but like I really don't know where they are.
Where the fuck? No, I don't care about that.
But after a few minutes, Logan and Tito ended up finding the dogs since JJ didn't hide them very well. But things don't end here, because after Logan and Tito decided to go along with the prank and start rage baiting Chili to the point where she literally started threatening to slap JJ in the face. After this, they decided to end the prank, and Chili ended up calming down after being mad at Logan for a while.
Look at Wizard.
Blizzard could care less. Look at
He chilling.
But this was nowhere near as bad as probably the most dangerous prank on this list, the banana peel prank, which sounds harmless at first, but hear me out. This prank starts with Logan explaining that he wants to see someone slip on a banana peel for some reason, and after explaining the prank, he puts a banana peel in front of the door so that he could slip on it and fall over. But Logan obviously didn't want to slip on the banana peel, so he invited over Tito. But things took a turn when Tito came over and just walked right over the banana peel. Bro actually got so lucky.
Did you step on it? Step on it.
So after that prank failed, Logan decided to invite JJ over, but ran into the same problem. And obviously, after the prank failed twice, Logan decided to put more banana peels on the ground. And you may think I'm talking about 1 or 2, but no, he decided to put 10 on the ground.
Here we go. This will put you in last place in Marvin Cart.
After that, he decided to invite Anthony over, but obviously, with how many banana peels there were on the ground, he noticed them immediately, so that meant Logan's prank has now failed 3 times in a row. But eventually, Logan was successful when he invited over Will, and he actually slipped and fell, using a giraffe on the chandelier to distract him, and it actually looked like it hurt since he literally hit his head on the ground. But after a few seconds, he was fine, and everyone laughed it off.
Oh.
Oh. Did I have to get you? Oh my God, what is this? Banana peels? Gosh, no. Did you hit your head? Yeah, I hit my head and the door closed on my head too.
Throughout Logan's YouTube career, he has had quite the amount of insane crash outs. From Logan physically harming people to causing property damage, today we're going over Logan's craziest crash outs that he's ever had in SML history. Starting off with the infamous stolen watch prank, which is one of the most insane crash outs that Logan has ever had. In this video, Chili, Tito, and JJ plan out a prank where Logan's $40,000 Rolex would go missing, with JJ pawning it and spending the money on ridiculous stuff. Now, what makes this prank much worse is that Chili said herself that Logan is taking very good care of the watch, as he didn't want it to go missing or have something happen to it. Even his grandpa, who gave him the watch, was hesitant about giving it to him, which only added more pressure to this prank. Now, once Chili, Tito, and JJ kicked off the prank, they would start getting the reaction from Logan that they anticipated right away. And let's just say that bro was straight up crashing out.
He wants it back. It's $40,000. If it were like a thing of Tic Tacs, I'd go buy some Tic Tacs. This watch you can't replace.
Okay, so why don't we just buy a used one?
You can't buy. Okay, yeah. If you want to pay $40,000, maybe a used one's like $20,000. What the fuck?
However, this was just the start of the crash out, as when JJ showed up iced out, wearing designer clothes with a huge amount of money, it started getting bad. Right away, Logan started being skeptical about everything, questioning him on where he got the money from. Shortly after, JJ made an obvious lie about pawning his PS4, Xbox, and doing landscaping. Logan would catch on and then proceed to have one of his worst crash outs yet, tackling JJ on the ground, punching him, and showing us a version of Logan that we've never seen before.
It was worth my life. Dude, it's a joke.
Stop!
Oh, right. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Logan!
No, calm down. It's a prank.
Logan, your watch is right here.
Man. Yeah.
Now, this was a crazy crash out, and the comments definitely agree to say the least. Chili and Tito trying to calm Logan down. Logan literally going insane. Logan is the first to ever crash out in 2017. However, while this crash out seemed really intense and violent, some people think otherwise. Fans have accused this crash out and this prank as a whole to be fully scripted, which isn't surprising for fans to think, as around this time, not just Chili's vlogs, but YouTube as a whole was very infamous for these clickbaity, over-the-top staged pranks. And there's a good chance that this whole crash out was scripted and orchestrated between everyone. And we all thought this was real. In addition to this, if you were to pay close attention to the fight, you can see that Logan's punches are rather weak, and even seem like they're flat out fake punches. So this one's honestly up to you guys. However, things weren't broken or damaged in that crash out, unlike the infamous 2017 Junior's Biggest Fear demonetization crash out. In the Chili vlog titled WTF, uploaded on August 14th, 2017, it would feature a skit Logan filmed with puppets of Chili and Tito at Waffle House, and it would show them going out for breakfast, and Tito constantly asking for more milk. However, this wouldn't be the main event, as later in the video, we would see Logan realize that SML movie Junior's Biggest Fear, which was a video where Junior literally was scared of cotton balls, got fully demonetized and was flagged as non-advertiser friendly.
It's a cotton ball of death and evil. They're trying to kill you.
Not advertiser friendly. Not advertiser friendly.
After this, Logan would start going on a whole rampage. He would start destroying his whole house, flipping couches, breaking things, and making insane messes.
You two, what? What? What, you two? What do you want from me? Is that what what you want, YouTube? Not advertiser friendly. Let's talk about something fun. Let's talk about cheese balls. Yeah, that's advertiser friendly. Cheese balls, yay! Cheese balls, woo! I love cheese balls. Do you love cheese balls? Cause I do. You like cups?
Now, if a person that wasn't a fan of SML or Logan were to watch this video in specific, they would probably think that Logan is mentally insane. But this crash out was one of Logan's worst for sure. And this time around, it was most likely not a skit. This was the closest Logan came to insanity. I think Logan is going nuts. He has lost his mind. However, this wouldn't be the only time Logan goes insane. As in the Destroy Jeffy prank on Chili's channel, we see Logan absolutely explode into fumes. In this prank, Chili and Tito decide to grab a fake Jeffy puppet and completely destroy it and rip it up.
Okay. Oh my god, what?
What that mouth do?
Oh my. She's actually just gonna do the work for us. Okay, that works.
Now, by the end of them destroying the puppet, it looks like it's been through a level 7 magnitude earthquake, and this caused Logan to crash out, to say the least. At first, Logan believes that this isn't the real Jeffy puppet, but Chili and Tito keep playing along. And let's just say, Logan probably got noise complaints from his neighbors because of this crash out.
Don't be blaming this on me because this was all your fault.
Well, you're sitting right here, and the fucking puppet's right here. In 5 seconds. Oh, hey. It's your chew toy. It's your little chew toy. Oh, just tell him it got ripped up. Oh, yeah, that'll help my views and my channel. Oh, fuck. Oh, here's Jeffy. Here's Jeffy right here. Scooter is Calm down. Yeah, Jeffy's fucked.
Now, if I had a penny for every time that Logan dropped the F-bomb, I think I'd be retired by now. But this crash out was definitely insane. And this one was for sure not planned or staged, as you can hear the genuine anger and raw emotions coming out of Logan. This is still the greatest thing ever. I love Logan's crash out. Logan got triggered. However, while Logan was crashing out over a destroyed puppet, the next crash out is over something in his personal life, which happens to be none other than the 2019 SML drama Instagram Live Louve had with Logan. In this stream, we see Louve adding Logan in, and right off the bat, Logan would start to explain what was happening between him and Chili, and expose her for cheating on him. Logan would say that Chili was supposedly doing the dirty with other people inside the filming house while Logan was gone. Logan was also crashing out about how he was always filming vlogs for Chili, and he never got paid a cent off of them. And to make it even worse, Chili wouldn't even let Lance in the vlogs.
My mom caught them fucking together at my house. So I have video of my mom kicking them out. She's fucking gone. All their fucking gone.
Really?
Gone.
Hey, better
and then as soon
flat midnight.
Literally, Chili made me saying, "Oh my god, when we get back together, we'll work things out. You gotta do fuck you, right?"
Yeah, so, man, we're living our best right now.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, the crash out is valid, as at the time, this was when the SML drama was just starting out, and Logan was just stating what he saw, and he was for sure pretty pissed off about it, to say the least. And the funnier part besides the crash out is that bro has a whole kid with the person he was crashing out on, and now they're married with a kid. Funny how they're together and have a daughter now. However, the crash outs on Chili aren't done, as in the vlog titled, "He Found Out, and He's So Mad, Promise Broken," we see not just Logan, but Tito crash out on Chili. Right off the bat, the vlog started out pretty intense, with Logan explaining how Chili missed 3 vlogs in the year, and after that, chaos breaks out. We see Logan throwing things, flipping couches, fake choking Tito, and even breaking Chili's phone.
Then you should have said, "Hey, no, we're done. We quit. We quit vlogging. We quit vlogging. I don't."
No, what the? Oh my god. Oh my god.
You don't deserve a phone. You don't deserve a phone.
Garbage. Nah.
You don't deserve a phone if you give me that.
You broke my phone. Logan, you broke it.
You don't deserve a phone if you don't upload a vlog every day.
Come on, man. Harder.
Now, this crash out seems insane already, but it gets worse, as Logan would end up putting a hole in the wall of his bedroom. And after, Logan realizes how much he really crashed out.
You wanna miss a blow? What the heck is wrong with you? You wanna miss a... Oh, that...
Dude, what's wrong with you, man?
Okay, I didn't know the wall would break. That's a cheap wall. That's... Okay, no.
Come on.
That's a cheap wall.
It's so ugly.
Oh, no, for real, like, just pause. Okay, stop for a second. I'm upset. Now I'm really upset.
Now, I think we can all agree that Logan went a little too far with his crash out. Logan is more upset breaking the wall than breaking Chili's phone. Lol. However, at the same time, this crash out could be another one that was faked, as we can clearly hear Logan and Tito laughing at times, which could show that maybe this was a staged vlog. And they were getting new phones anyway, so they destroyed Chili's for the vlog, and Logan potentially didn't actually mean to put a hole in the wall, hence why he may have sounded upset. However, the next crash out may have been fully real. And that crash out is the April Fool's vandalizing cars prank on Logan. In this vlog, we see Chili, Tito, and their neighbors in on a prank on Logan for April Fool's Day, where they basically bought fake wipe-off spray paint and would straight up vandalize 2 of Logan's Lamborghinis. Basically, the point was to make it seem like crazy fans did the whole thing when they weren't home.
And he's gonna flip out because obviously he's gonna think that it's actual spray paint, but it's not, it's just spray chalk. We also have a twist to this prank. We also have the neighbors involved. They're gonna help us out. So it's gonna make the story a lot more believable.
And to make it even more believable, they shut off the security cameras days ago to make it seem like they were broken. Once they reveal to Logan what happened, we see bro full on crash out. He starts smashing his controller on the ground and gets to the point where he even tries to hop the fence to find the fans.
What? Oh my god.
All over. Told him to stop.
No, Logan! Oh my god, Logan, stop!
No, Chili's fucking bullshit. I told you not to upload that vlog of those fucking kids asking for shit. Because exactly what the fuck happened. You know what happened? They probably fucking saw the vlog and said, oh, they're gonna make fun of us asking for free shit. And then they did this.
How was I supposed to know they would do something illegal though? Don't get mad at me.
Are you Tito? What the fuck? Oh, wait, no, where'd they go? They went over the fence. Kyle tried to chase them over the fence.
Logan, where are you going? Logan, where are you going? Logan, come here! Oh my god. Oh my, what? Logan, stop! You can't climb the fence!
Now, very clearly, Logan did not like this, as who knows what bro was about to do if he saw the kids, if this were a real prank. But thankfully, Logan doesn't deal with these pranks on him anymore, as the prank days on YouTube are mostly over. But while that incident had Logan in fumes, this next incident made Logan resort to violence. And of course, this is the fan break-in attempt. In the vlog posted on June 27th, 2018, titled "Fans Tried Breaking Into Our House," Logan and Chili tell the story back in the summer of 2017. It was midnight on a normal day, when out of nowhere, someone started ringing his doorbell. He wasn't expecting anyone, especially not that late, so he got out of bed to check it out. I mean, it's not every day someone shows up at your door in the middle of the night, right?
So I get out of bed, and I walk towards the door, and I peek around the corner like this, and I see a fan with his face up against the glass of the door.
When Logan peeked out of the window to see what was going on, the guy at the door suddenly started freaking out. He was yelling stuff like, "Oh my god, it's Super Mario Logan!" At first, Logan's gut reaction was to just ignore it. He figured if he didn't answer, the dude would get bored and leave. But nope. Instead, the fan started banging on the door and even tried to open it. And here's the creepy part. Logan admitted that back then, sometimes they left the doors unlocked. Oh yeah, not exactly the situation you want when a random stranger is trying to let himself in at midnight.
I'm standing in the doorway right there, and I hear this. I was like, hold the fuck up. I'm like, nah.
Now, here's where the crash out really starts. Logan explained that he has a gun in his safe, and because of this situation, he pulled out the gun and would go to the front door holding it. But thankfully, the fan was gone, and along with that, in typical Logan crash out fashion, he was cussing and yelling.
But I walked to the door with the gun. I was like, you better get the fuck back. I'll call the police. You know, all that shit. Cussing my ass off. I was like, hey, back the fuck up. I was screaming my ass. I really was.
Now, this crash out was definitely another one of Logan's valid crash outs, as he was just trying to keep everyone safe. And even the fans agree with Logan on this one. Logan and Chili, I'm 100% with you on this. No one wants someone like that coming up to their door, not even in the middle of the night. However, Logan is human just like everyone else, so he also crashes out a lot in video games, just like everyone does. And Logan's Fortnite crash outs are ones that you just cannot miss out on. Back in 2018, when Fortnite was really popping off and skyrocketing with players, Logan decided to hop on the trend and stream Fortnite on Chili's channel. The stream was over 4 hours long, and it just simply consisted of Logan playing Fortnite with his fans and trying to win a game. However, throughout the stream, there were so many crash outs included. Mostly all of them were from Logan raging after he dies, and they were very funny to say the least.
Run, bitches, run! Oh,
Anybody under 13, cover your ears. It's getting real.
we're taking fire, bro, motherfucker! Yeah, what the fuck?
Logan, no, there's something over there.
Oh,
It's dead! This is what
you little bitch, motherfucker! Fuck you and your fucking asshole! They fucking gang raped us! I bet you they're watching this reaction, they wanna fuck me!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bullet.
Little bitch! Fuck you! I fucked him in the ass! He was like, I was eating my Waffle House, and this little bitch came.
And he was like, hold my drink. And I was
Oh no,
like, okay.
oh no, his little hater.
There's way more where those came from in this entire 4-hour stream. However, one crash out in specific during the stream was insanely funny. Basically, throughout the stream, Logan would keep getting logged out of his Xbox account, and one of those times he started cussing out a whole storm. And while he was doing that, Chili happened to be on the phone with a Waffle House employee, and the employee thought that Logan was abusing Chili.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't No! Fuck you! Fuck you! Who the fuck keeps logging me out of my fucking Xbox Live?
Logan, I was calling Waffle House and she's like, is everything okay in there?
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did. And I was like, yes. And I was like, are you sure? And I was like, no, yeah, he's just playing games. I was like, it's like a Fortnite game. And she's like, okay.
She heard me?
Yes, you were screaming so loud.
Shit, I got logged out of my fucking Xbox Live again.
Now, honestly, this stream was pure comedy, and if you're ever bored, you should definitely go watch the stream, as it will have you absolutely dying laughing. Now, at this point, let's be honest, anything makes Logan crash out, as the power going out during fan mail was enough to make it happen. In the vlog titled Fan Mail During a Hurricane, we see Logan and Chili opening up fan mail like usual, and all of a sudden, the power would end up going out, and this would set Logan off, as there was zero light, and according to Logan, this would make him freak out if they didn't have a flashlight on quick enough.
Anyway, we're gonna open this. See what's inside this.
What the heck?
Oh, come on!
Piece of junk.
Tito, give me a flashlight. I'm gonna freak out.
I can't even see.
I'm fucking freak out, Tito.
Stop, calm down.
It's
Calm
dark.
Logan, calm down.
Give me a flashlight.
The power went out. Like, stop freaking out.
Tito, give me a flashlight.
Dude, none of us can see.
I can't see anything. I'm gonna freak out.
All right, close your eyes.
It's gonna be dark. Tito, give me the flashlight.
I'm looking. All right. Look. Here, look.
You had him next to
We
me.
have one.
I got one.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so that crash out was very random, but the randomness of this crash out made the video all the funnier. All I hear is screaming in the dark. I love when I can't see things, but funny stuff is happening. Logan's reaction to the dark is so hilarious. However, the Uber crash out is the most recent crash out from Logan that we've seen. In this vlog, we see Logan crash out at an Uber driver who's being really lazy. She started off by asking Logan which street he lives in, as Uber tends to give her far addresses for a low amount of money, which doesn't really make sense, as that's their job to deliver no matter how far it is. Then she would proceed to ask if the restaurant is open, even though bro literally ordered from the restaurant, and we indeed see a crash out from Logan.
Do your job or quit. Delete the app. You don't need to be an Uber Eats driver. Also, if you don't want to deliver tonight, you don't feel good, turn your app off. I tracked her. She was still at her house when she sent me that. And then the audacity, hello. Is it 10 minutes? Is it 10 minutes? Hello. Do your job. Hello, get a new job. Hello.
Now, honestly, this crash out is a really valid one coming from Logan, as people should deliver no matter how far or how late at night it is, because like Logan said, they have the app downloaded and they can easily not open the app or simply uninstall it. Most reasonable crash out. Wow, little bro is angry. Honestly, I would be as well. Logan hasn't been this mad since the not advertiser friendly vlog. However, later in the vlog, they requested a new driver and they would end up tipping them $100 for actually delivering the food to Logan.
That's fine.
One of them is kind of caving.
All right, Tito,
Wait,
before you go.
Tito's got tip.
Here you go.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're so nice.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Logan has had over 6 different ex-girlfriends, with some of them being straight up psycho killer insane, and others breaking Logan's heart. And we're gonna go over what happened to all of them, starting with Adriana, who is one of the craziest ones in this video. Logan and Adriana started dating back in early 2020, shortly after the SML drama began, and Logan temporarily broke up with his girlfriend of 10 years, Chili. Their relationship became public in April of 2020, when Lance posted a vlog titled Logan's New Girlfriend.
I have my 2 lovers. You know, once you go black, you don't go back. So this is Adriana.
I just turned 18.
Oh, nice. What do you want to tell the fans about Adriana?
Yeah, you're gonna tell them about
She's gorgeous, and she's beautiful, and I love her.
That's the thumbnail right there. Boom.
But what started out as a seemingly sweet and innocent relationship quickly started to turn into a nightmare for Logan. Behind the scenes, Adriana kept demanding more and more money from Logan so that she would stay with him. And this wasn't only a couple $1,000s. There's no actual confirmed amount that Logan has paid any of his girlfriends. But knowing that he makes millions of dollars per year from his YouTube channel and his merch, the leaked number of $60,000 a month doesn't sound too unrealistic. This all came to be too much for Logan. So he slowly started to cut her off, and Adriana started appearing in less and less videos, until late into 2020, when she stopped appearing altogether. At the time, it seemed that Logan and Adriana officially parted ways, because on December 24th, 2021, Chili posted a vlog announcing that her and Logan were back together, and they even had a baby on the way. But it turns out Adriana wouldn't stay out of Logan's life for long, because behind Chili's back, Logan would still go out of his way to send more money to Adriana.
So you're 100% going?
I don't know. Chili, all I know is that no matter what, I need to meet her in Atlanta and at least pay her and tell her, look, here you go, have fun. Sorry, I couldn't
Pay
make
her?
it. Like, at least say, look, sorry, I couldn't make it. Are you recording?
Not recording anything.
Show me.
After some time passed, disturbing videos started surfacing online of Adriana mentally and physically abusing Logan. This completely changed the public's perception, and likely strained his current relationships even more.
She's coming at me with a knife to kill me. She's coming at me with a knife to kill me. 911? Hey! Hey, Adriana, listen.
Give me my phone. Give me my phone with the video of you trying to save me after splitting my wrist.
Okay, it's not here. Look, here. It's not in my pocket. Look. It's not in my pocket. Here.
Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it?
It's right here.
Where the fuck is it? Did you delete the video?
I did not. Leave. Leave. Absolutely leave. Someone save me. She won't let me drive. She won't let me. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Stop it.
And if things couldn't get any worse, Adriana would go on to break Logan's $20,000 Rolex after she caught him cheating on her.
I want you out of my house. For the record, I'm not done. There's the cops going. There's where the cops are going. Oh, here she goes. Being her again. Okay. Adriana, let's all stop. Let's just stop. Let's stop.
Let's stop. Let's stop. You know you're going to jail for the rest of your life. Unless you stop. I want you to stop right now. Adrian, you will go to jail for the rest of your life. You know what you just broke? A $20,000 Rolex. I give you $20,000 right now. That is destruction of property. You just destroyed a $20,000 Rolex.
Nowadays, it seems like they're mostly broken up, but for some reason, he still flies Adriana down to the Super Bowl and buys her really nice expensive things. So there must be some stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. But Adriana wasn't the only one of Logan's ex-girlfriends. Back in 2021, Lance posted a video called Pablo's Cousin Came to Film With Us. In it, he supposedly introduced a new SML cast member named Rachel DeLuca. In these videos, Logan and Rachel really didn't make it obvious that they were together, going as far as to continuously try to sell that she's actually Pablo's cousin, even though she clearly wasn't. But funny enough, the fans just kind of went with it and didn't look any further, because in these behind the scenes videos of them filming that Lance posted to his channel, Logan and Rachel really didn't give off any vibes that they were dating. So what happened to Rachel? On January 7th, 2025, Logan posted this to his Instagram story, meaning that Logan must have been in some sort of relationship with Rachel all the way from the middle of 2021 to 2025. But on January 8th, Rachel ended up posting this to her story, reading, "I have nothing to do with SML. I'm literally single, so if you're here for that, you're in the wrong place." And then to really cement the fact that she was out of Logan's life, she said, "I have a new number now. If you need it, let me know." It seems that Rachel has cut her ties with SML, which is especially apparent from seeing their Facebook statuses change, showing that this breakup was probably mutual. But what about Kylie Hickey, who is actually one of Logan's newest ex-girlfriends? We were first introduced to her when she replied to one of Drama Plus Studios' posts, who is a popular SML drama Instagram account, and she said, "I have so much juice on him, if you want some." At first, this could have been seen as an attention-hungry fan who was just trying to make up information, but Drama Plus Studios, being antsy to get some new clickbait stories, decided to DM her, and miraculously, she actually did turn out to be one of Logan's ex-girlfriends that nobody knew about. And some of the information we learn about Logan from this is crazy. In fact, it was so much info that she had to send a picture on her notes app. In this, she basically said that Logan once tried to pursue a relationship with her, even going as far as to buying her expensive gifts after she ghosted him. When that didn't work, he allegedly paid her and her ex $15,000 a month each to help set up Adriana so that he could break up with her back in 2021 while Chili was pregnant. She also claims that Logan pays Adriana to stay quiet because she has a recording of him saying something very offensive. Logan also allegedly pays Chili's mom $5,000 a week to watch his kid because he thinks that Chili is unstable. And if that wasn't enough, Logan clarified his side of things to her on Snapchat, where Logan says he feels unappreciated and trapped in his relationship with Chili. She claims she had their kid for selfish reasons and is now an alcoholic. She's also started smoking weed. He says he just wants love and affection, and he feels stuck whenever he tries to leave. She also allegedly gets drunk and screams at him. Kylie Hickey still remains very obscure in the eyes of most SML fans, as only a very small amount of fans even know about her. It can be assumed that they were just a fling, or maybe not even that. Whatever the case, they're not together anymore. But one of Logan's less known ex-girlfriends is Freedom Lynn. We first got introduced to Freedom Lynn when Chili herself called her out in an Instagram post. Follow Logan's new girl. Not sure why he's trying to keep it a secret. Probably not to get caught from all the lies he said in 2020. Thanks for everyone who had my back that year. The few 3% that did. Everyone else go dick ride him like you did in 2020. Not much else is really known about her and her relationship with Logan. On her Instagram account, everything is private. So if I were to guess, I don't think that they were a long-term thing. But all we really know for sure is that there was something we don't know about that pissed off Chili enough to post this. But another girl who seemingly had some sort of relationship with Logan is Elena, who seems to be on surface value just strictly an SML cast member who does not have a relationship with Logan. And while it seems like this is the case in their hundreds of behind the scenes videos, there is a lot of speculation that Logan and Elena might have been dating for some period of time when Elena started filming with them back in 2016. And this was all but confirmed when a fan messaged Chili about the situation. I remember that day like it was yesterday. Everyone with half a brain knows that Logan and Elena were a thing. It's not hard evidence, but look at his other hand. I was angry beyond my mind when I saw that. I'm all the way in the back, trying to be a part of the photo and trying to put my hand on him, but it's like he didn't want me there. But the comments on this DM leak seem to think that this situation is completely blown out of proportions. That means nothing. It's just a picture. Chili is just fueling the flames. She is over-exaggerating. Trust is one of the things a relationship needs. If you look close, you can see that Logan's hands on Lavelle too. Does this mean they had a thing as well? And I mean, for someone who's already had relationships with multiple other women behind Chili's back, it's not hard to imagine that this could happen again. But with no clear evidence, it's impossible to say. That's what I would have said until we got another DM leak from one of Logan's previously confirmed exes, Kylie, about their affairs. I went to high school with Elena Keys like a decade ago. That's one of Logan's exes and the voice of Rosalina. Has anyone told you about her? Yeah, he paid her a lot of money to fuck him. Like $100K. It was in person, but that was the first thing I ever heard about him. I asked him about it and he says that he bought her a car because he buys everyone a car. So whether or not Logan and Elena had a relationship isn't 100% confirmed, but it's heavily implied by multiple of his other exes. But we can't make a video talking about Logan's girlfriends without talking about Logan's main girlfriend herself, Chili. Logan and Chili's relationship is very complicated with a lot of drama, and I guess this is bound to happen when they've been dating on and off now for nearly 15 years. Logan and Chili started dating after they met in high school in 2010, and things seemed to be going good in their relationship until potentially the apartment era in 2016, when Chili grew suspicious that Logan might have been dating Elena, who was a new SML cast member at the time. However, it seems the bump in their relationship got sorted out pretty quick, because in 2017, Logan and Chili were fully moved into the SML house living together, and everything seemed fine, with Logan even proposing at a Jason Derulo concert in 2019. But one day, things started quickly falling apart. This all started when Chili tweeted this on December 5th. Saying all relationships are fake anyways. This obviously got a lot of fans worrying about their relationship. And then soon after this, a bunch of people in Logan and Chili's life started coming out with allegations of Logan cheating on Chili. After this, Logan and Chili broke up, and they stayed apart from the end of 2019 throughout COVID. But as we already know, they have gotten back together since. Kinda. Their relationship is very confusing nowadays. It seems like Chili is just there to take care of their daughter Lily, with Chili seemingly losing respect for Logan and only referring to him as Lily's dad on Instagram now. That's pretty degrading. You gotta feel bad for Logan in this situation, but not really, because they're both kinda in the wrong here. At least that's what it seems. On January 13th, 2025, Logan posted a vlog to Chili's channel addressing the previous allegations made against him.
And also the videos of people are like, oh my God, Logan, you need to talk about allegations against you, all this stuff. First of all, guys, I'm not a bad person. I've not done anything wrong. I really have not done anything wrong. All the things that are happening right now online were from 4 years ago. Yes, there's some recent stupid that should have never been public. I have not done anything illegal. I have not done anything wrong. I have not broke the law in any way. I have not done anything wrong that would hurt anybody. All the stuff that's happening online was 4 years ago, and people are mad, and a lot of people want money and things, and I'm refusing to give it, and they're losing their fucking mind.
This seemed like a pretty normal response to the drama at first, but what's really strange about this video is I can only assume Chili ended up changing the title and thumbnail from a normal frame of Logan in the video to a custom thumbnail of him being a clown emoji, and the title was changed to Last Mistake, which shows that Chili must be really angry about all of these women that Logan is getting himself involved with. These are 9 of the biggest plot holes in SML, with the first one being Marvin having multiple ages. Let me explain by starting with the most recent time we've seen his age. In SML movie Marvin's Birthday, it's confirmed he's turning 40 years old, but we don't even know if that's true because in SML movie Jeffy's driver's license, if you pause at just the right moment, you can see it says Mario, the SML house, Pensacola, Florida, and June 1st, 1983 is his birthday, which if you do the math would actually make him 41 years old, which doesn't make any sense because if we go off of when Marvin's birthday was uploaded, which was November 22nd, that means that the date is completely off and doesn't match in the slightest. But it gets even more confusing because in SML movie Bowser Jr.'s Clown Car, Jr. and Bowser look through their old yearbooks, and here we see that Mario and Bowser were in the class of '85. The age of graduation is typically 17 or 18 in America, and since he he was born in November, he was 18 when he graduated. So his birth year is 1967, making Mario 57 years old. But that's not it, because he actually has a fourth age if we go off of the actual Mario character's birthday, which is October 11th, 1992, which would make him 32 years old. So I guess we'll never know which one it actually is. But my theory is that Logan probably just forgot about the Jeffy's driver's license video, especially because his date of birth was literally shown for like one frame, and it isn't even brought up anywhere else in the video. So the new Marvin's birthday video that was posted to the SML channel is probably his real age, meaning that he's 40 years old. But this plot hole isn't nearly as weird as Marvin not being able to afford his house payment, yet he can afford super nice things. We've seen for so many years now Marvin fail time after time to pay his house payment. Like in SML movie Mario Sells Jeffy, where he literally sells Jeffy just to get out of paying his house payment.
No matter how much money you offer us, we would never say yes to that.
$10 million.
Yes!
Mario!
Baby!
Mr. Goodman.
And you would think that Mario would barely be able to live because of this, but that's not actually the case, because first of all, he has a Chevrolet Camaro, which on average is about $40,000, which is not cheap in the slightest. He also canonically is a Nintendo mascot, like we see in videos like SML movie Nintendo Switch. And because he's literally the face of Nintendo, he would be paid millions upon millions of dollars. And if you're still not convinced, just think of all the times he had to bail out Black Yoshi from jail, set up job interviews for him, or even buy him every Call of Duty game and console under the sun, which would obviously cost him thousands of dollars. But he does it like it's absolutely nothing. Maybe you could make the argument that Mario wasn't actually poor when he was a Nintendo plushie, and he just didn't want to pay his house payment. But what about when he turned into a human puppet? Because we know damn well that Marvin could never keep a job. And even when he tried multiple times, he could never keep one long term without getting fired. Which makes me even more confused because in SML movie Jeffy's swimming pool, this happens when they're trying to pay for their pool.
Okay, baby, can you grab the plot convenient money that we don't tell Goodman about?
Okay, Marvin. Here you go.
Seriously, where is bro getting this money from? I have two theories about this. Either he learned from Black Yoshi and is now collecting welfare and just not telling Goodman about it, or he has a secret career that we just don't know about. This plot hole could easily be brushed off. However, the same can't be said for Chef Pee-Pee's cooking. We all know that his cooking is the furthest thing from edible. Or is it? Because in SML movie Chef Pee-Pee's restaurant, at first we see him making the absolutely disgusting food we all know and love. However, later on in the video, he opens up an actual restaurant out of his own kitchen and suddenly he starts cooking like Gordon Ramsay. Like, this is actually food I would like to eat.
Got you some fried chicken.
Oh man, you already know what it is, bruh.
This isn't even the last time we see him make something like this though, because in SML movie Jeffy Almost Drowns, we see him cook a meal literally fit for a king. And this is where he says he can actually cook, but he never tries because he doesn't get paid. But if he can cook something like this, I'd argue he's one of the best chefs in the world.
This looks amazing!
I know, thank you.
What are you doing?
What, is it not supposed to look good?
No, my wife's inviting her ex-boyfriend over for dinner.
He could pretty easily just go and open his own restaurant. Or if he doesn't have the money to do that, he could easily just go work at a Michelin star restaurant because his cooking is just that good. And we kind of see him do this in SML movie Junior's 11th birthday, where we learned the only thing stopping him from having good cooking is Bowser, which still doesn't make any sense because he could just call the police for kidnapping, and Bowser would probably be put in prison for the rest of his life.
Check this out. Chef Pee-Pee owns a 5-star restaurant. It's called A Taste of Pee-Pee.
What, Chef Pee-Pee owns a 5-star restaurant, but his cooking sucks.
Not anymore. Since he doesn't have to babysit you, Chef Pee-Pee has become a professional chef.
But while this one actually has somewhat of an explanation, we could never explain Joseph being rich and poor at the same time. For years now, we've known Joseph as the poor kid who's literally homeless and can't even afford to drink water or even have lights on. But we see in Jeffy's internet lag that he actually has a PS5, which goes for like $500. And in the very same scene, we see in the background that he's sitting on a couch, which means he has a house now for some reason. And if you're still not convinced, then just look at the first few seconds of Junior Saves TikTok. Joseph literally literally has an iPhone 16 Pro Max, which goes for at the very cheapest $1,100. This isn't even the biggest thing though, because there's a whole video dedicated to Joseph being rich, called Joseph the Millionaire, which pretty much just tears apart Joseph's entire character by making him live in a mansion, have a butler, and even about 5 bedrooms. In this video, he pretty much just acts like a younger version of Goodman, but after all of the backlash this video got, Logan deemed this as not canon, and we haven't seen this plot develop since then. So what is it, Logan? Is Joseph rich or poor? But whatever happened to Cody's allergies and medical disorders, which seemingly kind of just disappeared? Because in SML movie Precious's Pillow Fort, Cody says that he's having an allergic reaction to the cat.
Junior, hold on.
What's wrong, Cody?
I'm allergic to cats.
What?
I'm allergic to cats.
You're allergic to cats?
Yeah.
Just a nerd.
Yeah. Not allergic. I can't breathe.
But in SML movie Jeffy's Cat Throw Up, we literally see him hold a cat for the entire video, which makes no sense at all. And if you aren't convinced yet, then just take a look at SML movie Cody the Vampire, where he literally states he was born without a reflection because it's one of his medical disorders. But in every other video, we see him with one. Even in videos before this, like Bowser Jr.'s Bad Luck.
Guys, it's kind of embarrassing to say this, but I was born without a reflection.
You were born without a reflection?
That's not even it though, because in the very same video, he says he's allergic to garlic.
It's just pasta with garlic. Eat up, garlic.
Ugh, I hate garlic.
Joseph, did you hear that?
Yeah, dude, he said he hate garlic.
He's a vampire.
Oh, he has to be.
Cody, you're a vampire. You don't like garlic.
And he refuses to eat his food. But literally just 1 year later in Chef Pee-Pee's restaurant, he eats the exact same meal with garlic blatantly plastered right on it. It's quite literally to the point now where 99% of Cody's medical disorders are completely gone. Like the disorder where he breathes really weird disappearing within like 5 videos of him being introduced. And now in modern SML, he's just a normal kid, and the only problem he has is being a nerd with glasses. He used to take a lot of medicine as well. Like bro was draining the pharmacy with how much prescriptions he had, and nowadays he doesn't take any medication at all. It's like he's just magically cured from everything once he turned into a puppet. But whatever happened to Brooklyn Guy's brothers? And why are they so inconsistent? We learn in SML movie The New House that Brooklyn Guy has hundreds upon hundreds of brothers, like Plane Crash Guy, San Francisco Guy, Miami Guy, and he literally has a brother named after almost every city in the world. Oh yeah, and don't forget Frank.
My name is Brooklyn Guy. This guy is my brother.
What guy?
No, what guy is my other brother. I got this guy, what guy, the guy, a guy. I also got a Chicago guy, Manhattan guy. It just goes on.
San Francisco guy?
Yeah, San Francisco guy. And
Miami guy?
Yeah, Miami guy and Frank.
Wait, Frank guy?
No, just Frank.
There's even Does Bad Things Guy and Does Good Things Guy, which we learn about in SML movie The Secret Door. However, nowadays we never hear about any of these, and we only ever hear about Jonathan, and Brooklyn Guy acts like this is his only brother. Another thing is that if these people are actually his brothers, then they would all have to come from the same mother or father, which is quite literally impossible if he has hundreds of brothers. Like, I know Babs gets around, but it's impossible to get around that much. There's also Dr. Me, which is also another one of Brooklyn Guy's brothers. And he's a doctor who is literally just a clone of Brooklyn Guy. So I guess he has exact replica clones of himself that just go around doing other jobs. I don't know, this is so confusing.
What's going on?
Oh, this is Dr. Me that I was telling you about? Yeah, we're twins.
I knew there was 2 of them!
And also, in SML movie The Secret Door, Brooklyn Guy tells us that Does Bad Things Guy replaced him for 7 months because he was his only identical twin. And if Does Bad Things Guy is pure evil, then why would he arrest Nancy and Jeffy's parents knowing that she's a threat to Mario and his family? Wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? And you gotta think, why wouldn't he break her out of jail, or at least give her the tools to escape if she was really that evil? Does Bad Things Guy is a serial killer, and it really doesn't make sense for him to just wait for his victims to open the door. It would have made more sense if he just sabotaged Jeffy or Mario or whoever he wanted to kill because he had so much trust with them. Being their doctor and police officer for years, he could have so easily just gave them a lethal drug or sabotaged them by killing him as a cop. But instead, he decided to wait on the off chance that one of them would open the door. Also, Does Bad Things Guy says he lived in the secret door, but if that's true, why do we see him when Jeffy opened the door in SML movie The Secret Door? And you can say he was probably just out there the whole time, time, but he keeps his outfits in the secret room. So he wouldn't have been able to go in there and get his outfit if it was in the room the whole time. This literally makes no sense. But you can't really talk about things making no sense without talking about Jeffy being dumb and smart at the same time. We've seen from the very beginning that Jeffy acts super dumb, doing things like bashing his head against the wall, throwing plates across the room, and generally just acting like a complete idiot. However, sometimes he can just randomly become super smart, like in SML movie Detective Jeffy, where he finds Clown's hair that the entire police team couldn't find, and setting up a sting operation to catch Screwball at a birthday party. And on top of that, it turns out that he's actually a really talented artist, because in SML movie Jeffy's Special Easter, he literally paints the Mona Lisa on an egg.
Jeffy!
What?
You painted the Mona Lisa on your egg?
Who's that?
You told me you painted it!
And if that's not enough evidence for you, just take a look at SML movie Jeffy's brain. Since when Mario put the final brain in, which is actually Jeffy's brain, he starts talking fluently in French and has a completely different accent. And if you didn't know, learning a new language is anything but easy. Jeffy couldn't have just done that in 5 minutes as a little joke. It takes years to learn a new language, and you have to study really hard to do that, which is almost impossible knowing Jeffy.
Oh man, I'm so glad to have the original Jeffy back.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Jacques-Pierre François.
Ooh, I like his voice, Mario. It's dreamy.
Oh, but it's not Jeffy's voice. That's not Jeffy's brain. Wait. There's no more brains left. Where's Jeffy's brain?
I like this Jeffy, Mario. His voice is hot.
He also has really good skills when it comes to being athletic too. Like in SML movie Jeffy plays soccer, where he runs up and down the pitch endlessly without getting tired, and he wins the game for all of his team. This isn't even the only thing though, because he's also an amazing fighter. And I'm not talking about all the times he beat up Bully, which is also a good point, but an even better one is him knocking out an undefeated boxer in SML movie Jeffy the Boxer. And this isn't even it though, because in the same video, Jeffy ends up knocking over 50 other SML characters, and then he turns to the camera and punches it, and since this video has 53 million views, it means that he knocked out 53 million people. However, believe it or not, he also has other insane skills. Despite taking a driver's test in SML movie Jeffy's driver's license and failing miserably, in SML movie Jeffy's speeding ticket, he drives like he's been driving for 20 years. We see this so many more times, like in SML movie Jeffy's Joyride, where he somehow just instantly knows how to drive his supercar. Now, you may think because he knows how to drive like this, he should have a driver's license, right? Well, wrong, because he never even got his driver's license or learned how to drive. So it doesn't even make sense that he's still allowed on the road, because eventually a cop would have pulled him over because he likes to speed. And when they realized that Jeffy doesn't have a driver's license, he would have been banned from driving forever. And this leads me to the theory that Jeffy is actually really smart and just acts dumb. Because in SML movie Smart Jeffy, he becomes really smart by getting his pencil shoved further up his nose, which seems to activate something in his brain. And even though he answers some of the hardest questions in human history, he becomes dumb again when he sneezes out his pencil. But this makes no sense because the hole in his brain would still be there, just without the pencil being in it, which literally wouldn't make any difference. So what if the entire time Jeffy's actually the smartest person in the world, but he's just acting like his old self because he doesn't want people to treat him differently?
Piece of cake. The answer is quite simple. In quantum mechanics, the uncertainty principle, also known as Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, is any of a variety of such as position X and momentum P can be known.
But whatever happened to Joseph's red shell that gave him the ability to fly? If you didn't know, before SML got the cease and desist letter, they uploaded a video called Joseph's New Shell, where Joseph broke his classic green shell trying to do a dangerous skateboard trick. And after this, he sold his soul to the devil to get a new one, which actually allowed him to fly. And this ended up being a permanent change until they got the cease and desist letter and everyone turned into a puppet. And this is when Joseph just randomly turned green and completely forgot about his ability to fly for some reason.
Joseph, are you okay?
Oh no, my back!
And what makes this even crazier is they changed the thumbnail on the original video to say Joseph's new shirt, and even shows the Joseph puppet wearing pink, just like he was in his plushie form. So why isn't Joseph pink nowadays? Well, I think the most likely thing that happened is they already had a green Joseph designed, and they couldn't be bothered to make a new one, so they just used the one they already had. But we still can't know for sure if Joseph's mom is dead or alive, because in SML movie Joseph's House, we learned that Joseph's mom actually died passing out candy on Halloween night of 2015. And this would be okay by itself, but here's where things get confusing, because in SML movie The Past Machine, he brings his mother back from the dead using one of Cody's inventions. And the reason this doesn't make sense is because later in a video called Joseph's Mom, we learn Joseph's mom has been faking her death this entire time. And this isn't even the biggest thing though, because in SML movie Joseph the Millionaire, we see his mom actually bought him a massive mansion, and she actually didn't leave him, which is one of the biggest plot holes we've ever seen in modern SML. But by far the biggest plot hole I could find is you watching this entire video and not being subscribed. Yeah, you ain't slick. Come on, subscribe. Please, subscribe. Please, I'm begging. Please, please.